He knew he was going to run out of gas. It wasn't a matter of if, but when. He only hoped it wouldn't happen in the middle of nowhere. And on US 49 in Mississippi, there seemed to be a whole lot of nowhere. When the Jeep sputtered to a stop in a place without a name, Dax wasn't surprised. But that didn't mean he wasn't frustrated. The last town with more than one stoplight had been Collins, 30 miles north of Hattiesburg. He'd thought of stopping there to scavenge for gas or maybe swap the Jeep for another vehicle, but had decided against it because he'd wanted the gas to last as long as possible while the vehicle was running well. Was running well, he thought. He'd been driving north on 49 since he'd passed through Gulfport. At first, he'd been too focused on escaping New Orleans to even think about stopping. And he'd had about 3/4 of a tank, so fuel hadn't been a concern either. Getting away from the death pit that New Orleans had become was his only concern. As far away as possible. Eventually, though, somewhere around Wiggins, he'd thought it best to keep an eye out for any source of fuel. Gasoline, or lack of it, would eventually be an issue, and everywhere he'd stopped so far had been tapped out. Many of the gas stations he'd passed hadn't been open since Clinton or the younger Bush had been in office. Dax had driven by one place where the signs outside promoted regular unleaded for $1.16 a gallon. Apparently, these tiny towns were proud of their rustic, dilapidated structures, or they didn't have the funds to tear them down. The more he thought about it, Dax believed it was the latter. As gas would become a problem, he'd figured food would become a more immediate concern. He'd searched several places on the highway, but he'd found nothing. And now that night was falling, it'd be wise to take cover and hide. At least, this had been his primary thought when the gas finally ran out. The Jeep came to a sputtering stop at the top of a hill. Dax at least had that to be thankful for, as it could have stopped at the bottom of the incline. At least this once something had gone his way. Though he knew it was pointless, Dax fiddled with the wires beneath the dashboard to see if the Jeep would start again. It croaked and coughed like an old man on his deathbed, the engine refusing to turn over and come back to life. He slammed his hands on the dashboard and looked around. Nothing but trees as far as he could see, even in the dark. Hopefully no screamers were hiding within those trees that stood 15 feet from the shoulder. Dax put the Jeep in first gear, pulled the parking brake, and stepped outside. He looked both ways down the highway. Collins sat several miles behind him, clothed in a sultry darkness, but he knew it was there. And the town had several gas stations, restaurants, and other businesses he could search for supplies. But going back even a few miles put him that much closer to New Orleans. Dax needed to keep moving forward. And from his dreamlike conversations with Papa Midnight, he thought he was headed in the right direction if he wanted to find the kids. He climbed back into the Jeep and released the parking brake. After putting it in neutral, Dax used his left leg to give the vehicle a solid nudge. Gravity took over, pulling the Jeep 100 yards down the hill as he steered it onto the shoulder, where it stopped with 2 tires in the grass. Guess this is the end of the line for us. He had collected a few bottles of water and batteries from the other vehicles on the causeway before climbing into the Jeep, so now Dax grabbed his bag from the passenger seat and threw it over his shoulder. He was down to his last bottle of water, and so he'd need to find more soon. He next pulled the wires below the dash apart and left them hanging. If someone came by and was lucky enough to have a gas can and the ability to hotwire a car, they'd have themselves a ride. This done, he faced north and started walking. The Mississippi heat pressed down, and the slight breeze did little to alleviate his discomfort. But on a late summer night in the deep south, any amount of wind could be considered a blessing. With Dax having only a small amount of drinking water remaining, the daylight hours would prove to be more dangerous than the night, even with the screamers in the nearby woods. He had to keep going and hope that he could find some shelter and sleep before the sun rose. Dax winced with every step, though. He had bruises and cuts over his entire body. The pain from one helped distract his mind from the pain of another. He imagined walking into a bar or roadhouse with an air conditioner and a fridge full of bottled beer to help ease his pain. But after everything that had happened, Dax doubted he'd ever see lit neon signs again. If he had done his calculations correctly, he had a long journey ahead of him. He took bets with himself as he walked, trying to figure out whether his body or his mind would give up first. But the kids. He had to keep the kids at the front of his mind. They needed him. He knew they were alive. He couldn't think any other way. And he had to get to them. Ignoring his thirst and hunger, Dax walked straight through the night. As the sky in the eastern horizon morphed from black to violet, he came to a sign that read, McGee City Limits. Thank God. Even in the early morning darkness, he could see the shapes of the buildings. Plenty of places to scavenge for supplies. But that would have to wait until full daylight. For now, he just wanted to find a place to sleep. He walked toward one of the first buildings on his side of the road, a strip of retail establishments. The closest suite appeared to have been a tax office. The glass windows had already been shattered, but when he took out his flashlight and aimed the beam inside, he saw no movement, human or otherwise. The fact that an office building had been broken into gave him little hope that he would find anything of value in the small town. But it was a place to sleep, and it appeared to be uninhabited and empty. Shooting the flashlight around the office one last time, Dax saw that it had been heavily vandalized. Filing cabinets had been knocked over and papers had been scattered across the floor. Vandals had flipped the desks and chairs, and most of the computer monitors had been shattered. Dax entered the building and shined the flashlight around. It didn't appear anyone had been living in there. He found a place on the floor between two overturned desks and set down his bag to use as a pillow. As soon as Dax's head hit the floor, he was asleep. 2. When Dax opened his eyes, the sun was baking his face. He jerked and covered his eyes with his arm. His mouth felt as dry as the cotton harvested for decades from the Mississippi Delta. Sun is hot, ain't it? Dax rolled onto his side and saw a pair of boots and a cane, standing on a dirt road. He followed the legs up to a familiar face. Papa Midnight? Who else would it be? Dax looked around, recognizing the same location he'd found himself in when he'd last dreamed of Papa Midnight. The sky glowed orange with the hope of a new day, or the death of the current one. I'm dreaming again? I'll go on and assume that's a rhetorical question, as I think you damn well know the answer. And Dax did. He had been exhausted the night before, but not so delirious as to now believe that he'd fallen asleep on a dirt road, next to a resurrected voodoo priest who had become not only a friend, but also a mentor. Is this going to happen every time I go to sleep? Papa Midnight shrugged. Don't know. All I know is that we're here now. Dax climbed up on one knee, then all the way to his feet. He swept the dirt from his pants and stared down the barren road. Like before, the empty field stretched for miles. Take a walk with me, Jackson. The voodoo priest started walking, and Dax easily caught up to him. At least when he was dreaming, he could walk for miles without pain. And the sun didn't sap his energy when he did. You've done well to get out of New Orleans, Papa said. Sorry to see you ran out of gas in the middle of nowhere. I haven't been able to find gas, and I don't know if where I'm sleeping is safe. For all I know, the town could be riddled with screamers. They could attack me now while I'm sleeping, and I might not ever wake up. You don't have to worry about that. You're safe. How do you know that? Because I do know. I am not here to guide you into danger. I plan to keep you safe, to be sure that you can finish what we started, because only you can do so. But how? Where are you leading me? Papa Midnight turned and eyed Dax. To the angel. What? The angel. It is how you will take down the screamers, the vampires, the threat to the entire human race. An angel? You're dragging me through backwoods Mississippi to find an angel? Papa Midnight nodded. The angel. Look, Dax said, I have to find the kids. They're my immediate concern. Obviously, I want to stop these things from taking over the world, but I have to reach the kids before it's too late. Without finding the angel, saving them will not matter. Because if you do not find the angel before the others do, then there will be no life for any of you. I understand what you're saying, but if I don't find the kids in time, then I don't know if I can live with myself anyway. You'll sacrifice the future of civilization to find a few kids? Dax narrowed his eyes. Look, I didn't want any of this to begin with. Ever since I met you, I've carried an unwanted burden on my shoulders. I'm the only hope for those kids, and I have to do right by Gabby. I've got enough blood on my hands as it is. He shook his head. I never asked for any of this. I never said you did. But heroes must stand up and fight when they are called upon. Dax rolled his eyes. I ain't no hero. I really hope you don't mean that. The moment you no longer believe in yourself is the moment humanity falls. I still don't understand why it's me. It just is. Placing his hands on his hips, Dax turned away from the voodoo priest. Keep heading north. Stay on the highway, and eventually you will find what you seek. Dax peeked over his shoulder. Am I really going to see you every night? You will see me when it is necessary. Dax looked to the sky and then to the dirt again, shaking his head. Man, I gotta tell you, But when Dax turned around, the voodoo priest was gone. 3. As had happened in the dream, the sun scorched Dax's face and woke him with a jolt. Although it was still early in the morning, the thick Mississippi heat had seeped into the building and filled the place with cloying, suffocating humidity. Dax hadn't been sleeping but a few hours, and still his clothes were drenched and sticking to his sweaty skin. Once his eyes adjusted to the light, Dax sat up. Even having used the flashlight to look around when he'd first arrived, the night had hidden most of the damage to the tax office. The walls had been smashed open, as if vandals had intended on ripping the copper wiring from the studs. Dark splotches stained the carpeting in the corners, and Dax could tell from the stench what had caused them. Several desks had been scorched, showing black streaks of ash covering their white finish formica tops. He shook his head, realizing that there wouldn't be anything of value to find in this office, and what he saw here was probably the same as what he'd find in the other buildings in the small town. Even though it felt like Mississippi was being baked by the morning sun now, He knew the day would only get worse. Dax didn't have any time to waste. Knowing he still had to search the town for food and water, he had to get moving, soon. He had just started to walk toward the front door when he heard a noise from outside, the sound of a steel or aluminum can being kicked across the pavement. Instinctively, he reached into his bag and withdrew his knife. And when he looked out the door, he saw a shadow move across the sidewalk. Screamers know I'm here. They must. But if that were the case, they would have killed him in his sleep. Maybe they had discovered him only moments ago and were now coming for him? Dropping into a crouched walk, Dax slowly approached the front of the building. He took a deep but silent breath before peeking around the door and outside. Nothing. They're hiding from me. Exiting the tax office, Dax scuttled down the sidewalk. The tax office sat at one end of the strip of businesses, and he had seen movement in front of the others. The intruder, or intruders, could have gone into any of the building's doors or windows. They could even have fled behind the building. But they had the drop on Dax either way. They had seen him first and been able to flush him from his hiding spot. Now he was exposed. He glanced into the other spaces as he passed, but saw no one. Nobody in the law office, the frozen yogurt joint, or the UPS store. A noise came from the end of the last business, the one furthest away. Were they trying to lure Dax into an ambush? It almost didn't matter. Dax had shown his hand, and he had no other option but to stand and defend himself. Keeping his head low, he slowly made his way to the end of the sidewalk. Though he couldn't see them, he knew whoever had seen him was on the other side of the wall. With his knife in hand, Dax jumped around the corner, ready to strike. "Oh, God! Don't hurt me!" The tip of Dax's knife stopped inches from the old man's face. The man had his hands up, and sweat dripped from his forehead. A gray beard covered most of his gaunt face. Thin arms hung out of the sleeves of an oversized t-shirt. "I promise I wasn't going to hurt you," the man said. "Are you alone?" The man nodded. "I swear if you're lying to me, I'll slit your throat." "I'm not. I swear." Dax glared at the old man for another moment before taking a step back. He kept the knife in his hand as a precaution, but he dropped his arm to his side. The old man exhaled. "Thank God." "Were you creeping on me back there?" The guy shook his head. "I was just surprised to see you, that's all. I've only seen a handful of folks pass through here in the past few weeks. All the others I've managed to avoid. I'm not much for confrontation, you see." Dax didn't need to be told that. He thought the guy had probably pissed his pants upon seeing him jump out, but his clothes smelled so awful that he couldn't be sure. "How long have you been here?" Dax asked. "Nearly my whole darn life. My house was a couple of miles from here. Burned down a couple weeks ago. I decided to move into town 'cause hardly anyone is left." He looked Dax up and down. "You look like you've been through hell, friend. Where are you from?" "New Orleans." "What are things like there?" "Long story." "Well, we got time, right?" "Not really. I was going to try and find food and water, then head out of here. I gotta keep moving. Can you tell me if there's any food or water left in this town?" "I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but no, there's not. Ever since the crazies showed up and people went nuts, there hasn't been junk around here." Screamers. That's gotta be what he means. Ah, Dax said. All right.
My name's Calvin. What's yours?
Dax.
Well, all right then,
Calvin said, scratching his head.
Dax, I do have some squirrel left if you'd like to share some of that with me.
Dax curled his lip. He didn't want that. Not in the least.
We can even eat it on the road,
Calvin added. Dax furrowed his brow. On the road?
You gotta get going, right? Well, there's nothing left for me here. I've been thinking about leaving for the past week or so, but I haven't been able to summon the courage to. Afraid I might pass out on the road and die from heat stroke.
And you still might, even with me. Plus, you'll slow me down.
But I won't. I promise. I just need to get to the next town, and then you can continue on by yourself.
Dax didn't want to take the old man with him, but he had mentioned seeing the vampires. Was there a chance he was more than just a crazy old redneck? Could he know something Dax could use?
I've even got a little bit of water, and I'll share it with you, Dax.
Dax hesitated. Then he smiled. You at least got some ketchup or something to put on that squirrel? 4. Calvin had made camp at the McGee Motel, and based on the other places Dax had seen while following the old man over, it appeared to be the best option. Most of their other options had been run-down gas stations or raided restaurants. A Walmart supercenter had tantalized Dax on the way, but as Calvin had pointed out, that was one of the first places people would have checked for supplies as they came through town. And although the expansive superstore had plenty of places to hide, it wasn't worth the risk. On the other hand, the motel had less than 40 rooms, the majority of which sat snugly behind a strip of suites containing businesses, similar to the one Dax had slept in the night before. Calvin had made his home in a room on the second story of the motel. If people did raid the motel, they would naturally start with the bottom floor, giving Calvin time to either hide or escape. At this point, Dax had a hunch that the man had intentionally embraced an ignorant redneck stereotype. Calvin stopped in front of room 214 and reached into his pocket, retrieving a key. You have a key to this place? Dax asked. Did you work here or something?
Nah,
Calvin said.
This place has been here a long time, and, needless to say, not many tourists are stopping in McGee to have a look around. They don't have those magnetic access cards like the big chains. These little mom-and-pop motels usually keep the keys right behind the counter on the wall, in plain view of the guests.
The door swung open, and the stench knocked Dax back a few steps. He'd thought he would have become accustomed to foul smells by now after spending the week since the blackout in the cesspool that New Orleans had become, but he hadn't. He wondered if the odor originated from Calvin, or if the motel had always had the smell attached to it. Probably a little bit of both. Then he identified the source of one of the odors when he saw scorched meat skewered on a stick that was lying on the bed. The old man picked it up and offered it to Dax.
Still interested?
Dax wasn't. But what else was he going to eat? With the trip ahead of him, he wasn't going to make it far if he didn't fuel his body. And as disgusting as roasted motel squirrel sounded, it was protein. He shrugged. Guess I don't have much of a choice. Calvin smiled and gave Dax the squirrel kebab. Where'd you cook this, anyway?
I've got a little fire pit out back. I light it up as close to the building as possible, so it doesn't attract anyone on the road. It smells, but doesn't everything now?
That's an understatement, Dax thought as he looked at all of the dirty clothes and other debris lying around the room. Dax turned his attention back to his breakfast. His stomach rumbled. "You think you're living now?" he mumbled to himself. "Just you wait until you taste that." And then, after another momentary hesitation, Dax bit into the meat. Closing his eyes, he tried to convince himself he was enjoying a New York strip steak. Then he imagined grilled chicken, realizing the texture of what he was eating was more similar to poultry. He gagged when his tongue hit something foreign, a texture he didn't recognize. Dax reached into his mouth and pulled out a tuft of fur. He wanted to spit out the squirrel immediately at the sight of it, but instead he pinched his nose and swallowed. Covering his mouth to keep from vomiting, Dax coughed.
"Good, ain't it?"
He doubled over and fought to keep the oily, furry meat from coming back up. Dax looked at the old man. "You've got to be kidding me. How do you eat this shit?"
"Don't have any other choice, friend," Calvin said, shaking his head. "You'll get used to it."
The food in prison had been nothing more than processed food scraps spread on a plate, but it had allowed the warden to claim he was doing the humane thing, at least keeping the inmates nourished. Dax would have begged for one of those meals now. He would have cleaned toilets for it. Maybe worse.
"You can't think about it," Calvin said. "Finish it and get it over with. You gotta eat."
Unfortunately, the old bastard had a point. Dax ate the remaining 2 hunks of squirrel, trying to think about practically anything else to get his mind off the grotesque flavor and texture. When he was finished, he drank half the water he had remaining in his bag. By that time, Calvin had a bag over his shoulder and was approaching the door as he came from the restroom.
"Feel better?"
Calvin asked. Keeping the impulse to vomit in check, Dax nodded. "Yeah, sure, man."
"Well, then come downstairs. I got another surprise for you."
"Can't wait," Dax said, holding his stomach. The slightly less putrid air outside the motel room helped ease some of Dax's discomfort. He followed Calvin down the stairs, to where the old man stopped in front of a blue Chevy pickup from the 80s. He smiled as he looked at Dax and dangled a keychain.
"No air conditioning, but we won't have to walk. She should have enough gas in her to get us to the next town."
Dax smiled and then allowed himself to chuckle. And even with a belly full of squirrel, he started to feel better. He may even have gained a little more hope. 5. It was mid-morning when they hit the road. Calvin, much to his liking, allowed Dax to drive. The old pickup wasn't a Jeep, of course. It was a piece of shit. Without power steering, Dax practically had to wrestle the vehicle into a lane. And without air conditioning, it was probably hotter inside the cab than it would have been outside. But driving still beat walking. For the first few miles, neither man said much. Dax focused on the road while Calvin looked out the window at the passing scenery, which was mostly trees. Dax broke the silence. "So, what's the next town?"
"We'll pass through some small places. I'd like to get to Florence, if possible."
"How far is that?"
"Only about a half an hour."
While Dax appreciated the old man's company, he would be happy to go it alone again. He wondered how he could convince Calvin to let him keep the truck without taking it by force and then feeling guilty about it. Dax hoped he'd left the prison mentality behind. Forever.
"I gotta ask you,"
Calvin said.
"What's your story? Like I said earlier, and I mean no offense, you look like shit."
"Thanks."
"Sorry. I'm curious what happened to you."
Dax gripped the steering wheel and looked out the side window, turning his eyes as far away from the old man as possible. Calvin had mentioned the crazies earlier, obviously referring to the vampires, but he hadn't brought it up again. It seemed a little odd, but in fairness, Dax hadn't brought it up either.
"I apologize for asking,"
Calvin said, looking back out the window, maybe sensing how uncomfortable the question made Dax. The man had been nice to him, though. He'd shared his water and fed him. Squirrel, but still. And he'd given him a vehicle to get him further along on his journey. A 30-minute drive could take 10 hours on foot. When the power went out, I was in prison, Dax said.
"Damn,"
Calvin said.
"What'd you do?"
Dax glared at him.
"Sorry,"
Calvin said, his cheeks blushing. "I went into the city, and it was absolute chaos," Dax said, trying his best to move beyond the awkwardness his past had created. "Found an old friend, got caught up with some of the wrong people, and eventually found my way out, which led me to you and your squirrel breakfast." Dax looked out the window, knowing he'd left out most of the story. "Not much to tell."
"You spent weeks down in New Orleans and all that shit, and that's it?"
Dax shrugged. "Pretty much." He doubted the old man was buying it, but he either would or he wouldn't, and Dax didn't care which was the case. "What about you?"
"Nothing interesting, really. When the power went out, I stayed put. My place was in the middle of nowhere. Lived in that house for 22 years. I was alone. My wife, you see, she passed in 2000.
"I'm sorry."
"Why? She saw a lot less evil in the world than she could have, dying before 9/11.
The old man laughed, stifling a cough, and then continued.
All that rain started coming down, and I saw some of the damnedest storms I've ever seen. My place was lucky enough to survive Katrina. She had died down a lot by the time she made it up this way, but it was still a violent storm. A Category 3 hurricane, if I'm remembering correctly. But all this rain? Nope. Gosh darn lightning bolt struck down a pole near my place. It fell right on my house and set it on fire. I sat out there in the rain and watched it burn."
"That's unfortunate," Dax said. "I'm sorry to hear it."
"You know, you're sorry a lot."
Dax didn't respond. He couldn't tell if the man was being serious or not.
"To be honest with you,"
Calvin continued,
"I was glad to see it burn down."
"Why?"
"Nothing in this world lasts forever. Yet we hold on to things like they will. That house was everything to me. So many memories were buried in it, like in that movie, Up. That old bastard was so stuck on his house because his dead wife lived there with him for so long. But he eventually realized he had to let it go."
Calvin shook his head.
"So that's what I had to do. Besides, seems a little selfish to be bent out of shape about a house with all the other crap going on. I'm alive, ain't I?"
The man grinned, and Dax faked one in return, but it quickly disappeared. They rode in silence until they passed the town of Star. A few more minutes down the road, and Dax slammed on the brakes and swore. "Son of a bitch!" Having not been paying attention to the road, Calvin squinted to look through the hazy windshield to where Dax was pointing. Ahead, a bridge had collapsed. It had stretched over a creek, but the water was now running over the top of it. Judging from the height of a few nearby trees, Dax estimated the water to be at least 8 feet deep, and maybe more. Dax stepped out of the truck, approached the wreckage, and looked down. A minivan lay in the middle of the break, the front end of the vehicle poking through the rushing water. Looking closer, Dax saw a foot protruding from the driver's side window. He bent down and looked through the open window and saw another body face down, floating alongside the van's other side and tethered by a hoodie that was tangled in the seatbelt. Calvin walked to the edge of the road and stood next to Dax. He looked down, then immediately turned around and vomited on the highway. The old man seemed to be mumbling something to himself, and Dax had spent enough time in prison to recognize the rhythmic cadence of a man in prayer. Dax started to say something, searching for words to comfort Calvin. But what could he say? The more he thought about it, Dax doubted the man had spent much time on the streets during the chaos, not if this was how he was reacting to a few dead bodies.
"What happened?"
Calvin asked. No idea.
I mean, seriously. Bridges like this don't just collapse. And a damn storm didn't do this.
Dax had watched the bridge in New Orleans fall, and thought maybe something similar had happened here. He doubted it, though, and wondered if screamers had had something to do with the scene. Calvin stood up and shook his head, brushing imaginary dirt from his pants as if signaling to Dax that he was ready for the next challenge.
"What are we supposed to do now?"
Calvin asked.
"Nothing we can do for them,"
he said, pointing at the minivan coffin. Dax looked at both sides of the road. The creek snaked as far as he could see in both directions, and the water appeared to be running high and fast. Trees shadowed the ground bordering the highway, and there wasn't enough room to maneuver the truck through the thick trunks. Even if they could have, the abundant rain had turned everything not made of concrete into mud, and Calvin's truck wasn't a four-wheel drive. "We really only have 2 options," Dax said. "We can swim across, which would be the quickest option, or we can backtrack in the truck and look for a way around the creek. Although there's no guarantee, we'll find a way around, but we could run out of gas in the meantime. I know this, though. The truck won't make it through. The water's too high."
"No way I'm getting in that water," Calvin said. "Besides the fact that there's no telling what's in there. I can't swim."
"So what do you suggest? I don't have time to backtrack and find another way around." Calvin shook his head.
"I'm sorry, Dax, but if you're planning on swimming across, then I think the road ends here for me. I'm gonna have to turn around and try to make do in one of those other small towns we passed. Might try hanging my hat in D-Lo for a bit."
Putting his hands on his hips, Dax nodded. He returned to the truck, retrieved his bag from the cab, and stepped back as Calvin slid into the driver's seat. The old man stuck out his hand, and Dax shook it.
"You take care of yourself, Dax."
"You too." They let go, and Calvin slammed the truck into reverse. Dax called out his name then, and the old man looked over. Dax approached the open window. "One more question. Before, I heard you mention something about crazies. What exactly do you know?" Calvin smiled and patted Dax on the arm.
"You be careful out there and watch your back. You hear me?"
And then, Without waiting for Dax to respond, the old man turned the vehicle around. Dax watched the rusted tailgate fade into the horizon. 6. Dax arrived on the outskirts of Florence as the sun dropped below the horizon. The fallen bridge had set him back until he found another place to cross where the overpass had not been washed away. But thanks to Calvin and the mileage he'd covered in the truck, he'd still traveled farther that day than he would have had he not met the old man. When he entered the small town, he stopped at the first intersection. Off to his left, behind a car wash, he saw duplexes tucked away behind some trees. They sat under cover but weren't too far from the interstate, so he took a left and headed for the buildings. Having been around his fair share of poor neighborhoods, Dax had seen this kind of low-income housing before. 10 homes bordered each side of the road. Several units still had cars sitting outside, and Dax thought he might be able to get one of them running in the morning. But first he had to make sure the homes were vacant. With several units, the front door sat open, trash piled at the threshold and blowing inside. Blue shopping bags littered the lawns in front. Dax walked to the nearest open door. The smell knocked him back, and he heard flies buzzing. Stifling a cough, he pulled out his flashlight and turned it on. The beam cut through the darkness and illuminated the living room. 2 bodies lay in the middle of the floor. A man who was face down, wearing a black T-shirt imprinted with an iron cross and the words, "Southbound Body Art," and next to him was a woman lying on her back, her arms and legs spread as if she was making a snow angel. Both bloated bodies had drawn flies, and appeared to have been dead for days, if not weeks. Dax turned his flashlight off and stepped out of the home. Maybe this was a bad idea. He was about to leave the complex entirely when he saw a "For Rent" sign in the window of one of the other units. If that place had been unoccupied before the blackout, then there was hopefully less of a chance that anyone had died inside of it. It also meant it probably hadn't been furnished, and wouldn't contain any food, but Dax could handle sleeping on the floor, and he'd scavenge the other units for food in the morning. Someone had broken the windows, though, and the door sat slightly ajar. He shined the flashlight inside. As he'd suspected, the home hadn't been furnished, but a few boxes had been stacked against one wall, and several bottles had been lined up on a shelf. It didn't appear as though anyone had been squatting there, but even so, Dax kept his eyes open and his fists ready as he entered the duplex. He moved from room to room, seeing no bodies and no evidence that people had been living there post-blackout. Other than the boxes and bottles in the living room, the place was empty. He sat on the floor in the middle of the living room. The broken windows allowed a soft breeze to roll in, but it did little to lessen the humidity. Dax wanted to sleep outside where the air would at least move through the night, but he knew that wasn't a good idea. Even though the homes looked abandoned, he couldn't be sure. There had to be people around somewhere. He refused to believe that they had all died, disappeared, or been turned by screamers. But he also had to assume that desperation had set in, and that life had turned into a fight for survival. Until proven otherwise, anyone he encountered now would be assumed to be hostile. After contemplating where to sleep and deciding to remain indoors, Dax felt his eyelids getting heavy. He'd found a set of playing cards in one of the boxes, but wasting flashlight batteries on a game wasn't a wise move, and trying to play solitaire in the dark became frustrating, fast. The game had kept his mind off the children and Chloe, though, at least for a few minutes. He saw the twilight giving way to darkness and decided that it was probably time to get some sleep, so he walked to one of the bedrooms in the back of the home. He'd decided to avoid the broken living room windows in case someone decided to poke around in the middle of the night. Once his head hit the carpet, it only took a minute for Dax to fall asleep. And soon, he was dreaming again. The tree was lit by the moonlight. The air felt as heavy and still as it would have on the actual Mississippi Delta, the scent of magnolias lingering like a woman's perfume. "Nice to see you again." He turned to see Papa Midnight standing in the field and eating an apple. "I guess I am going to see you every time I fall asleep." The voodoo priest smiled. "I do not know, but you must be here for a reason." "Because you have something to say to me." "Perhaps." Papa Midnight stuck out his hand and bowed, inviting Dax to join him. "It's weird, seeing you walk without a cane in my dream." "I could walk without a cane when I was alive." Dax chuckled and then stood next to the old man. Papa Midnight stared into the horizon, at the full moon. "I must say that it is glorious. I'd missed such beautiful sights as these." "Yeah, but we're not here to dance in the moonlight." The voodoo priest looked at him. "No, Jackson, we're not. You have some serious work to do." "Pretty hard when I don't even know where I'm going, or what I'm supposed to do when I get there." "You've decided to seek the angel?" Dax shook his head. "I didn't say that." He turned away from the voodoo priest. "I'm not sure yet." "Ah, I see." With his hands on his hips, Dax looked back at the old man. "They're after me, aren't they?" "I would imagine they are." "But how do they know who I am?" "They've shared a prophecy for hundreds, maybe thousands of years. They've always known one, a human, would come and threaten their lives. They've been expecting it. You." "I don't know," said Dax. "You don't have to." He shook his head at Papa Midnight and smiled, hating the man's coy words, and yet feeling intrigued by them at the same time. "The masters, they can control those beneath them, even see through their eyes. It's more like a sense, more like infrared than vision. But the masters are watching, no doubt. They're coming for you. They believe you are the key, that the powers you hold can be wielded like the world's most powerful weapon. They're in Scripture, the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse, and they're no longer worried about hiding their existence. They are waging war on each other, and on us. All of us." Dax nodded. "So, I find the angel, and together we take out the screamers and the screamer bosses. That what you're telling me?" "Yes and no, son. You need to find the angel, no doubt there. But the odds are against you. The vampires are getting smarter, evolving." Dax shivered, despite the cloying humidity. "I want to find the angel, I really do. But what if I don't get to the kids in time?" "If you do not make it to the angel, then they will die anyway. I cannot make the choice for you. Only you can decide what you must do." "What I must do and what I should do are 2 different things." "And again, only you can decide." Dax stopped walking through the field and looked up at the moon that was as big and bright as one drawn in a children's book. "I really wish you were still with me." "I am, but in a different way." "And what if you leave me too? Forever?" "I will leave because eventually you will no longer need me. But for now,
You must return to your body and prepare for the next part of your journey."
Dax nodded. He closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, he was flat on his back and staring up at the ceiling. A dirty plastic light fixture hung where the moon had been in his dream. Papa Midnight was gone. But Dax caught the faintest whiff of magnolia and decided it was time to get back on the road. 7. Haraka, the master of the South American faction, could smell death as she stood on the deck of the ship. The sweet stench of rotting flesh mixed with the decaying fish that had washed up on the shore. She stared out over New Orleans as fires burned within the dead city. "Where should we dock, master?" Even though she hadn't been familiar with the city, Haraka could tell that the water level had risen to flood levels, waves now lapping at the 3rd and 4th story windows of most buildings.
"Keep going. With the water this high, there is no reason to stop."
"Yes, master." They'd begun the journey as soon as Haraka had heard about the destruction in New Orleans and the fact that the other masters were on their way. War seemed imminent, and they would all be fighting over the ultimate weapon, a human capable of exposing the lairs of the other masters, leaving one true master as had been foretold by the prophecy. Haraka had left with around 500 of her best soldiers, and had nearly tripled her army during their journey. After traveling to Panama, they'd taken 3 ships and sailed across the Gulf, and were now finally arriving in New Orleans. She wondered if the other masters had arrived yet. She assumed Ambrose was in the flooded city, as it was part of his faction's territory, but there had been no communication with any of the vampire warlords, so she would have to sense their presence. Only a flicker in her gut, a feeling, drove them toward the place where they had agreed to meet. The ships moved through the streets, and Haraka smiled. Although she had a fondness for the Latin American influence in New Orleans, the humans who lived there were just that, lowly, disgusting, human. However, Ambrose's accomplishments had impressed her. Having lived for thousands of years, Haraka had seen plenty of destruction in her day. Being of Incan descent, her people had been the fiercest warriors the world had ever seen, responsible for the rise and fall of countless empires. In her days as a human, she'd fought against some of the bravest warriors ever known. She had been one of them, redefining the role of women amongst their tribes. But that had been a long time ago, and the world had changed. She smiled at the burning buildings, floating corpses, and putrid water that had been the masterful work of the North American faction. Haraka thought that she might even have to give Ambrose a compliment, if she was feeling gracious when they met. As they navigated the French Quarter, however, Haraka sensed something else within it. Life. Glancing around, her senses detected humans who were still alive. And as the boat turned a corner, she found the source. A group of people hid in a building to her left, at least 24 of them. Several peered through a dirty window and looked down at her ships. "Help!" one of the men yelled from above. Haraka did not understand. Why were they asking for her assistance? "Please help us," he said again. "We're stranded up here." Several of Haraka's soldiers joined her on the deck, their eyes flickering with the potential for new violence.
"Bring them to me. All of them."
Without delay, a dozen of her warriors leaped from the boat and latched onto the side of the building. They climbed furiously toward the human hideout on one of the top floors. Her Incan warriors could climb better than any other, courtesy of generations spent navigating the treacherous heights of the Andes Mountains. Realizing their mistake, the humans inside the building stopped yelling for help, and she could see them turning to run. Haraka grinned. She sensed their panic and used it to guide her warriors right to them. Within moments, Haraka's soldiers had infiltrated the building and chased their prey. One by one, they grabbed the people, taking care not to kill any of them. With each warrior carrying 2 humans each, they descended before leaping back onto the ship where Haraka waited. The humans cried and whimpered. Several of them, men, women, and children alike, screamed. Allowing them to simmer in their own fear, Haraka showed no emotion. She simply stood before them, staring into their worried eyes.
"Please don't hurt us," one of the women said. "We thought you were here to save us," a man said.
You did?
Haraka gestured to a warrior standing above the man, the one who had picked him up and dragged him before her. The warrior pushed the man to his knees. The man shook, and the other people cried out, pleading with Haraka to let them go. Unable to look up at her, the man closed his eyes as tears rolled down his face and onto the deck of the ship.
Raise your head when you are before me, human,
Haraka said. Quivering, the man looked up and focused his wet eyes on the master.
"I have seen what you things do," the man said. "Please don't hurt us. Please don't turn us into those things. Just let us go. We'll leave the city and never come back."
Haraka narrowed her eyes as she approached him. She placed her hand under his chin, running her long nails along his throat so that she drew blood. She could feel a whimper rising in the man's throat, and his hands shook. Bending over, she brought her face to within inches of his, and in a soft voice, she spoke.
You might have seen evil in this place, but you have seen nothing of what I can do.
The human's eyes went wide as Haraka pulled her hand away and spoke in Quechuan.
You are Nake, a pest.
Haraka waved her right arm and whispered a few forgotten words. The man's face froze along with his limbs. Her ancient Incan magic had paralyzed him. The other humans cried harder now, and she embraced their fear, feeling it intensifying her power. Haraka's eyes turned bright orange as she absorbed the pain around her, but she kept them focused on the prisoner before her as she brought his darkest secrets to the surface. Although she had paralyzed him from the neck down, he could still think and feel everything that was happening. She crawled into his mind. An old man, a grandfather, dying. A woman with another man, the flame of jealousy igniting. A doctor and his prognosis, involving pain and eventual death.
"Please stop," the man said. "Oh God, why are you making me relive all this?"
Haraka didn't respond. She smiled instead as she drained him and absorbed his life force. His eyes began to glow orange, and within moments, she no longer felt his memories.
Rise.
He stood and then looked through blazing orange eyes at his former friends. They had screamed for a moment before Haraka brought them all to their knees, paralyzing them the way she had the man. They all looked at her with tearful eyes now, and Haraka smiled.
You will join me now.
And she revived their most painful memories until their eyes were glowing orange. 8. Bronwyn felt a tongue caressing her lips before sliding into her mouth. She kissed one man while another man was between her legs. She arched her back and pushed into him. Others moved over her body, one kissing her rib cage and the other at her left breast, biting her nipple. Bronwyn, the master of the European faction, had a reputation for the decadent, a taste for young men. Several of them at the same time, in fact. She raised the man's head until their eyes met. The male looked up at her with piercing blue eyes, and his lips glistened with her oils.
"What is your name?"
"Talos is my name, master." The other men paused.
"Did I tell you all to stop?"
Without a word, they went back to her body. Bronwyn petted them on the tops of their heads, like dogs.
"Well, Talos, I might have to keep you closer. You have a silver tongue."
He smiled, and she narrowed her eyes.
"Now, get back down there and—"
Bronwyn paused. She sensed another nearby. She grabbed the other sex slaves and tossed them off of her bed as if they weighed nothing, though she allowed Talos to get up on his own, not wanting to risk damaging his pretty face. He followed the other two out of the room. Bronwyn swung her legs off the side of the bed and rubbed her neck as she looked down at her body. They had drawn blood with their lustful maneuvers. She watched reluctantly as each wound healed, wishing she could spend more time bleeding. Then, fully healed, she slipped into a black dress. Eternal life had been good to Bronwyn, and she had no need for support garments to hold her shape. Her breasts bulged out of the top of her dress, which accentuated her wide hips and luscious curves. She pulled back a long mane of dark auburn hair, revealing smooth porcelain skin. Her eyes had once been a magnificent shade of indigo, and she missed seeing them in a mirror. But trading them for power and eternal life had been worth it. Bronwyn exited through the double doors to where her children waited for her. They bowed as she entered the front room of the cavernous building. With the rats and the floodwaters, she had forced them to stay downstairs. But the upper floors of the southern Gothic mansion had made a comfortable, temporary lair for the master herself since she had arrived in New Orleans. Outside, she saw a ship docked near the patio. Two of Bronwyn's warriors opened the double doors that led outside, and a woman descended to the patio from the ship. She wore a golden dress under a fur coat. Flowing black hair cascaded over her ample breasts, and her orange eyes highlighted her rich, dark complexion. Bronwyn licked her lips as the leader of the South American faction approached.
"Hello, Haraka,"
Bronwyn said. The other master said nothing in return. She simply looked around the space, taking it in. For Bronwyn, the silence only made the Incan woman sexier.
"I didn't know you had planned a vacation to the Crescent City."
Haraka stopped a few feet from Bronwyn, several strong soldiers behind her wearing tunics with their muscular arms and legs exposed. Bronwyn winked at them.
Don't fuck with me. I'm not here to play games, Bronwyn,
Haraka said with an accent mingling Spanish and Incan heritage.
"That's quite a shame,"
Bronwyn said, her eyes caressing the South American's body.
"Where are the others?"
Bronwyn shrugged.
"Haven't heard from them, although I'm assuming they're all on their way. Maybe they're taking their time getting to this hellhole. I know I wish I would have."
Haraka came forward and wrapped her hand around Bronwyn's throat, slamming her back against the wall. Bronwyn's warriors stepped up, but she directed them to stand down. She wasn't about to start a war with Haraka. At least not until she had a lick of this South American honeypot. Haraka stared at Bronwyn, her grip softening a touch.
We do not have time for this. Jing and Ambrose need to be here. Now.
Bronwyn pushed her breasts into Haraka's, and the back of her hand brushed against the woman's brown thighs.
I know the games you play, Bronwyn. Do not expect me to fall for them.
There's the shame.
Haraka let go. She took a couple of steps back, keeping her eyes on Bronwyn.
Order you soldiers to summon the others, Haraka said. We have business, and little time to get to it.
A drop of blood dripped from Bronwyn's throat where Haraka's nails had cut her. She wiped it up with her finger, then sucked it off the tip, never taking her eyes from Haraka's. The South American master didn't seem interested, but Bronwyn knew how to play, and that sometimes it took more than a single match to win the game.
Whatever you say,
Bronwyn said, smiling as the wound on her throat closed. Her lieutenant, a slave named Joris, stood nearby. She signaled for him to contact Ambrose and Jing. Bronwyn then sauntered to a long black leather couch and sat down. She patted the seat next to her, eyes still locked on Haraka's.
Make yourself comfortable. It'll be a while before the boys arrive.
Haraka stared a hole through Bronwyn before turning and heading back toward her boat. Bronwyn only grinned as she watched the sway of Haraka's hips. 9. Florence, Mississippi was nothing more than a speck on a map, but it was bigger than any town Dax had passed through since Hattiesburg. That's why it surprised him that he had found it empty. He'd left the duplex early that morning and begun scavenging nearby establishments for food and water, and picked through several gas stations, restaurants, and food markets. But he'd come across nothing worth taking. And there wasn't a soul to be found in Florence. Where did everyone go? Since he'd parted ways with the old man, Calvin, he hadn't seen anyone. But he also hadn't encountered screamers. Even in this new world of orange-eyed monsters and apocalyptic events, the absence of humans seemed strange. So Dax continued a couple of miles down the highway to the next town of Richland. Florence and Richland had much in common, too, although Richland had several more chain establishments and recognizable businesses. Otherwise, Dax wouldn't have known he was in another town if it hadn't been for the sign telling him so. The farther he went into town, though, the more his stomach protested. The fast food restaurants, bars, and juke joints turned up nothing of value, nothing edible. And not only was his hunger slowing him down, but the searches were costing him time. The day had drifted into late afternoon, and he would soon need to find shelter again. He'd hoped to make it to Jackson, Mississippi, but he hadn't realized how his hunger and the search for food was going to slow him down. New Orleans had been a nightmare, but it hadn't been this difficult to find food there. As he walked out of yet another emptied fast food joint, Dax kicked a trash can over in frustration. He heard a few squeaks, and that was when he looked over and saw a squirrel skipping across the parking lot and shimmying up a nearby tree. Damn you, Calvin. The brilliance of the old man began to settle in. How had he caught a squirrel? And even with a knife, how was Dax going to kill it? Throw the blade at the rodent? Chase the squirrel up a tree and bash its head in? After playing through several scenarios in his head, Dax decided that his best chance at killing the squirrel would be throwing his knife at it. It would take some serious aim for a guy who'd never thrown a knife, But he found himself with little choice but to try. He followed the squirrel to a dilapidated park nearby, where it looked like he'd have plenty of options. Dozens of trees covered the area, and it was fashioned with a few picnic tables and playground equipment that looked like it had been there since the 80s. He wondered if the place had been unused even before the blackout. But that didn't matter now. His stomach reminded him of what did. Dax went to one knee and retrieved the knife from the bag, stepped over the fence, and walked into the park. The shade of the trees provided a brief respite from the blazing sun, leaving him with only the humidity to deal with for the time being. He walked with a soft heel-to-toe movement as he made his way toward the middle of the park. He heard the squirrels above him in the trees, but he also heard other small animals on the ground, likely hiding in the bushes. He had to be patient and wait for one to emerge, and then he could strike. It didn't take long. A rabbit hopped out from behind a bush. It stopped only yards from Dax. He licked his lips. Though he'd never eaten rabbit, he'd at least heard about it being served at fancy restaurants. That was more than he could say for squirrel. Holding the blade between two fingers of his right hand, Dax cocked his arm like a professional baseball player. "You can do this." With the snap of his wrist, Dax brought his arm forward and tossed the knife toward the rabbit. It floated over the fluffy ears, and Dax's eyes went wide. Missed! The knife had sailed over the rabbit, and the butt end of it hit the dirt, taking one bounce before landing in the grass. The rabbit took off, hopping away and out of sight. Dax sighed. He stomped over to the knife, picked it up, and threw it as hard as he could toward a nearby tree. The tip stuck into the trunk. "Fuck you, knife! Now you stick!" Animals scattered, and he watched 3 squirrels and another rabbit disappear at a run back into the brush. He was sulking toward the tree to retrieve the knife when he heard the sound of a speeding vehicle on the highway. He looked up in time to see a black van cruising by and out of sight. Dax ran out of the park and toward the road. That's when he heard the crash. When he got to the edge of the road, he saw the van lying on its side in the median. Oh, shit. Dax was about to race over and check for surviving passengers when he heard more engines roaring on the highway. He glanced to the horizon just in time to see a group of big, chrome motorcycles coming his way. Before they saw him, Dax ran back into the park and ducked behind a tree. The motorcycle gang cruised by, and Dax was careful to stay hidden behind the tree. They drove by him and out of sight, but then he heard them idling near the wreck. Slowly, and using trees and other objects to keep himself hidden, Dax made his way out to the highway. He saw that the bikers had indeed stopped near the wreck. The bikers were white, and they all wore Confederate flag patches covering their backs, so Dax instinctively believed he had made the right decision in hiding. He watched as a couple of the men stepped off their bikes and looked into the overturned van. One of the men reached inside, and when he pulled his hands out, they were covered in blood. But then, without speaking, they returned to their bikes. The gang revved up their bikes and took off, leaving the wreckage behind. Dax waited for the dust to settle on the Mississippi Highway before he jogged out and stood in the middle of the road, looking in the direction the motorcycles had gone. The bikers had disappeared over another hill, leaving Dax alone with the wreck. Unsure of what he would find, he slowly walked to the van. It remained on its side in the median, with smoke billowing from beneath the hood. Glass sparkled in the early evening sun like a bag of spilled diamonds. Dax approached the broken window and looked inside. Dax saw a man folded up like an accordion. He hadn't been wearing his seatbelt when the van had crashed, and the impact had killed him. Dax looked away, his appetite suddenly lost. And that's when he saw what had caused the accident. Lying in the middle of the road was a deer, blood still oozing from its stomach. The back half of its body had been mangled, most likely doing as much damage to the van as it had done to the animal. Despite the grisly scene, Dax couldn't quite understand why the biker gang hadn't taken the deer. Furthermore, why hadn't they searched the entire van, possibly leaving behind essential supplies or weapons? His hunger had returned, though, and he could only focus on one thing. If only I knew how to field dress a deer and cook venison. He figured he'd start with a knife and a campfire, hoping that, unlike squirrel, deer tasted like chicken. 10. Jing exploded into the Republic, nearly tearing the hinges off of the doors. It wasn't the place where the factions had decided to meet, but it was where he expected to get some answers. He hadn't heard from Sayana in days, and because he was so strongly connected to his lieutenant and oldest ally, Jing knew something had to have gone wrong. His instinct had brought him to this place, which had once been a music venue on the southwestern corner of the French Quarter. Now, as he looked around the auditorium, he saw that vampires filled the seats.
"Where is she?"
The screamers stared at the leader of the Asian faction aimlessly, as though they didn't have the ability to speak. He surmised that they had recently been turned, making for soldiers without the advanced capability of speech. Jing stormed through the room, looking for a leader, a more mature screamer who could give him answers. The others let him pass, snarling as he moved through the room, apparently smart enough to sense Jing's strength and understand that he was one of the most powerful vampires on the planet. He ended up in a hallway with several doors. Screamers guarded the rooms, and like the ones in the auditorium, they simply stared at him. He opened the doors one by one, looking for any sign of Sayana. To his left, another hallway ended at a door. 2 vampires stood before it. Jing marched toward the door, waving at the guards with his right hand.
"Out of my way!"
They didn't move. Jing raised up onto his toes and put his chin in one's face.
"Stand down, or your master is not going to be happy about what I do to you."
The creature snarled, but it moved, as did its counterpart. Jing reached for the door handle, pushed it, and stepped inside. Candles illuminated the room. 2 overturned cages sat against the wall, one of which had been mangled. But none of that concerned Jing. His attention was drawn to the center of the room where 2 metal poles had been driven into the floor, each topped with a severed head. On the pole to the right, the eyes of a man with long blonde hair stared blankly at the wall, his slate-blue eyes glassy and his face showing European descent. On the other spike sat a head Jing had seen many times before. He approached it and ran his hand through Sayana's black hair. Unlike those of the blonde man on the other spike, Sayana's eyes had been closed, but her purple tongue lolled out from between blue lips. Jing brushed the hair from her face, feeling her cold skin on his fingertips. She bore the chill of true death, no longer Jing's creation, but a human corpse. Pulling his hand away as if he'd been burned, Jing balled his fist. For a master to kill such a high-ranking member of another faction would normally result in all-out warfare. He cracked his knuckles and stomped out of the room. The 2 guards he'd passed on his way in stood against the wall. Jing growled while pointing at them, the gesture paralyzing them both. With a sudden twist of his left arm, he drove his fist into one screamer's chest, his knuckles exploding through the vampire's back. He clutched the vampire's heart in his hand and pulverized it, allowing the creature's body to fall. Jing withdrew his fist as the body hit the floor, and with his right hand, he grabbed the other guard's head, turning it violently until he heard the spine snap. Screamers ran down the hallway toward the master of the Asian faction, but he used his bare hands to kill each one. By the time he'd arrived at the front of the building, he'd slain 11 screamers. The creatures sitting in the auditorium snarled as he walked through, but they could do nothing as Jing paralyzed every screamer in the room. He wanted to destroy them all, but there was no time. Ryo, who had temporarily taken Sayana's place at Jing's side, waited for him at the door. He bowed as Jing approached.
Did you find what you were looking for, Master?
Get my suit, Ryo,
Jing commanded, ignoring the lieutenant's question.
It's time for me to meet with the masters of the factions.
Ryo bowed again.
Yes, Master.
The vampire turned to leave the club.
And Ryo?
Yes, Master,
Ryo said, turning around.
Your role is permanent now. I hope that you will not let me down.
Ryo bowed.
Of course not. Thank you, Master.
He turned again and hopped over the railing. Jing turned back to face the Republic, staring at the paralyzed screamers who stared at him from inside the theater.
It's all going to burn.
11. Searching the van, Dax hadn't found anything of use. He had emptied a backpack full of clothes that wouldn't fit him and transferred his things into it, but nothing more. The backpack had 2 straps, whereas the duffel bag had banged against his right hip with every step, leaving a mottled bruise. This accomplished, he'd turned to do the dirty work he had been avoiding. Even in the apocalypse, you had to do shit you didn't feel like doing. Dax flipped the deer over and ran his knife just beneath its skin to avoid puncturing the bladder and ruining the meat. He reached in with bare hands then and pulled the deer's innards out, leaving them in a steaming heap on the side of the road, something the old-timers would have called a gut pile. Dax didn't have time to skin the animal or butcher it properly, the way he was taught as a young deer hunter. And even if he had, he'd have no way of keeping it from spoiling. As a result, all of this bloody work would mean a meal or 2 at most. But Dax hadn't found much else, and his stomach reminded him of it. Dax cut 2 flanks and wrapped them in a plastic bag before using an old shirt from the duffel bag he'd found to wipe the blood from his hands. The meat would spoil soon, so Dax slipped both his arms through the straps, and he continued down the highway on foot as the late afternoon slid toward dusk, hoping to find a place to cook the venison. With it being almost dark, he'd decided to stop at a gas station. He didn't want to stray too far from the road, and there weren't many other buildings around on this desolate stretch of rural Mississippi highway. Toppled shelving units that had once been filled with peanuts, chips, and other junk food lay in the middle of the room. Wooden pallets sat stacked against the far wall, 3 high and still filled with windshield washer fluid, apparently not a vital commodity these days. Dax tossed gallons of blue liquid to the side before pulling the slats from the pallets. He carried bundles of wood around to the back of the building when he was done, needing 3 trips to create a big enough pile for a cooking fire. He'd also found a pack of cigarettes and a lighter. Dax hadn't smoked in years, but the familiar scent of tobacco had brought back a surge of memories. He'd grabbed the cigarettes, thinking he might want to smoke later. And for a moment, he considered lighting up now. His stomach grumbled, though, and so Dax tossed the cigarettes to the ground after shoving the lighter into his pocket. Dax had seen a stack of newspapers near the front door, too. They'd remained bundled with a yellow plastic bind while loose magazines and maps had been blown about the place. He grabbed a stack of 50 and walked to the back of the gas station. He pulled the lighter out of his pocket, ripped a newspaper from the stack, and looked at the front-page headline of the Clarion Ledger. Cyber-terrorists strike. President suspects China. Dax shook his head, but he started reading the article before deciding that it didn't matter. He crumpled the front page into a ball, tucked it beneath the stack of wood, and lit the edge with the lighter. The flame spread quickly, leaping over the wooden slats as he fed more crumpled balls of newspaper into the space he'd created at the bottom of the fire. Convinced that the wood had caught and that he wouldn't need to find any more kindling, Dax headed back around to the front of the gas station to get his backpack and his 2 venison steaks. Near the front door, he stopped at a t-shirt rack that had been knocked over. He bent down and searched through them, coming across a purple LSU shirt in his size. Damn straight. He took off his other shirt, which was covered in deer blood, and pulled the tiger's tee over his head. Dax smiled upon feeling the smooth, clean cotton on his skin. For a moment, he considered whether it would be the last time he'd ever have this experience. It didn't look like retail was going to make a comeback anytime soon. A dead tree hung over the ice machine on the side of the building. Dax looked inside, not really expecting to find anything. Instead, he turned his eyes up and snapped a branch off. The sheared end appeared to be sharp enough to push through the meat he had at hand. He took one of the deer steaks out of his backpack and pushed the makeshift skewer through it, holding it over the fire. A plastic bucket lay against a nearby wall, and Dax turned it over and sat on it as he cooked his venison. The meat took longer to cook than he'd expected. Cooking over an open fire wasn't nearly as fast as a propane grill, but the sun had dropped below the horizon. He closed his eyes, listening to the steak sizzle. The aroma of grilled meat made his stomach rumble even louder. Yet again, he was alone. Not something he was used to. Even in prison, he'd had a cellmate. And since escaping after the blackout, he'd only been alone for a short time before running into Chloe. He'd been in the company of others after that. But other than the brief encounter with Calvin, he'd been alone since Chuck had died. There'd been a time when he would have loved to be alone. Even though he'd often run with gangs, Dax had always considered himself a lone wolf. But now, with everything he had been through, being alone left him too much time to think about all the things that had happened. Those who had died especially, most of whom he felt had been his responsibility. Monica, Kevin, Darius, and Gabby's kids, Anthony, Kim, and Kanesha, had been put in the middle of this mess because of Dax. Apparently, Papa Midnight believed that Dax was some sort of savior for the human race. Dax had to come to grips with the fact that it was probably true. And now he had to choose between going after the children or finding the angel the voodoo priest had told him about in his dreams. It all felt real, but what if it wasn't? What if Dax was losing his mind, and the visits to the tree with Papa Midnight were nothing more than offerings from his overworked imagination? He had to sleep better tonight. It would be impossible to think clearly, let alone keep up with the physical demands of survival without proper rest. Although he desperately needed the break, he didn't feel like talking to Papa Midnight and hearing his prophecies right now. Dax wanted to turn his mind off, sleeping without conversations or dreams for once. Finally, the venison appeared to be cooked enough to eat. Dax wasn't sure how to properly cook roadkill, let alone eat it. He decided to forego manners and just bit into the steak. The outer edges had become crispy, but the meat itself was dry and tasted like cooked liver. He took a second bite, and then a third. His stomach thanked him, even if his taste buds weren't impressed. He ate until the food was gone. The fire died quickly as the wood burned hot and bright, and that was fine with Dax. He didn't need a fire to keep him warm in the Mississippi summer. The fire gave him an excuse to stay outside, where the wind occasionally pushed a light breeze across the highway, though, compared to the stale, dead air he'd find inside of the gas station. The venison had initially given him a protein boost, but as with a Thanksgiving feast, his full belly had begun to make him tired. He walked around the parking lot, trying to stay awake. Dax thought for a moment about strolling around in the open, since there could be screamers in the area, but he'd yet to see any, so he took his chances. Eventually, he sat back down on the bucket. Holding his head up with his hand, he began to fall asleep. Every few seconds, he'd shake his head and try to stay awake, but it was becoming futile. Dax was about to lay down next to the fire when he heard a noise. He shot to his feet and stared in the direction from which it had come. The noise was at a distance, but it was unmistakable. Motorcycles. 12. Dax heard the bikes, but he couldn't see them until they were within 50 yards of the gas station. They had turned their headlights off, which seemed not only risky but dangerous. Even though the moon illuminated the landscape in a silvery sheen, abandoned vehicles littered the highway. Dax wouldn't have risked it even with Calvin's old pickup. He cursed, wishing he had put out the fire as soon as he heard them coming. Staying low, he slipped back into the gas station. He ducked behind the front counter and listened as the motorcycle engines roared. But instead of rumbling off into the distance, the riders downshifted as they pulled into the gas station's lot. Son of a bitch! Dax froze as he listened to the sound of the idling bikes. Keep going, he whispered to himself. Nothing to see here. The motors stopped. Shit! He heard the sound of boots striking the pavement as the hot pistons pinged in the slightly cooler night air. Based on what he could hear, at least a dozen men were walking across the parking lot and toward the gas station's front door. There's no way they saw me. No way in hell. The men had not spoken a single word yet, and that sent a shiver down his spine. Dax pushed back into the corner, getting as deep behind the counter as possible because he didn't have time to slide out the back door. Shadows passed over the wall as the bikers walked along the front of the station, glass crunching beneath their boots. Dax held his breath as they walked by, hoping they wouldn't walk through the front door and search the place. They had already surprised him, and Dax was left without a clean escape. If they stumbled upon his hiding place, he'd have no choice but to fight. The shadows disappeared around the corner, and he inhaled, thinking they would be getting back on their bikes, when he heard a voice coming from the back of the building. Back here! Dax winced, knowing that they had come upon the hot coals. Worse yet, he had left his bags back there. They'd know that whoever was camped out back there was probably now inside, hiding. In his head, he cursed at himself. Someone's here, another biker said. No shit. Check inside. Dax gasped as his mind raced through all of the possible outcomes. These men would find him, and he had only a few seconds to decide what to do. Then he remembered the patches on the men's vests with the rebel flag displayed so prominently. The front door to the store swung open, the steel frame slamming against a pile of crumpled shelving. Dax closed his eyes, focusing on the sounds of several men walking slowly down the aisles, glass and plastic crunching beneath their boots. He caught a whiff of leather, motor oil, and unwashed bodies. One biker had stopped in the middle of the store. Dax could almost see the man probing the darkness, assessing the situation and deciding where to aim a shotgun. Dax realized he would die trying to fight his way out. He only had one choice. Exhaling, he raised his hands. "I'm behind the counter, and I'm unarmed." He could hear their boots on the tiled floor as they hurried toward the counter. "I'm standing up now," Dax said. "Hands up, and no weapons."
"Are you alone?"
"Yes," he said, as his head crested the top of the counter.
"You better not be lying. Now, get up, slowly."
Keeping his hands up, Dax stood slowly. He closed his eyes, hoping these weren't his final moments. When he'd stood up completely, Dax opened his eyes again. 6 bikers stood before him, all wearing matching leather vests, and all white trash-looking motherfuckers. The lone woman in their gang looked as mean as any of the men, too. They stared at Dax, various firearms aimed at his head. One of the bikers stepped toward the counter, a heavy-set man weighing more than 225 pounds easily. A wallet chain dangled from his right hip, and his 2 front teeth sported gold caps. The guy appeared to be in his mid to late 40s, with a weakness for beer and barbecue based on the size of his paunch. He kept his thinning hair pulled back in a ponytail, his face weathered from riding miles of highway over several decades. He looked Dax up and down before he spoke again.
"You really alone?"
he asked. Dax nodded.
"How long have you been here?"
"Couple of hours."
"And where are you headed?"
"I don't think that's your business." The biker glared at Dax, then smiled. The others laughed.
"Fair enough. But I don't think you're exactly in a situation where you should be talking to me with such a smart mouth."
"There's a half-dozen armed redneck bikers standing in front of me. What do you want me to say?"
"How you know what's on our cuts?"
"I saw you earlier today, near that wreckage. I was hiding in some trees nearby."
"I see,"
the biker said, gesturing toward the back of the gas station.
"That explains the venison steaks you was cooking up round back. You really cooked up some fucking roadkill?"
Dax dropped his arms, and the bikers pumped their shotguns and flicked off their safeties. "I'm tired. Can't keep my hands in the air anymore," Dax said. "I told you I'm unarmed. And I'd be stupid to try anything against your little army, don't you think?" The biker grinned again. "Now, I've got a question for you, if you don't mind," Dax said.
"Shoot."
"When I saw y'all back at the van, you didn't look inside to see what you could scavenge. I saw you check to see if the person inside was dead, but that was it. Why didn't you search it?"
"Well, we planned on returning later in the day, and that's exactly what we did. Only when we got back, someone had beat us to it. You did."
Dax swallowed. "So, what happens now?" The lead biker furrowed his brow.
"What do you mean?"
"You're a biker gang sporting the Confederate flag, and you just came across some hopeless nigga with shit to steal. There's no law no more, and you can do what you want with me. Either we ought to get to it, or you should leave and let me get the fuck on my way. Because I'll be honest with you, I've had quite the time lately. and I'm not exactly in a mood for suspense." The biker turned to the rest of the gang and laughed.
"What do y'all say? Should we gut him? How about we hang him from a tree like they did in the old days?"
The biker brought his handgun up again, aiming the barrel at Dax's forehead.
"Or maybe we shoot him right where he stands."
Sweat beaded on Dax's brow. He shifted to his left, ready to anticipate the shot. The biker would most likely hit him square in the forehead with a bullet, but Dax thought that if he dove to one side, maybe, just maybe... Dax tensed as the biker took another step toward the front of the counter. If he got close enough, maybe Dax could grab the gun from his hand. He might not be able to get out of the situation, but he could make sure he took down as many of these biker pricks as he could first. But then the biker lowered the gun. He returned it to its holster and stared at Dax, and then he stuck out his empty right hand.
"The name's Dean, and I've got no interest in killing you, my man."
13. Dax stared at the biker's extended hand. Shifting his gaze to Dean's eyes, Dax tried to read the man, to see if this was some kind of game he was playing before shooting Dax in the head. But, despite the circumstances, the gesture seemed genuine. Dean retracted his hand and shrugged.
"Look, I get it, man. You don't trust me. And how can I blame you? It's a crazy fucking world out there."
"It's always been a crazy world out there. I just want to be left alone."
"Fair enough, but I think you might want to consider my offer first."
Dax narrowed his eyes. "Offer?"
"Tell him, Billy,"
Dean said. One of the other bikers stepped forward, this one being the tallest and thinnest of the bunch, with a thick handlebar mustache and a shadow of a beard. He wore a red bandana on his head, pulled down to cover his eyebrows. When the man began talking, Dax counted 3 teeth in his mouth.
"We've been hanging around this area for around a week now. Lots of places around here to scavenge, and we needed a break from the road. Been making our way north from Florida since this mess went down. Anyway, we're headed out in the morning. Heard about some of them night creatures hanging closer to Jackson, so we're gonna shoot through the city during the day. Want to join us?"
Dax scoffed. "You want me to join you? You expect me to jump on a bike wearing one of them racist fucking vests?"
"I know what you're thinking," Dean said. "But color don't mean nothing no more. It's safe to say we got a bigger enemy out there. We need numbers."
Dax contemplated the offer. In truth, if the bikers had wanted to kill him, they would have by now. Sticking out his hand again, Dean asked,
"You with us?"
This time, Dax reached out and shook the man's hand.
"All right," Dean said with a smile. "We'll head out in the morning. So we should all probably get some sleep. This here's your place, so we'll leave it to you."
"There's enough room for all of us," Dax said. Dean shook his head.
"I know you still don't trust us. I get it. I'll respect your space. We'll sleep at the place next door. There's more room over there anyway."
"Sounds good."
"Well, there's only a few hours till dawn. Let's get some sleep while we can. By the way, don't think I caught your name."
"Dax."
"Good to meet you, Dax. We'll see you in a few hours, all right?"
The men turned to leave, but Dax called after Dean, who turned around. "Those night creatures you spoke of. You haven't seen any around here?"
"Seems like most of them headed to Jackson. We're only a short drive from there.
And what about the ones that didn't? Dean laughed as he looked at the rest of his gang.
Well, they didn't stand a chance against us.
Dax forced a smile and nodded.
Don't worry, Dax. You're in good hands with us. We ain't gonna let them things hurt you.
Right, Dax said, appreciating the irony of the redneck biker protecting his black ass.
We'll see you soon.
Dax watched the gang move their bikes behind the building next door, and then he laid on the floor and closed his eyes. Dax didn't know how long he'd been sleeping when a strange noise woke him. It couldn't have been long, because he hadn't been visited by Papa Midnight. By reflex, his hand went to the knife he'd kept beside him, and he turned toward the door. The sound had come from the near distance, but he wasn't sure what it had been. He stood up and then crouched down as he scuttled to the front window. Looking outside, he saw nothing. Everything appeared calm next door where the bikers slept, and he saw nothing else moving. Must be my damn mind playing tricks on me. He laughed at himself and stood up straight. Feeling fully awake now, he wasn't sure how or if he'd fall asleep again, but he needed to try. As he turned to lay back down on the ground, he heard the noise again, a muffled scream. It sounded like a small animal being attacked by a wolf or some other kind of predatory animal. Dax quickly went to the window again, gazed into the night, and saw that it wasn't a wolf. At the back side of the parking lot, behind a shed, he saw the glow, the eyes of a screamer. Only something was different about this one. While all the screamers he'd seen so far had had an orange tint to their eyes, the glow he saw now was blue. But what else could it be? It had to be one of them. In a nearby pile of debris, Dax found a piece of broken wood with a pointed end. Glancing back at the building next door, Dax noticed something else.
What the fuck?
He placed his sweaty palm on the handle and pushed the door open, being careful where he stepped and making sure the door didn't slam into the wall. As far as he knew, the screamer had no idea he was there. Walking slowly across the parking lot, Dax heard the creature snarl as it tore into its prey. He had no doubt now that this night stalker was a screamer. Dax arrived at the shed and put his back against the wall before he poked his head around the corner. 2 old red gas cans sat against the wall. Bright blue eyes illuminated the remains of the rabbit that the screamer was devouring. It didn't seem to know that Dax was there. All he had to do was come up behind it and break the thing's neck. The screamer stopped chewing and looked up. Dax bolted from behind the shed and grabbed the screamer's head and chin, twisting and snapping the thing's neck before it could fight back. The screamer went limp and fell to the ground, the blue glow fading from its eyes. His heart racing, Dax inhaled, and then blinked as he noticed the fallen creature's clothing. Dax set the makeshift stake down, and, with a trembling hand, took his flashlight from his belt and shined it on the dead screamer. The Confederate flag patch was prominent across the back of a leather vest. Dax kneeled and shined the light into the man's face. It was Billy, the biker with the few teeth who'd invited him to join them. Had the gang had a screamer among their group this whole time? But how had it traveled with them during the day? Dax had seen screamers doing everything they could to avoid sunlight. This screamer had been riding on the open road, acting and talking like a human.
You're supposed to be sleeping, Jackson.
Dean's voice startled Dax. And how had he known Dax's formal name? Stranger than that, his southern accent was gone, replaced by a British one. The lead biker looked different than he had earlier. His blue eyes glowed and pulsed. Dax backed away quickly. Dean smiled.
I guess you know our little secret now.
Are you all screamers? How are you able to act like humans? And how are you able to be out riding in the daylight?
We're full of surprises.
The biker hadn't answered the questions, and Dax didn't stop asking them. Why are you here? Why didn't you kill me?
We can't kill you. Bronwyn would not be pleased with us if we did.
Who the fuck is Bronwyn?
She is a master, the most powerful vampire in the world, and she wants you. She knows who you are, what you are, and what you're capable of.
Yeah, well, she can go fuck herself. Dean's face split into a wide grin.
Oh, Dax. Oh, Jackson. There is no way out of this. I am much more powerful than the screamers you have encountered before, and I plan to bring you to Bronwyn, with or without your cooperation. I will do as the master commands.
Dean lunged at Dax then, who sidestepped the vampire. Grabbing onto its leather vest, Dax threw Dean against the shed. He grabbed the makeshift stake from where it had been leaning on the shed and raised it over his head. The screamer's eyes went wide as Dax drove the point of the stake into its chest. Dean cried out before crumbling to the ground, though, the blue glow fading from his eyes. Dax ran for the shed where the biker gang had been sleeping. He grabbed one of the old red gas cans as he moved and felt at least a gallon or two sloshing around inside. With the lighter in one hand, Dax used his other to empty the gasoline onto the ground in front of the door. He bent down then and lit the fuel, stepping back as the flames came to life and engulfed the shed. Dax listened as the creatures inside wailed when the flames and the heat took over, the fire consuming their flesh. When the screamers fell silent, Dax walked back toward the front of the gas station. In the morning, at least he'd have his pick of the best motorcycle to ride. A biker gang of one. 14. The morning sun rose on the horizon, the rays already warming his face when Dax brought the motorcycle to a stop on the side of the road. He'd followed the signs for Highway 49, only briefly riding on the interstate and avoiding downtown Jackson, Mississippi. Where Dax had pulled over on the stretch of empty highway, there were no sign of gas stations or houses, just trees and the open road. He dropped the kickstand and dismounted from the bike, needing a moment to rest his aching back. Looking both ways, Dax contemplated his next move. Any doubt surrounding his special abilities had died with the Screamer crew sent to find him. A master by the name of Bronwyn had sent a group of evolved vampires after him. They had been a different kind of creature than he'd encountered before, too, able to hide the glow in their eyes and survive during the day. How was Dax supposed to tell human allies apart from advanced screamers? Dax made a mental note to ask Papa Midnight the next time the old man appeared in one of his dreams. At least the Master's biker gang hadn't wanted to kill him. Dean had even told him that he'd been given orders from Bronwyn to bring him back alive. As corny as it sounded in his head, Dax had killed the messengers. They had belonged to her. What would she do when she found out he had destroyed her disguised band of bikers? Would Bronwyn send out more of her minions, or would she come after Dax herself? These questions led Dax back to the one he'd been asking himself for the last couple of days. What am I supposed to do? Dax felt torn between his responsibilities. On the one hand, he had to protect the children, Monica, Kevin, Anthony, Kim, and Kanesha. God willing, he hoped that they were still out there somewhere, Dax couldn't let anything happen to them. He had enough death on his hands already. The children needed him, and he was all they had left. But the world needed him too. If Papa Midnight was correct, this angel he'd mentioned was the key to everything. Dax still didn't know what it meant, but he felt that if he could find the angel, it could help him end the vampire's reign of terror. And despite all of this, Dax still didn't understand why this burden had fallen on his shoulders personally. Yet it seemed that didn't matter, and he might never find the answer. He was an important weapon in this war, and he owed it to himself, the children, and all of humanity to be responsible and fulfill his duty, something he had fallen short of in his previous life, which had itself led to his incarceration. Fortunately, he didn't have to make any difficult decisions now. Whether he decided to save the children or to look for the angel, both were to the north according to Papa Midnight. He smiled as he looked back at the Harley. At least I'm enjoying the ride. He got back onto the bike and revved the engine, the rumble of the pistons reverberating across the Mississippi Delta. Dax had never been much of a motorcycle guy, but riding the Harley down the open highway had relieved some of his stress. And with the big decision looming, he hoped the highway would provide him with answers as well. 15. Dax rode for miles without seeing another person. The Mississippi highways seemed to run through sparse land, but despite his not seeing many towns, he passed a church every few miles. And for some reason, one in particular caught his eye. He pulled over and set his feet on the ground, keeping the bike idling, just in case. Looking to the west, he noticed that he'd only have a few more hours of daylight. Though he hadn't seen any screamers since his encounter with the biker gang, Dax had already decided not to risk it by riding at night. Surveying the land, Dax dropped the bike into first gear. The church sat back at least a quarter of a mile from the road, and a dirt path running through tall grass snaked to the front door, which was painted red. He inched up the dirt path with the intention of keeping the bike hidden behind the grass for however long he stayed. The church's white wooden siding had turned smoke gray, some of the paint peeling like heavy snowflakes. The roof sagged at the edges, and the steeple burned orange with rust. Someone had boarded the windows up also, and, judging by the color of the plywood, this had been done long before the blackout. As Dax rode along the dirt path, he listened for any noise coming from inside. He heard nothing but the low rumble of the engine and the wind rustling the tall grass surrounding the church and swallowing the old, overgrown graveyard on the grounds. He parked the bike behind the church, deciding it was best to hide it around back rather than out front, despite the tall grass. This way, the bike wouldn't be visible from the road, and it would be hidden from anyone who might approach through the trees behind the church. He then walked back around front, going around the other side this time, listening again. The front door had not been boarded like the windows, which seemed a bit strange. He grabbed the handle, finding that the door was locked. He walked over to one of the nearby windows and then pushed on the plywood with some force. The panel crumbled, the wood loose and rotten. Grabbing his flashlight, he turned it on and shined it inside the church. It appeared to be clear, so Dax hopped through the window. The wooden floorboards groaned when his feet landed. He shined the flashlight around. The pews remained, but with white drop cloths covering them, although these had slid from several to partially expose the finished wood. White drop cloths had been spread over other items in the church too, including the altar and wall hangings. It appeared to Dax as though this congregation had been renovating, but the church had died like the rest of the world, its corpse left to rot in the cruel Mississippi summer. Dax walked down the center aisle, shining his light around the inside of the church. He stopped halfway to the altar and gazed up at the wall to see that one of the drop cloths had slid off of a painting. With his flashlight, he illuminated the face of Jesus, the prophet standing on top of a mountain with his hands spread wide. "You been watching what's been going on down here from that mountaintop?" Dax asked the painting. No reply. He continued down the center aisle, stopping in front of the altar. He stepped up and yanked at the corner of the drop cloth that had been covering it. A squeak startled him as it fell, and he jumped as he turned around and flashed the light on the floor. A rat was scurrying, and Dax followed it with the flashlight beam until it disappeared behind the altar. "God damn," he mumbled to himself, breathing heavily. He glanced back up to the painting of Jesus. "Sorry." To his right, a door led to a wing that looked like it had been added to the structure recently. He'd noticed this addition when he'd walked around the church, and the way it jutted out from the back corner of the building. The paint on the wooden siding of it hadn't faded or peeled as it had on the rest of the church. Dax stepped down from the altar and walked toward the door. On his way, he flashed the light into the first pew, and he noticed something. Sticking out from beneath the drop cloth sat a backpack. Dax sat down in the pew and unzipped the main compartment. When he flashed the light inside, his eyes went wide. 3 cans of mixed nuts, several bags of beef jerky, and 2 large bottles of water. He unscrewed a bottle cap and downed half of one bottle without taking a breath. The water tasted stale and warm, but that didn't slow him down. Next, Dax picked up a bag of the beef jerky and tore it open, which was when his mind finally caught up with his stomach. What is this stuff doing here? The door closest to the altar opened then, the knob slamming into the wall behind it. 3 people emerged from the darkness. Dax stood up and shined the light on them. All young women. Dax immediately raised his hands, pointing the light at the ceiling. He started to move down the aisle, but the 3 women surrounded him, knocking him into a seated position with his back pinned against the pew. At first, Dax thought they looked like a typical group of friends after a night of clubbing. He guessed their ages to be in the mid-20s or early 30s, and they all wore black clothing and dark makeup. The woman closest to him had auburn hair with blonde streaks flaring out from her temples. To her left stood a thin but muscular blonde with almond-shaped eyes and the sides of her head shaved clean. On the redhead's right stood a black girl with long braids and a sneer on her face that could have cut steel. "Look, I'm not here to hurt anyone," Dax said. "There's a knife on my waist, and that's the only weapon I have. Feel free to take it." "How did you get in here? The place was boarded up." The women didn't respond. They simply stared at him. "Okay. I'll be on my way now." Dax stood up, but the women pushed him back into the pew. Remembering how the bikers had tricked him, he looked into their eyes. Was it possible they were screamers? But then he remembered the backpack and what he'd found inside of it. It didn't seem necessary for screamers to hide their identity with the use of food and water they didn't need. Despite the women's silence and their stone-faced expressions, he had a hunch that they were human. Warriors, even. Like him. "It's clear you don't want me here," Dax said. "I'll leave." He stood again, assuming that now they would let him go. The redhead, the woman closest to Dax, growled at him. Dax stared at her and laughed. "Listen, I think there's a—" The fist entered his field of vision in a blur, and Dax heard the punch before he felt it. He slid down in the pew as blood gushed from his nose. He blinked the tears away in time to see all 3 women coming at him. 16. Ambrose held court on the 3rd floor of the mansion. Since the flooding, it had become the 2nd floor. 2 guards stood outside the door while 2 more flanked the sprawling mahogany desk he sat behind. The vaulted ceilings stretched up into darkness while painted portraits of men from the 1700s and 1800s hung on the walls. Ambrose didn't know them, and he didn't care to. He couldn't remember the last time the world's 4 most powerful master vampires had stood together within the same 4 walls. And as Ambrose hosted the détente, he had the power to set the agenda. He'd decided to meet with each of the masters separately before bringing them all together. Haraka, the leader of South America, was to be first. Of the 3, she felt the least threatening. Haraka had survived many generations, being a descendant of an imperial Incan king. But the South American faction had evolved differently, mostly in isolation because they had survived in a thin strip of land between the Atlantic Ocean and Andes Mountains. Haraka's descendants simply hadn't had the benefit of trade with other civilizations, as other factions had in ancient Europe and Asia. Geography and climate made it easier for ideas to travel east to west on the continents. Footsteps echoed from the hallway, and Ambrose signaled his 2 guards to open the door. The double doors swung open, and Haraka marched toward him with 2 of her own guards following her. She wore a white fur coat and had her dark hair bundled on the top of her head. Haraka walked to the center of the room and then stopped. "Welcome," Ambrose said. "Please, have a seat."
I would prefer to stand, Haraka said. In fact, where I come from, it is rude to remain seated when a guest enters the room.
Ambrose smiled and stood up. He bowed to her. "I meant no disrespect." Haraka sneered.
This whole process has been disrespectful. You bring us here to this filthy place, and then you make us wait around until you're ready to see us? You treat us like nothing but servants.
She thumped her right fist on the middle of her chest.
I demand some respect.
I am sorry you feel that way. But again, I meant no disrespect. Ambrose decided to change the subject. I take it your journey was fine?
Oh, cut this small talk. Why am I here without the other 2 masters?
I thought it would be best if I met with each of you individually before we gather together. This way, I can see to your specific needs before we negotiate.
I need nothing from you.
Ambrose grinned. Her tough attitude did little to hide her insecurities. She knew her place in the pecking order of the masters. That's not entirely true, Ambrose said. You do need something from me.
And what is that?
Ambrose stepped out from behind the mahogany monstrosity. He adjusted his coat and then sat down on the top of the desk. You are aware that the one who has been prophesied is near, correct?
Of course. Why else did you think I'm here?
Then you must understand that he cannot be defeated alone.
Nonsense, Haraka said. He is nothing but a weak human.
Now you know as well as I do that that is not true. He is the one with the ability to destroy us in our hidden lairs. The ancient text says as much. And he has already killed my most powerful henchman.
Deservingly so.
Ambrose narrowed his eyes. Excuse me?
I know what your slave did. He destroyed Jing's top lieutenant. Do you think you won't have to answer for that? Jing is downstairs right now, itching to come up here and rip your throat out.
Killing that lieutenant was an unfortunate accident, not what I had planned. But we have bigger problems now. If the human succeeds, we all perish. He will hunt us down, one by one, murdering us in our secret lairs. We must show unity and convince both Jing and Bronwyn that we all need each other. First, we must all band together to capture the human, and then we can collectively decide what to do with him. Haraka bit her lip as she stared at him.
Say I help you. What is in it for me?
The same thing that is in it for all of us. We destroy the only force in this world that can harm us. We rule the human race and breed them to feed us for all eternity. Haraka was silent as she contemplated what Ambrose had said to her. And before she could speak, he answered the question rolling around inside of her head. You cannot win.
What?
Haraka asked. She put her hands on her hips, and her lips twisted into a snarl. Stop playing games with me. We both know that you are at a disadvantage. Your powers have not evolved to my level, or Jing's, or Bronwyn's. Not only that, but your army is smaller as well. Haraka turned to face her guards, both of whom looked at the floor. Ambrose shook his head. It's time for you to swallow your pride and allow me to lead this campaign, or you and your followers are going to die a painful, final death. Haraka stared at him and was shaking her head when their meeting was interrupted. 17. Bronwyn strutted into the room with her chin up and a swagger in her step. She ignored the guards at the door, who didn't try stopping her. She noticed there were 2 more of Ambrose's thugs standing on each side of a mahogany desk, and 2 of Haraka's guards flanked her. Taking in the scene, Bronwyn studied the room and smiled. The decor was tacky, so amusing when Americans tried to give their interior design a European flair. And she had seen evidence of plenty of failed attempts within this city founded by French explorers. While many of the customs and the architectural style had come from France, though, most of the modern design came off as a shabby imitation. Turning her attention away from the gaudy chandelier hanging from the ceiling, Bronwyn moved to the center of the room and stood behind Haraka. Ambrose sat on top of the desk, running his hand through his gray hair. Although the North American master appeared to be the oldest of the 4 of them, he was not. Bronwyn was. She had been turned while in her early 30s, so she got to keep her youthful beauty for all of eternity. Ambrose, on the other hand, carried a bit too much weight. His silver hair complemented a beard that was more salt than pepper. His distinguished looks promoted an air of intelligence and wisdom, as he had been turned much later in life. The look suited him, but Bronwyn had learned how to use her porcelain skin and sultry curves to her advantage. And while Haraka had also used a combination of feminine charm and an ample bosom, she didn't have the same level of experience as Bronwyn. I have not called for you yet, Bronwyn, Ambrose said.
Yeah? Well, I'm getting bored, Bronwyn said. Jing is too uptight for my tastes. But please, do not let me stop you 2. Continue with your conversation.
Haraka glared at Ambrose.
We're done.
Ah, so I guess you could say my timing is perfect.
Would you care to speak to me alone? Ambrose asked, turning to look at Haraka.
There's no need for that,
Bronwyn said, stepping closer to the two masters.
I mean, we're all friends here, right? Well, except for Jing.
She looked at Ambrose.
I think he wants to tear your black heart out.
She ran her index finger down his chest.
And what a shame that would be.
What do you want, Bronwyn?
Haraka asked. Keeping her finger on Ambrose's chest, Bronwyn turned to Haraka. She looked the dark woman up and down, biting her lip.
The same thing you both want. Which begs the question of why I'm even here talking to the two of you.
We were discussing ways to pool our power, to deal with this new threat to all of us, Ambrose said. Bronwyn removed her finger from his chest.
Well then, please fill me in.
Sauntering over to a leather chair in the corner of the room, Bronwyn sat down, keeping her eyes on Ambrose. She hesitated for a moment before crossing her legs, giving Ambrose a glimpse of her hidden gem. Her smooth legs glistened in the candlelight. Ambrose snickered and looked away while Haraka hissed. I can feel the tension in this city, Ambrose said. We would rather not have to work together.
That's an understatement,
Bronwyn said. Ambrose ignored the jab. But, as I was telling Haraka, none of us will get what we want if we let the human win.
Then we don't let him. He's nothing but that. A human.
That's what I said,
Haraka said. Ambrose sighed. Do not underestimate him. The prophecy clearly states that...
I'll forget about the prophecy,
Bronwyn said, waving her hand toward Ambrose as if to sweep away his concerns.
Look around. Have you done that lately?
Bronwyn stood up and approached the window. She threw open the heavy velvet drapes.
Look at what your pets have already done to the city.
From the third-story window, many nearby buildings could be seen. Those not completely collapsed from fire continued to burn from the inside out. A heavy, oily smoke suffocated the city. That is exactly my point, Ambrose said. I did this with only my army. Now imagine if we combined our resources.
I still don't understand why you think that's necessary. Again, we are talking about one human.
In truth, Bronwyn knew much more than she would dare say in front of these two. She had, after all, sent a gang of her best soldiers to find the human. She'd felt their vampiric life forces wink out of existence. He was powerful. Bronwyn knew it. Our biggest mistake would be to underestimate him, Ambrose said. Bronwyn went to the North American master. She put both of her hands on his shoulders and then ran them over his chest. He allowed it, not pushing her away. Bronwyn could feel Haraka's eyes boring through her. She could feel the heat of the South American's anger burning like the decimated city on the other side of the wall.
That sounds great and all,
Bronwyn said, sliding her hands down to his stomach.
But how are you going to convince him?
Bronwyn raised her hand up and took hold of Ambrose's chin and turned it toward the door to see that his fourth guest had entered the room. 18. Dax went into survival mode and managed to roll over the back of the pew, evading the woman's attack for a moment. But they chased him into the second row, kicking at his legs, ribs, and head, which he protected with his hands. After seemingly wearing themselves out during the assault, the women quit, finally. Groaning, Dax stood up and winced as he drew a deep breath. What the fuck is your problem? One of the women kicked him in the ribs again, and Dax doubled over. Another one of the women then chopped the back of his neck so that he dropped to the floor. Enough of this. Dax sprang up like a sprinter coming off the mark and barreled forward, driving his shoulder into the woman directly in front of him. But she'd sidestepped his charge at the moment of impact, and was able to spin him into the pew across the aisle using his own momentum. The pain shifted from his ribs to his shoulder, and he grabbed it as one of the women followed and kicked him in the legs. Reaching for his belt, Dax drew his knife. They stepped back as he stood up, pointing the tip of the blade at them. He rotated the knife then, aiming it at each woman as if daring them to come at him now that he had a weapon. The redhead ran at him, and Dax slashed at her. She ducked, and one of the other women, the blonde with the sides of her head shaved, chopped at his hand hard enough to force him to drop the knife. The third girl, the young black woman with braids, rolled in front of Dax and picked up the knife, then flipped right back up onto her feet. The blonde girl bent Dax's wrist back before sending him down to the floor, the back of his head slamming off of the pew. He groaned and rubbed the base of his neck. His entire body ached, but the women had resumed their fighting positions. Looking behind him as he caught his breath, Dax saw the painting of Jesus again. "He's watching, you know," he said to the girls, letting out a tired laugh. The blonde girl raised her leg and connected with a kick to Dax's jaw. He swayed, but managed to stay on his feet. As he turned his head back toward them again, he wiped a trail of blood from the corner of his mouth. Stumbling, he let out another worn laugh. These girls had beaten the shit out of him, knocking him silly. Dax saw 6 girls in front of him now, not 3. Dax suddenly felt both of his arms being pinned behind his back, and through his double vision, he saw the face of the redhead in front of him. She wrapped her hand around his neck. Dax coughed once, and then gasped for air.
"Which group are you with?"
the girl asked. It was the first time any of them had spoken since emerging from the other side of the church. Dax cocked his head sideways. "What?" The redhead squeezed his throat tighter, and the other 2 girls pulled back on his arms. He tried to pull away, but the women were stronger than they looked. Their size and appearance had fooled him.
"You're one of them," the redhead girl said. "And I want to know which faction you're with. Europe? North America? And why are you out here by yourself?"
Shaking his head, Dax said, "I don't know what you're talking about." The redhead let go of his throat, and Dax gasped for air. With his arms still pinned by the other 2 girls, he was unable even to massage his throat. Turning her back to him, the redhead walked to the other side of the room. When she returned, she was holding a knife in her hand, one that was much bigger than Dax's. In the moonlight creeping into the church, the silver blade glared. "What are you doing?" Dax asked.
"About to get the answers I want."
The redhead looked at the other 2 women.
"Hold him down."
She brought the blade forward, and Dax fought to break their grip on his arms. In desperation, he managed to shake the black girl off. But before he could stop the redhead, the blonde girl swept his leg from under him. Dax fell, hitting the back of his head on the armrest of the pew behind him. The redhead bent down and yelled something at him even as he passed out. 19. Jing used his shoulders to knock Ambrose's guards aside as he entered. 2 of his own marched behind him. The 2 guards flanking Ambrose moved from his side and positioned themselves in the center of the room to block Jing's path. Haraka and Bronwyn watched silently. "Let him through," Ambrose said. Jing looked at Ambrose's lieutenants as they split, and then he leveled his gaze on Ambrose.
I should strike them down right in front of you. That would be a start to setting things right.
They are nothing, Ambrose said. I have hundreds more just like them.
Then where is your right hand? Put him before me, Ambrose, and let me show you how it feels to have your first lieutenant eliminated.
Ambrose laughed. Ha 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 ha. You can make another. She turned out to be weak anyway.
You betrayed me,
Jing said, ignoring the insult tossed at Sayana.
You dishonored the Master's code.
I did no such thing. Serafino killed her.
And where is he? If what you say is true, then he deserves to be punished for his transgression. I will strike him down in front of you.
I hate to break it to you, but the real threat has beat you to it. Jing furrowed his brow.
What do you mean?
I mean, Serafino was killed. By a human. Jing crossed his arms and laughed.
Bah! A human? Impossible. Your soldiers must be as weak as you.
Not any human, Ambrose said. One who seems to have the power to fight back, to kill the undead.
Nonsense, Jing said. Those prophecies are ridiculous, and you know it.
See? Bronwyn asked, looking at Ambrose. I told you he wouldn't believe it. I will tell you the same thing I told the two ladies here, Ambrose said. It's clear what each of us wants. But we must capture the human before all else. Otherwise, we might not be around to negotiate with each other.
All right,
Jing said.
Let's assume that's true.
Oh, now this is getting fun, Bronwyn said to Haraka with a big smile on her face. Jing ignored her, shaking his head.
What happens when we find him?
Ambrose thought about the question, looking at the faces of the other masters before answering. I haven't thought that far ahead yet. Jing laughed.
Of course you haven't. Because it's not going to happen.
Could you have ever imagined all four of us would be sitting in the same room without killing each other? Ambrose asked. That is happening, is it not?
I came here for one reason, and that's to see justice for the unjustified murder of my dear Sayana.
Please tell me you boys are going to fight. Wouldn't you like to see that?
Bronwyn asked Haraka. Again, Jing ignored Bronwyn and kept his attention focused on Ambrose.
You know what I want.
And I've already told you, Serafino has paid for his lack of judgment. The human killed him. Jing grimaced.
This isn't fair.
I never said it was, Ambrose said. Sit down and let us see if we can come to an agreement on our next course of action. Let me at least explain some of the possibilities. If you do not like my ideas, then we can part and prepare for war. Jing scanned the others' faces. Haraka had the same stone-faced expression she'd held throughout the meeting, and Bronwyn couldn't wipe the smile from her face. She was the first to answer Ambrose.
Oh, what the hell. I will agree to sit and listen.
She winked at Haraka.
What do you say, beautiful?
Haraka glanced at Jing, then looked to Ambrose and nodded. All three turned to Jing for his answer. The leader of the Asian faction had tightened his fists until his fingernails cut into his palms, drawing blood. He let out a long sigh, and then nodded. Ambrose smiled. Good, good. Jing adjusted his white coat and walked over to Ambrose, stopping a few feet from him.
But rest assured that when this is over, I will have my revenge. I will punish you for what you did to Sayana.
Chuckling, Ambrose smiled and nodded. Oh, fine, Jing, if you insist. But for now, follow me to the dining hall. The four of us have much planning to do. 20. When Dax's eyes fluttered open, he couldn't see anything in the dark. He wasn't sure if he was awake or if he was visiting Papa Midnight again. All he knew was that he couldn't see and that he was sitting on a hard surface. He tried to stand up, but something bound his wrists and kept him from moving. Sweat poured down his face, too, and with it he realized that his head had been covered in cloth. If he was dreaming, this felt even more real than his visits to Papa Midnight.
What the fuck? Get this off my head! I can't breathe!
He heard footsteps come closer just before someone yanked the hood off of him. The blonde knelt in front of him. She held a black sack in her hand and was looking back at the other two girls, who sat on the altar.
He's awake.
Dax caught his breath and saw candles lighting the room. As his eyes adjusted, he found it hard to believe that these three women had kicked his ass. None of them could have been more than 130 pounds. Both the blonde and the black girl had muscle tone, but they should have been no match for Dax, who stood over 6 feet tall and outweighed each of them by at least 100 pounds. The blonde girl rose, and the other two hopped off the altar and came to stand next to Dax. "How long was I out?" Dax asked.
Long enough for us to figure out that you weren't one of them.
"One of who?"
Don't play games, the black girl said. The creatures roaming the night.
He had known the girls were asking him about screamers, but his muddled brain was still trying to recover from the beating. "Not just the night," Dax said. "They're adapting. I've encountered some that could be in the sun, too."
"Which is exactly why we had to be careful," the redhead said. "You seemed human, but we had to be sure."
"How are you sure?" Dax asked. The redhead took a step forward and kicked the chains binding his wrists.
"Those are silver. There's a lot we don't know about them, but we do know none of them react well to silver, and that you can kill any of them with a stake through the heart or a beheading." She shrugged. "We figured this was a better way to check than either of the other two ways."
"Thanks." Dax pulled on the chains. "Well, now that you know, how about letting me go?"
"Now, how smart would that be?" the redhead asked.
"You know I'm human."
But that doesn't mean you're a good guy, the black girl said.
Dax sighed. "And how am I supposed to convince you of that?"
"You can start by telling us why you're out there roaming the roads alone," the redhead said.
"Haven't exactly fared well in groups," Dax said. "I do better on my own."
"Where'd you come from?"
"Who's to say I'm not from around here?"
Because we've searched this whole area, the blonde said. Trust me when I say we'd have seen you by now.
I came up from New Orleans. Been traveling Highway 49 for a couple of days now. The three girls stared at each other before turning back to face Dax, their mouths open. "What?" Dax asked, seeing the confusion on the girls' faces.
"How did you get out of New Orleans?"
the blonde asked. "That place was a wreck," the black girl said. "That where y'all from?" The three girls nodded. "Makes sense," Dax said. "You definitely don't look like you're from around here." "We got split up from the rest of our group, and we headed north," the redhead said. "We'd been fighting in New Orleans, but things got too chaotic. You said that you were with a group. What happened?" Dax hesitated. These girls still didn't trust him, and he didn't trust them either. He didn't want to relive the story, but he'd decided he'd have to give them some real information so the women might show him some compassion. Plus, he had to admit it was nice to talk to other people instead of fighting all the demons inside of his head. "The group I was with started out large, but became smaller and smaller. In the end, it was just me, a few kids, and an old man. But I lost them all." "I'm sorry," the redhead said. Dax shrugged. "We've all lost people, right? Anyway, I have to believe the kids are still alive and somewhere in the northern part of Mississippi. So that's where I'm headed. The old man who was with me, Papa Midnight, he knew a lot about the—" "What did you say?" the black girl asked. "I said I'm headed north and—" "No, the name you mentioned," the redhead said. "Papa Midnight?" Dax smiled. "You know him?" The redhead bit her lip as she stared at Dax. She then looked over at the blonde. "Take his chains off." She looked back at Dax. "We can trust him. He's one of us." 21. Massaging his wrists, Dax sat in the front pew. His head throbbed, and he felt bruises blossoming all over his body. But it was nice to sit down without fear of being assaulted. The blonde came from the other room with a mug in her hand. Steam rose from the top.
"Hot tea?"
she asked.
No coffee?
"Sorry. We ran out a while back."
I was joking. Tea is a damn blessing at this point.
He accepted the cup and thanked her.
"I've got these for you, too," she said, holding out her palm.
Dax extended his hand, and she dropped 2 aspirin into it. "Thanks." He threw the pills back and used the tea to wash them down. "I guess it might be a good idea to start over," the redhead said. "What's your name?" "Dax," he said, taking another sip of his tea. "Nice to meet you, Dax. I'm Alex." She pointed to the black girl. "This is Zoe." Then to the blonde. "And that's Morgan, but we call her Saw." Dax stared the blonde up and down. "Got an explanation for that nickname?" The girl shrugged.
"Picked it up when I was younger. I was always good with tools and weapons. I had a knack for cutting through the bullshit. Some kids started calling me Saw one day, and it stuck."
"All right, then," Dax said, taking another sip of his tea, black but weak. He made a circle with his index finger. "So, how'd you all get together?" "We're casket girls." Dax tried not to spit out his tea. "What? Sounds like some crazy goth shit. What's that other thing? The Suicide Girls, right?"
"Don't compare us to those cunts," Saw said,
stepping forward with her fist reared. Alex grabbed Saw's arm. "Whoa," Dax said. "Sorry."
"It's okay," Alex said. "Forgive Saw. She's a little bit of a feisty one."
"I can see that." Dax held his hands up and waited for Saw to sit back down. "So, what do casket girls do? Y'all like the Girl Scouts?"
"Hardly," said Alex. "We're students of the occult. We study all the weird, esoteric, black magic kind of shit that most people don't want to admit exists. That, and we train our members in self-defense and weapons."
"So, you know a lot about vampires, then?"
"More than anyone else in New Orleans," Zoe said. "Well, almost anyone."
"Papa Midnight?"
"He saw this coming for a long time," Alex said.
"He was a good man,"
Dax said. "How did he die?" Alex asked, her voice lower now.
"A screamer named Serafino killed him."
The three girls looked at each other.
"Did you know him?" Dax asked, recognizing the look.
"He's Ambrose's second-in-command," Zoe said.
"Was," Dax said. "I destroyed him." "And who is Ambrose? Is he the real vampire leader?"
Alex nodded. "He's the master vampire of the North American faction."
"How come I never saw him when I was down there? I thought Serafino was the master, but realized that he wasn't after I killed him."
"Serafino was doing Ambrose's bidding," Zoe said.
If you'd seen Ambrose, I doubt you'd be sitting here in front of us right now,"
Saw added. Possibly, Dax thought. The three girls had no idea who he was, though. Or at least who Papa Midnight had claimed he was. "How did you all know Papa Midnight?" Dax asked, shifting the subject back to the voodoo priest.
"We ran in the same circles," Alex said. "New Orleans isn't that big of a town, and our interests cater to more of a niche crowd than you'd think. Yeah, vampires are a big deal in the quarter, but most of the believers are phony tour guides trying to make a buck. The people who know for real, that's a small group."
"We tried to keep the casket girls under the radar," Zoe said. "But then rumblings started on the internet about this group of hot goth chicks who trained for a vampire apocalypse. Totally annoying media attention for the wrong reason."
"But Papa Midnight had faith in us," Alex said. "He believed in what we were doing and knew we weren't just some prissy girls trying to get internet famous. He began to teach us what he knew, and we shared our knowledge with him. We helped each other out, and became friends."
Dax scratched his head. "It's weird that he never mentioned you. If you guys were so close, I don't know why he didn't want to try and find you, to make sure you all were okay."
"Because we don't need to be fucking babysat," Saw said. "That's why."
Alex smiled and broke in before Dax could respond.
"What she means is that he knew we could handle ourselves."
"No shit," Dax said, rubbing his tender ribs.
"He had his own congregation to deal with, and we had each other," Alex said.
She shook her head.
"It's sad that Papa didn't make it."
"He was a good man," Dax reiterated. "Didn't deserve to go the way he did."
"I'm not sure he'd have had it any other way," Zoe said.
"Yeah, trust me. He'd rather have had a vampire kill him than drown or die from cancer or some bullshit,"
Saw added. Dax smiled and let out a short laugh. Alex held her chin as she stood in deep thought.
It's starting to make sense now that Serafino is dead.
Why do you say that? Dax asked.
You talking about the new guy?
Zoe asked Alex. The redhead nodded. What new guy? Dax asked. And how are you getting this information?
I've got some friends still hiding in New Orleans. Friends I can talk to in my dreams. We've heard that Ambrose has a new second-in-command, Alex said. What's strange about it is that he's a newer vampire.
Masters usually put their trust in older vampires, Zoe added. Vampires that are decades, sometimes centuries old.
But from what we understand, this new leader was turned after the lights went out, Alex said. We've even heard that he might be here in Mississippi somewhere.
Dax swallowed. He could feel the blood rushing to his face. If a dead voodoo priest could talk to him in his dreams, he had to believe that the girls had the ability to communicate telepathically with others. Do you know what he looks like?
Supposedly, he's a young brother with a short afro or some shit, Saw said.
Really?
Zoe asked, rolling her eyes at her unfiltered companion.
Why you gotta be all racist about it?
You know what the fuck I mean,
Saw said.
Stop it, you two, Alex said.
She turned her attention back to Dax.
It's really strange for a master to put so much trust in a young vampire. I even heard his name. It was... well, now I can't remember.
Isaac. At first, Dax didn't even realize he'd said the name out loud. The description the girls had given had been vague. Thousands of black guys with short afros lived in New Orleans, but he knew it had to be him. Alex wrinkled her nose.
How did you know? Do you know him?
Yeah, Dax said, gritting his teeth. I know him. 22. Classical music sounded throughout the dining hall despite the lack of a centralized electrical grid system. A polished round table sat as the centerpiece of the expansive room. The oak table could seat up to 12 people. Goblets sat in front of 4 of the chairs, and Ambrose's guards directed each of the other 3 masters to their places. As Ambrose sat down, he studied the faces of the others. Jing didn't take his eyes off of Ambrose. The leader of the Asian faction didn't trust Ambrose, and why would he? Even though Ambrose hadn't killed Jing's lieutenant with his own hands, her final death had been carried out by Ambrose's closest advisor on his command. Jing would be the most difficult of the 3 to convince. On the other hand, Haraka would be easily swayed by his powers. He had already confronted her with her weaknesses, and though at first she had responded with aggression, she'd then backed down easily enough. And Haraka ruled the least populated of the 4 factions. She simply did not have the number of soldiers that Ambrose, Jing, and Bronwyn had. And as far as Ambrose was concerned, she was already on his side. His eyes shifted to Bronwyn. He found it difficult not to be fooled by her youthful charm and stunning beauty. Although physically she appeared to be the youngest of the 4 masters, she had been turned long before any of them. She was not only wise, but cunning, a frightening combination. She would play games and try to seduce him, Ambrose knew, but he would keep focused on his plan. Even though Jing wanted to rip his heart out, Ambrose probably trusted the Asian leader more than the sly European master. Ambrose remained standing as the others sat. He smiled then, hiding his anxiety like an actor on stage. Thank you all again for coming. I am confident that this will go down as a historic day, a day of unity and domination. None of the masters replied. Jing remained angry, Haraka stoic, and Bronwyn grinning. Ambrose raised the goblet to his lips and took a sip of a vintage red wine that the humans would have deemed valuable, based on how long it had sat in the bottle. The food and drink were more ceremonial than sustaining. Millions of humans on this continent alone would keep him satisfied for years to come. He set the goblet down, putting his palms flat on the table. Now that we're all here, I want to reiterate what I was saying upstairs. We can't afford to underestimate the power this human possesses. We don't know what he was taught, but we do know the voodoo priest had begun training the man in the ways of resistance. I truly feel that it is in our best interest to band together to destroy him. Bronwyn waved her hands around the room.
Look at us, and the power we harness. I still don't understand why you believe that a single human can destroy even one master. So why come together?
I'm with her, Jing said. Why do I need to join forces with scum like you?
It's that exact attitude that will be your downfall, Ambrose said. The human is more powerful than the ancient texts prophesied.
How do you know that?
Jing asked. Because I saw what he did to Serafino. He defeated an old, experienced vampire like he was but a human himself. And remember, this is the same vampire who killed Sayana. Jing pounded his fists on the table and stood.
Don't you dare speak of her that way.
Ambrose waved a hand at Jing. Sit down. I'm not trying to insult you or Sayana. I am merely saying that you know how powerful your top lieutenant was, and this human was able to deliver the final death to the one who destroyed her. Jing sat back down, but kept his hands balled into fists.
It still doesn't explain why we need to stand together against him, Bronwyn said. No lieutenant or right hand of ours possesses the powers we do as masters. The human won't stand a chance against our weapons.
She grinned as she took a sip from the goblet and said,
Especially not mine.
Ambrose looked at Haraka, who had said little since the two of them had last spoken in his chamber. He still wasn't sure where she stood. What do you think? Ambrose asked the South American. Haraka drew the goblet to her lips and took a sip as all eyes fell to her. She set the wine down, taking the napkin and wiping the corners of her mouth. She looked at the other masters before settling her gaze on Ambrose.
I think you are correct. We can work together to ensure that the human is exterminated. And then we can take the world as one.
Bronwyn laughed.
Of course you think that, because you're not powerful enough to claim it yourself.
In a flash, Haraka reached over and grabbed Bronwyn by the collar of her leather jacket. She pulled the European master to within an inch of her face.
I'm sick of your mouth. Perhaps we should settle this right here, and I'll show you how weak I am.
Bronwyn smiled, her eyes going back and forth between Haraka's eyes and lips.
Be careful what you wish for. Maybe I'd rather just show you the other things I can do with my mouth.
Haraka pushed a laughing Bronwyn away and straightened up in her seat.
This is never going to work,
she said to Ambrose.
These two are far too arrogant.
But you know that you love it,
Bronwyn said.
I am arrogant, Jing said. But I just don't know how I'm supposed to trust any of you. Especially him.
Our distrust and hatred for each other will never truly die, Ambrose said. I'm not saying that it will. But I am asking why we would waste all of our energy trying to destroy each other.
What's to stop you from using the human to destroy the three of us?
Jing asked. That's why we have to bring him back here and serve him his death sentence. Kill the human and let his blood flow at our feet.
Why do you truly want to do this, Ambrose? Bronwyn asked.
Because I'm tired. This war we've waged for centuries, it's pointless. The world is a big place with plenty of prey for all of us. This is the final awakening, my friends. The age of humanity is over. And as soon as we can destroy the only human that can harm us, the planet is ours for eternity.
And how would territory be divided?
Haraka asked.
It already is, for the most part. We would need to negotiate rights to a few territories outside of our existing factions, but the key is forming an agreement and devising a plan. And that's why we're here. The door at the end of the room opened, and 4 vampires entered. Each held a serving dish in their hand. Ah, perfect timing, Ambrose said. The vampires set the dishes down, one in front of each of the masters. On each plate sat an array of human flesh, garnered with sweet potatoes, rice, and even Gulf shrimp. Now, over this fine meal, can we agree to unite and bring an end to war? Ambrose asked, looking at each of the masters. The vampires looked at each other, and then down at their plates as they considered the proposal.
Yes,
Haraka said. Bronwyn looked at the South American, grinning, and then winked at Ambrose.
Okay, I'm in. Why not?
Everyone turned to Jing. He had been staring at the table with his hands balled into fists. When he finally looked up, he wore the same angry expression he had when he'd entered the room.
You and I still have to discuss compensation for the death of my lieutenant. And I swear, if you double-cross me, I will serve you the most painful final death any master has ever experienced.
The corners of Ambrose's mouth turned up. I can take that as a yes. Jing sighed, and he nodded. Ambrose stood, a full smile now on his face. At last, then. Shall I make a toast before we tear into this glorious meal? The other 3 masters stood, raising their goblets into the air. To the final awakening, and the end of the human threat. Forever, Ambrose said. They clanked their goblets together, all smiling now, even Jing. Now, Ambrose said, let's feast. 23. The sun penetrated the gaps in the boarded-over windows and awoke Dax. He rubbed his eyes as he rolled over. He'd fallen asleep on the floor with his back facing the front door of the church. Flipping over to gaze out over the pews, he saw the casket girls sitting in the front row, staring at him. He looked over his shoulder and then back to them, confirming that the girls had, in fact, been watching him sleep.
About time,
Saw said. Alex smiled. Good morning, Dax.
His eyes still blurry with sleep, Dax noticed packed bags at their feet. How long y'all been up? He asked.
Long enough to pack up,
Zoe said.
We're coming with you, Alex said.
You can't, Dax said. It's too dangerous.
Which is exactly why the fuck we're coming, Saw said.
You can't go alone, Alex said. You need our help.
Papa Midnight believed in you, Zoe said. We heard that he saw something special in you. So, we do as well. And we want to help finish what he couldn't. Dax thought about all the people who had been hurt or killed simply by being associated with him. He couldn't knowingly bring these girls into that danger. Look, I appreciate the offer, but I don't want to get you involved. I'm sorry. As he sat up and swung his legs over the front of the riser, Alex stood up and approached him.
Whether or not you like it, we are already involved. Do you think it's a coincidence that you ended up here?
Hell no, Saw said.
Exactly, Alex said. If you're so important that Papa gave up his life so you could live, then we can't let you march down the road by yourself.
Dax sighed.
But I'm telling you.
It's not up for discussion, Alex interrupted. Get up and come on. It was the first time he'd heard the even-keeled Alex be so demanding, and he figured it would be a waste of time to argue with her. Dax tossed his things into his bag and threw it over his shoulder. The three girls picked up their own backpacks and put them on. You know I'm on a motorcycle, Dax said. Not quite sure how that's going to work.
It's not going to be a problem, Alex said as she opened the front door.
A single cab pickup sat outside the church. It had rolled off the assembly line in the 70s or 80s, with a faded baby blue paint job now pockmarked with rust spots. His motorcycle sat next to it. Where did you get that? Dax asked. I didn't see it when I came in last night. We kept it hidden in the trees, Zoe said, pointing to the woods running back behind the church.
We have a little bit of gas, Alex said. Went ahead and filled up your bike this morning. I figured that would be more comfortable than squeezing into the cab with us.
Alex smiled, and Dax couldn't figure out if the girl was flirting with him or not. But it didn't matter. Aside from her being nearly half his age, romance was the last thing on his mind right now. I appreciate that. The girls tossed their bags in the bed, and Saw jumped back there with them, while Alex went to the passenger seat and Zoe got behind the wheel. Saw reached into another bag that was already in the back of the truck and lifted a crossbow. She knocked a solid wooden bolt into the weapon, her bicep flexing as she pulled the string back. You know how to use that thing? Dax asked. You'd better hope you don't have to find out. Dax laughed and then mounted his motorcycle. He cranked the bike, revved the engine, circled around, and pulled in front of the truck.
We'll follow you,
Alex said. Dax nodded and gassed the bike. The tail end spun out, shooting dirt and rocks at the church. He hit the highway then, leaving the church shrouded in dust and exhaust. With nothing but the open road ahead, sans the abandoned vehicles he was forced to maneuver around, Dax was thankful he'd made the decision to ride alone instead of cramming into the cab of the old pickup with the girls. Riding the bike had given him a certain peace he hadn't had in a long time. He was able to free his mind and enjoy the beautiful surroundings while he still could. The Mississippi countryside hadn't been ravaged the way New Orleans had. It reminded him of the world before the blackout and the screamers. Glancing into his side mirror, Dax saw the girls a few car lengths behind him. Saw's head stuck out over the top of the pickup. Her hair blew in the wind as she held up the crossbow and scanned the fields. Zoe was driving and talking to Alex. While he was still worried he was putting them in danger, Dax was glad the casket girls had insisted on joining him. He had never seen anyone fight the way they had, man or woman, not even in prison. They would be powerful allies against the Screamers, and they had known Papa Midnight, which meant he could trust them with his life. Dax thought about the voodoo priest when a ringing began in his head. It sounded like the wind, and he ignored it at first, thinking that's exactly what it was. But when it came again, he knew for sure the noise was inside of his head. His vision blurred, and the breeze-like noise turned into a high screech, almost like a siren. Dax swerved, nearly laying down the bike. He squeezed the brakes and overcame his blurred vision to pull off the side of the road. It almost come to a complete stop when the bike hit the dirt and slid from under him, sending him crashing to the dirt. Alex slammed the brakes, and the truck's doors opened. Dax lay on his back, staring at the sun as the three girls stood over him. But their faces soon disappeared, and he suddenly wasn't lying on his back looking up at the sun. He was somewhere else, a cold and dark place. Across the room sat a woman. She had her red hair up in a bun you'd see on a 50s pin-up model. She wore a sleek black dress with a leather jacket over the top, and her eyes glowed. Another figure in the room stood next to her. Like the seated redhead, this man had glowing eyes, and when the female vamp's mouth moved, Dax could hear what she said.
We have to act fast. The human has already demonstrated his growing power by defeating the soldiers I sent to capture him. The biker Kang thing didn't fool him. He's smart.
"What will you do, Master Bronwyn?" the male vampire asked.
Ambrose thinks we have formed an alliance, but I will orchestrate a better deal with Xing and Haraka. We'll use Ambrose's army to find a human, but then we are going to destroy the North American master. It shouldn't be hard. Haraka is weak, and Xing already wants Ambrose destroyed. And with Ambrose gone, there'll be no question as to who the most powerful vampire in the world is, and I can have Xing and Haraka at my side as I become the one true leader. A god, if you will. It will be.
Dax heard the screech intensify, and his mind was yanked from the vision. He was looking back up at the sky again, the sun blocked out by the casket girl standing over him. Coming to, he sat up.
"What the fuck was that?"
Saw asked. Alex kneeled in front of Dax and cupped his chin with her hands.
Are you all right? What happened?
Dax blinked several times, placing his hands over Alex's and looking into her eyes. I don't know. I heard this high-pitched noise in my head, and my vision blurred. Then, when I fell, I saw something.
Saw what?
I was somewhere else. A dark room. And there were people there.
Who?
I think it was the master vampire who's coming after us. 24. They'd only made it 50 miles before Dax had nearly dumped the bike and blacked out to eavesdrop on the conversation of the master vampire trying to hunt him down. After he'd recovered, Alex decided it was best to find a place where Dax could rest for a bit, although he'd said he wanted to keep going. He was riding in the cab of the truck when they pulled up to the farmhouse a quarter of a mile down the highway. A single vehicle sat in the driveway, and Dax wondered if someone was inside. Saw pulled up beside the truck, letting the motorcycle idle. Of the three girls, she was the only one who had ever ridden a bike, so she'd been the one to follow them on it.
I'll check it out to make sure it's clear,
Saw said. She pulled her crossbow off her back and crept toward the house, the arrow locked and her finger on the trigger.
How are you feeling?
Alex asked Dax as Saw went around the side of the house. Better. His head felt foggy, as if he was coming off a nice buzz. He had heard something important, and yet he still had so many questions. Why had he been pulled into that vision?
And was he seeing visions in real time now? Live? Or had that been a conversation Bronwyn had already had? Or was he seeing into the future, hearing the conversation before it took place? A crash at the front of the house pulled Dax from his thoughts. Saw's boot stomped down on the ground as the door swung back toward her. She had apparently come back around to the front of the house and decided to kick the door down. She entered the house, her crossbow still raised.
"She got a few screws loose?" Dax asked. "Do normal people take their nicknames from tools?" Zoe asked.
Dax smiled, letting out a laugh.
Her parents weren't around when she was younger, Alex said. Her uncle raised her. All he knew was fixing cars and hunting. So that's what Saw became.
And what about you? What's your story? Alex looked away, twirling a lock of hair on her finger.
Another crash came from the house. From inside.
"Saw!"
Zoe said. The two girls jumped out of the truck and Dax followed. Together, they ran up the stairs and bolted through the front door.
"Saw!"
Alex screamed, looking around the living room.
"Over there,"
Zoe said, pointing into the kitchen. Through the doorway, Dax could see Saw's boots on the floor, her toes pointing to the ceiling. They hurried into the kitchen, where Saw lay on her back.
"Oh, God. Saw,"
Alex said, kneeling down next to the girl. Dax saw her chest rising and falling slowly, her face pale and her eyes blank. Alex slapped her lightly across the face, but Saw didn't react.
"There's someone in the house," Dax said. "We've got to find them." He took a step toward the stairs leading to the second floor.
Zoe used her arm to bar the doorway.
"You stay with her. We'll go look."
Before he could protest, Alex and Zoe were out of the kitchen, one of them heading upstairs and the other checking the rooms downstairs. He turned his attention to Saw. She hadn't moved, and her breathing appeared to have slowed. She's dying, he thought. Dax opened drawers until he found a towel. He reached into his bag and retrieved a bottle of water. Twisting off the cap, he poured water onto the towel even as he folded it and kneeled next to Saw. Pressing the rag against her forehead, he took her hand. "Hang in there," Dax said, realizing how stupid the words sounded at the moment. "Keep breathing." As he looked at her, though, he noticed something strange. No apparent injuries. No blood. He carefully slid his hand underneath the back of her head and felt for a bump or a cut. Nothing. By this time, Saw had stopped breathing, and her eyes remained open in a blank stare. "I think she's dead," he whispered. Saw's right arm shot out, and she grabbed Dax by the throat. A gurgling sound came from her throat then, and she let go of him. "Shit!" Dax said, scampering away until his back slammed into the kitchen cabinets. The strange noise coming from Saw morphed into a snicker. She rolled onto her side, clutching her stomach and laughing. Dax furrowed his brow. "What the fuck?" Alex and Zoe appeared in the doorway, both sporting grins.
"Oh, shit," Saw said. "You should have seen your face. It was classic."
Standing up, Dax balled his hands into fists.
"What the fuck is this? I thought you were dead. Is this some kind of prank?"
"Not a prank," Alex said.
"Hell yeah, it was,"
Saw said, still laughing and rolling around on the floor.
"Fuck this, and fuck y'all,"
Dax said. He stomped out of the kitchen and headed for the front door. He was down the stairs and halfway to the motorcycle when he heard feet hit the front porch behind him.
"She was playing possum," Alex said.
"No shit."
It's a trick Papa Midnight taught us.
Dax stopped and turned around. What are you talking about? Alex walked down the stairs and onto the lawn, stopping in front of Dax.
Look, I'm sorry we did that. It was my idea. I thought that if we could fool you, this technique would work on the real enemy, human or otherwise.
She opened her hand to reveal a mix of leaves and powder. What's that? Dax asked.
It's a concoction that Papa Midnight taught us to make. Combined, these leaves and powder slow down your heart rate. It makes you appear dead.
Dax looked at her hand again, then shifted his gaze to her face. You mean this can trick the screamers into thinking you're dead? Alex smiled and nodded.
Saw only took a little bit, so the effect didn't last long. We wanted to show you how it works, and test it, too.
Well, you could have told me first.
Yeah, but we needed to see your honest reaction. Now we know that it works, for sure.
Dax sighed. How much of it do you have?
Plenty.
Good. I'm sure it will come in handy. Saw walked through the front door with a smile on her face and stood next to Alex with her hand out to Dax.
You forgive me, big guy?
Yeah, Dax said, giving her a quick side five. But don't go testing shit on me again. I almost crushed your fucking face in.
Pretty me? Nah, you wouldn't do that.
Dax shook his head. You don't know that. Alex put her hand on his shoulder.
Let's go inside. You can rest before we hit the road again. We've still got plenty of daylight left, but we need to make sure you're good to go.
25. Dax lay on his back, staring up at a lacerated sky, bloody red streaks through shades of gray. The dark grass surrounded him. Sitting up, he saw an open field. This dreamscape looked different than every other one where he'd met Papa Midnight. Those previous worlds hadn't looked as sick as this one. He glanced around, searching for the tree and the voodoo priest, but he didn't find either of them. Turning all the way around, he spotted a tattered barn with light creeping from the partially open door. Where am I? Dax pushed himself to his feet. Puddles of blood were pooled on the dirt path leading to the barn. This felt different, like he knew he was sleeping, but he wasn't going to talk to Papa Midnight this time. He approached the barn. The paint on the wooden slats had faded and chipped at the edges, many of the nails pulling away from the support beams. Dax caught a whiff of something, a smell like mildew and rotten eggs. The closer he got to the door, the stronger the stench became. The odor made the dream seem too real. Dax opened the door and light spilled to his feet. Someone had lit dozens of candles inside of the barn, but the burning wax couldn't disguise the smell. Meat hooks hung from the ceiling, most of them suspending human bodies in the air. The hooks that were empty had blood dripping from their tips. What the fuck is this place? Dax wasn't even fully aware he'd spoken out loud. This is your future. The voice came from a shadow moving on the other side of the room, its tone familiar, coming from a not-so-distant part of his past. A figure moved into the light, revealing his face. You son of a bitch, Dax mumbled. Isaac stood in the middle of the barn, several steps from Dax. He clasped his hands behind his back, and he grinned. Son of your master, I think you mean. Not exactly. Isaac's smile grew wider. How do you think this will end, Jackson? I know exactly how it will end.
Then humor me.
You're going to die a painfully slow death, and then I'm going to destroy your master.
You really think that?
You killed Chloe, and I don't give a damn if Serafino made you. You still did it, and you're going to pay for it.
Ambrose will kill you, Dax. You need to give up. Surrender, and perhaps he'll let you live.
And what? Be some human slave? Is he gonna put me on one of those hooks?
That is how he will keep you alive if you don't cooperate. He's powerful, and he has convinced the other 3 masters to join him in their quest to hunt you down.
Dax thought of the vision from before, the one with the red-headed vampire known as Bronwyn. It was all starting to make sense now. While Ambrose thought he had united the masters, this Bronwyn had conspired behind his back. Dax had knowledge that Isaac didn't.
They've got to find me first. And how long do you think it will take them?
That Bronwyn bitch already sent a group after me. She thought she was being smart by disguising them as bikers. But did she tell you what I did to them? Isaac tilted his head and narrowed his eyes.
She didn't tell you and Ambrose, Dax said. Did she? It doesn't matter. We will find you. Not with turmoil within your own. Those 4 factions will turn on each other before they get to me.
Isaac took a few steps forward.
Don't do this, Dax. I can assure you that you will suffer if you don't give yourself up. If you give in, I might be able to persuade Ambrose to only...
Fuck you, Dax said, taking a step forward to move within inches of Isaac's face.
Don't pretend like you and I are friends.
We never were. You despised me from the moment we met, because Chloe loved me, and you couldn't handle it. Isaac grinned.
Very well. Then prepare to join her.
Isaac turned around, and as he did, 2 of the hooks swung. He walked by them and headed for the other side of the room as the bodies on the hooks turned all the way around to face Dax. Gabby and Chloe looked back at him.
Jackson,
Gabby said faintly. Dax ran to her. He put his arms around her, trying to lift her off the hook, but she wouldn't budge. He then stood in front of Chloe, trying to do the same for her. She also didn't move. Dax looked up into her face as tears streamed down his.
Chloe, I'm so sorry.
You have to listen to him, Dax. I can't bear to watch you die.
I'm not going to. There's no way you can win, Gabby said.
Dax nodded. But I can. I'm the one to end this.
Just because the voodoo priest believed in you doesn't mean you can win, Chloe said. Give up the fight. Come be with us. Come be with all of us.
Other hooks rotated, and more recognizable faces appeared. Barb, Marie, Neil, Chuck. Dax backed away. He kept his eyes on Chloe as he shook his head.
It's nothing but a trick, he said.
Chloe would never tell me to give up, and neither would my sister. No one believed in me the way you 2 did. Both girls laughed, the sound morphing into a deep, low resonance like the growling of an angry tiger. Dax turned and walked out. The door exploded behind him as he stepped outside. He flew through the air and out of his nightmare, screaming into the night. 26. Bronwyn crept from her room soon after the sun went down.
She'd slipped into a silk red dress with a slit in the back and a deep V that ended at her belly button. She had curled her hair, and she let it cascade over her shoulders while slipping into a pair of stilettos to accent her toned legs. She sauntered down the hall like a serpent eyeing its prey. Around the corner at the end of the hall, 2 guards stood on each side of a carved mahogany door. They stepped in front of it as she approached. Did Ambrose really think they would stop her? Using her strengthened telekinesis, she entered their minds. The 2 guards stepped out of the way, dropping to their knees. As she walked between them, she patted each on the head. "Good boys." She entered the room, shutting the door behind her. The large open room looked like an old brothel. The chest of drawers, mirrors, and bed had the worn finish of late 19th century craftsmanship. The gaudy gold trim on the bed net represented everything she hated about New Orleans. Colonials doing their best to be posh. Out of the bathroom came Ambrose, wearing a blue robe. "What are you doing in here?" Bronwyn shrugged. "I needed something to do." "Well, I'm a little busy at the moment." Ambrose looked the European master up and down, his eyes pausing in all the right places. "That is, unless you'd like to join me." Bronwyn moved to where she could see past Ambrose and into the far corner of the room where the light couldn't reach. A girl of about 18 years old stood in front of the wide vanity, her face blank and her eyes slightly illuminated. "Feeding? Where you asleep? I didn't see you as such." "Would you like some?" Ambrose asked. Bronwyn ran her finger over her lips and swayed her hips as she went to the young girl. She was thin, too thin for Bronwyn's taste. A blonde streak highlighted the girl's auburn hair. Although she was skinny, Bronwyn could see why Ambrose had hunted her. "She is beautiful," Ambrose said, "but full of fear and carrying a broken past. See for yourself." Bronwyn ran her fingers through the girl's hair, then slid the tips down her face. She focused next on the girl's scared, tired eyes. Probing the girl's mind, Bronwyn found exactly what Ambrose had said she would. A worn, destroyed young woman. Digging into her memories, Bronwyn saw 2 men sexually assaulting her. One of them the girl's father, the other her uncle. Her mother, beaten with a leather belt as the girl was forced to watch. A boyfriend beating on the girl. Drowning her dog. Bronwyn absorbed the energy as she made the girl relive the torments from her past. The girl whimpered and repeatedly mumbled in response, which only excited the master. When Bronwyn finally pulled away, she felt a new energy inside of her, like a burning shot of aged whiskey. She moaned as she licked the tip of her finger. "You have extraordinary taste," Bronwyn said to Ambrose. "Why, thank you." She ran her finger down his chest. When it came to the silk knot, she pulled the ends and the robe opened. Ambrose's eyes remained steady, his breathing measured. But Bronwyn believed she could crack the exterior of even the most hardened and experienced creatures. No one would deny her, not even another master. Bronwyn slid her palm down his stomach, biting her lip as she took hold of his hard cock. "There we go," she said with a moan. Ambrose placed his hands on her shoulders and pulled down hard, ripping the dress from her body. Bronwyn stood in front of him naked now, stroking the shaft of his penis. Ambrose shrugged off the robe and pushed her down onto the bed. He climbed on top of her, sliding inside a moment later. She moaned and clawed at his back. Ambrose thrust, and he drove deeper into her as she spread her legs wide. Bronwyn laughed as she reached and grabbed her ankles. She arched her back as Ambrose fucked her, closing her eyes and enjoying the purely physical sensation of an act that could never include love. Bronwyn rolled Ambrose over and sat straight up, grinding down on his cock as she ran her hands through her hair. Ambrose reached up and gripped her firm breasts. She pushed harder, and the North American master moaned. "Yes," he said, and Bronwyn felt him come inside of her. She pushed down hard, feeling the orgasm rush through her body like an electrical current. When it subsided, she slid from Ambrose and toppled onto the bed next to him. "We shouldn't be doing this," Ambrose said.
"Easy to say, after you come inside of me."
"This only complicates matters."
"Of course it does,"
Bronwyn said, wiping the sweat from her forehead.
"But that's why we have to make our move."
"What do you mean?" Ambrose asked. She rolled onto her side and put her hand on his cock, feeling it stiffen.
"I mean that we have to destroy Haraka and Xing. We don't need them."
"But we do."
"You and I have the most power of all four masters. If we combine forces," she said, sliding down and placing his throbbing erection to her lips, "we can find the human and destroy him. And then there will be no way for Xing and Haraka to defeat us."
Bronwyn took him into her mouth before climbing on top of Ambrose and guiding him inside of her once again.
"Together, we'll destroy them all."
Ambrose moaned and closed his eyes. "Yes." 27. Xing paced back and forth in his quarters, unable to stop the flowing tide of ideas from flooding his mind. He spat and slammed his fist off of the wall. He had been the one to set everything in motion when he'd aimed his contingent of hackers at the power grid of the United States, and now Ambrose was pushing him aside and taking control of the situation in the name of solidarity. How could the others have been so careless? An alliance of masters would never last. Thousands of years of covert warfare had proven it, and yet Ambrose thought he could convince them otherwise. The North American master had other plans also, he was sure, but Xing didn't care anymore. He promised himself that he would kill Ambrose and avenge the death of Sayana, and whatever else happened, happened. He didn't trust that bitch either. Bronwyn's attitude in their meeting had been nothing short of disrespectful. He couldn't see a scenario where the European would keep her word. In fact, Xing couldn't imagine this alliance moving beyond the walls of Ambrose's ridiculous dining hall. Xing exited the room. 2 of his soldiers stood guard outside, and they began following him as he walked away.
"Stay here," he said. "I have something I need to do on my own. I'll be fine. If I need you, I will signal you."
The 2 guards resumed their positions in front of his door, and Xing continued down the hall. Sconces hung on the wall, about 5 feet apart. Ambrose had told them that the candles burning in the fixtures had been made from human fat, but Xing doubted the master had had that much time as to boil corpses in time for their arrival. But the old man clearly had a penchant for the finer things, including Bronwyn, and that would be a weakness to exploit. A single guard stood outside of Haraka's room. The male wore a tunic and carried a spear with a sharpened wooden tip, perfect for killing.
"I would like to speak with your master,"
Xing said. The guard stared blankly at him, and Xing assumed he was alerting Haraka of the request.
Then Haraka's guard pushed the door open, allowing Jing to enter. As a sign of respect, Jing clasped his hands together and bowed at the lowly soldier. Haraka's room looked about the same as Jing's, furnished in the same European style as the rest of the place. She had a larger bed, though, with satin and lace that complemented her natural beauty, and Haraka laid on top of the bed, still wearing the white dress she'd had on earlier. She didn't look at him as Jing stepped to the edge of the bed.
"Why are you here?"
Haraka asked.
"I've been restless since our meeting."
"Of course you have. I would want to kill him too, if he had destroyed my top lieutenant."
"You know as well as I do that this alliance will never work."
Haraka sat up then, bracing herself with her hands but remaining in the middle of the bed.
"What are you suggesting?"
"Bronwyn is the key to his plan. She is the oldest and most powerful of us. There's no doubt that Ambrose has bigger ambitions than an alliance to kill the human, but he knows he can't achieve them without her. So, she has to be removed from the equation."
"You want to kill Bronwyn?"
Haraka asked, laughing.
"If we can deliver the final death to Bronwyn, then we can control Ambrose. He isn't strong enough to take on 2 other masters. With Bronwyn out of the picture, you and I can rule while keeping Ambrose in check."
"Couldn't we just kill him?"
"I will, but only with Bronwyn out of the way. She is the key to all of this. If we destroy her, Ambrose will be powerless. And then it will be up to me to decide how and when he pays for what he did to Sayana."
Haraka climbed off the bed and walked to the window. She pulled the curtains apart and looked outside.
"You know that they are probably teaming up to destroy us," Jing said. "This is the only way we can guarantee our survival."
"I know,"
Haraka said, turning away from the window. She pointed at Jing.
"But how do I know that you will not destroy me?"
Smiling, Jing shook his head.
"You don't. But you have to trust me when I say I have no interest in your part of the world. I simply want to rule the East, all of Europe, and the Asian territory that I currently possess. I would like some of this continent, but that is something you and I can discuss later."
"I thought this was about your revenge on Ambrose."
"This is more about you and me taking over the world for ourselves and preventing our own destruction. Ambrose is my business, not yours."
"And do you have a plan to make this happen?"
Jing nodded. Haraka raised an eyebrow.
"Show me."
Jing smiled. Convincing Haraka to join him was a critical part of his plan. He couldn't kill Bronwyn and Ambrose alone. And in truth, he had no interest in harming Haraka when it was over. She could have South America and Africa. As long as she was willing to let him control at least part of the western United States and not stand in the way of his revenge on Ambrose, he would leave her alone. With Haraka on his side, it could all become a reality. 28. The Vampire's Ball. The Republic, New Orleans. Saturday, October 30th, 2001. Vondell Stokes, known in other circles as Papa Midnight, sat at the bar, sipping a gin and tonic. "Why did I bother coming here?" he asked himself as he looked around. The place was nothing but a cliché. Everyone looked the same, with every girl wearing tight corsets, dark red lipstick, and jet black hair. The guys wore cheap black tuxedos with fanned-out cuffs and collars, and most of them wore eyeliner. The rock venue had been decorated to look like a funeral home turned nightclub. The light flickered from brass candelabras. Ornate caskets had been positioned throughout the room, too, some of them open and with life-size vampire sculptures inside. Red velvet curtains draped the walls, and bouquets of black roses sat upon the stage. They don't have a damn clue what it's really like. The voodoo priest decided to have one more drink and then call it a night. Ironically, he stood out in this place where everyone was dressed in costume. His trench coat and bone necklace had gotten him plenty of glances, and no one sat next to him at the bar. "Another drink?" the bartender asked, pulling Papa Midnight out of his daze. He tapped his glass on the bar, signaling he'd have another. "You got it." The bartender wore glasses and had shaved the side of his head, leaving slicked-back hair on the top. He wore a black Type O negative T-shirt which clung to his skinny frame. Posers. The kid brought him his gin and tonic, and Papa Midnight took a sip of it. A DJ stopped the industrial techno music then, and the host of the party jumped onto the stage with a microphone. "Only 30 minutes until midnight," he said. "And you know what that means." "Halloween!" the crowd shouted back at him. "That's what I'm talking about," the host said. "So dance your asses off for all the dark spirits out there." Papa Midnight laughed and turned back to his drink. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a man at the end of the bar who was also seemingly amused by the pageantry of the ridiculous. He appeared to be at least 10 years older than Papa, and was by far the oldest person he'd seen at the vampire's ball. He was white, with gray hair and a matching beard. He wore a black suit, not a tux like most of the other guys at the club, and he was not wearing makeup. The man made eye contact with Papa and raised his glass. With a half smile, Papa returned the gesture. They both took a sip, and then the man stood from his chair and walked around the corner of the bar. He stopped at the empty seat next to Papa Midnight. "Mind if I sit?" Papa gestured to the chair, and the man sat down. The man looked Papa up and down. "Some get-up you've got there." "It's not a get-up. It's just the way I dress." Papa examined the man in return. He was wearing a tailored black suit, simple and understated, and in high contrast to the other men at the ball. "What are you doing here? Did you bring your granddaughter or something?" The man grinned and took a sip of his wine. "I think this culture is interesting. That's all. What about you? You say it's not a get-up you're wearing, but I have to say it's a little strange to see a shaman at a vampire ball. To be honest with you, I'm not quite sure why I'm here." "I have a guess." Papa Midnight shrugged. "You want to see how wrong they all have it," the man pointed out to the crowd. "And how exactly are they wrong?" "Their idea of a vampire comes from the movies. Those are not the kind which will plague the earth, and I think that you know that, as I do." "You've studied the books?" Papa Midnight said. "You could say that." The man finished the rest of his wine, then set the glass down on the bar. Papa Midnight turned to the crowd again and smiled. "They're all clueless." "That they are. They will not be so amused when the masters come forth to slay them." Papa Midnight had dealt with many oddities and eccentricities in his life,
and he didn't like the tone in this man's voice. It carried an edge, a hint of something strange and dark.
"You really are knowledgeable in this," Papa said. "Fascinated, really. Hell, I even know where the angel is."
Papa Midnight set his glass of gin and tonic down and turned to face the mysterious man.
"That's impossible. Ah, so you know about the angel, then. The angel holds the power. He can destroy the entire vampire race. But his location has been a mystery for ages."
Papa Midnight shivered, despite the heat in the club generated by the dancing, gyrating bodies.
"It's not that big of a mystery, friend. I don't believe you." The man laughed and shook his head. "You don't have to."
He reached into his pocket, and Papa Midnight sat up straight. The man smiled as he pulled out a pen and a notepad.
"What, did you think I was going to pull a gun or a knife on you?" He let out another small laugh.
When he put a fountain pen to thick, heavy paper, the penmanship was more elegant than any writing Papa Midnight had ever seen. He moved the pen across the paper in short, sharp bursts before tearing the sheet from the pad, and then he folded it once before handing it to Papa Midnight. The voodoo priest took the note and opened it. There were several numbers written on it. He looked up at the man.
"What the hell is this?" "Coordinates. It will take you to where the angel sleeps. He only needs to be awakened by the right one. Why are you telling me this?"
The man grinned.
"Because you are not the one, Papa Midnight. And even if you knew who it was, you'd be searching for a human in a city of millions. This is a game between you and I. I'm curious, and I have all the time in the world to watch you fail."
The voodoo priest narrowed his eyes.
"Fail at what? What are you talking about? And how do you know my name?" "Oh, but I do know that, and quite a bit more about you, Vondale."
Papa Midnight wiped the sweat from his brow. He looked down at the piece of paper again and noticed the name printed at the top of the stationery. Ambrose.
"Wait a second. Who?"
But when he looked up again, the strange gray-haired man was gone. 29. Dax jerked awake, gasping as his eyes opened wide. The last thing he remembered was leaving the barn and watching it explode behind him, and he couldn't get the faces of his loved ones mounted on the meat hooks out of his mind.
"It was just a nightmare," he said to himself as he took deep breaths.
He sat up and rubbed the sweat from his forehead. The upstairs bedroom he'd fallen asleep in had once belonged to a boy. From the pictures on the mirror, he appeared to have been around 11 or 12 years old. Superhero posters and pages cut out from music magazines covered the walls. Dax noticed a picture of the masked heavy metal band Slipknot on the wall and shook his head. The casket girls appeared in the doorway. "You all right?" Alex asked.
"Bad dream."
Dax grabbed his shirt and put it on. "Can you guys give us a few minutes?" Alex asked the other two girls.
"Sure," Zoe said.
"I'll be out front keeping watch and doing some target practice on that old tree,"
Saw said. The two girls left, and Alex entered the room, shutting the door behind her. She went to the dresser and sat down on top of it. "You were practically screaming while you were sleeping," Alex said. "We kept coming to check on you, and weren't sure whether to wake you or not. But you kept sleeping. You were way more tired than I thought you were." The sun shone through the gaps in the blinds. Dax furrowed his brow. How long was I asleep? All night. We figured we'd let you rest.
But we needed to keep going, Dax said. You should have woken me.
It's fine. If you'd have been in my position and seen you, you wouldn't have woken you. Believe me.
I'd think that if you were screaming, I might have.
You didn't start that until early this morning. I slept through it, but Zoe was up and on watch, and she came and got me. Alex shook her head. I've never seen anything quite like it. It was almost as violent as a seizure. But something told me not to wake you. I figured you would wake up on your own. But that must have been one hell of a nightmare.
Dax averted his eyes. She had made the right choice. Though it had been a nightmare, Dax's dreams were important. It wasn't a nightmare so much as it was a message.
What do you mean?
Ever since I've left New Orleans, I've been having these visits from Papa Midnight in my dreams. In all of them, we've met at the same place, at a dirt crossroad with nothing but a single tree standing there. But last night was different. Last night I was visited by a screamer, but not just any screamer. An old friend, it was turned.
It was the screamer I described to you, wasn't it? Ambrose's new second-in-command.
Dax nodded. And I'm pretty sure he's the one who has the kids I'm after. But that's where things get complicated. Dax next told Alex all about his dream talks with Papa Midnight, and also the angel he'd mentioned. When he was done, Alex said nothing. She slid off the dresser and stood near the wall, looking at one of the posters. You don't believe me? Dax said.
Of course I do, Alex said. That's why I wanted to talk to you alone.
She moved to the edge of the bed, sitting down. Dax sat all the way up, pushing himself back and against the headboard.
I've been having similar dreams, Alex said.
You saw Isaac? Alex shook her head.
They only started a couple of nights ago, right before you came into our little church. They were blurry, but since you've been around, they've become more clear, more real. Last night, Papa Midnight came to see me, and it was exactly as you described, with the tree and everything.
What did he say to you?
He told me that he couldn't reach you because you were preoccupied, and now I know what he meant. But he wanted me to give you a message. He said that you don't have to choose whether or not to seek the angel or your loved ones.
Dax narrowed his eyes. What? Why has he been telling me then that I have to choose?
I don't know, but he said head north, and his spirit will be our guide, and that if we can find the angel, that we will find the children.
They're in the same place, Dax mumbled.
That's what I gather.
But I don't understand. Why didn't he tell me that in the first place? Why did he make it seem like I had to choose?
Maybe it was a test.
Dax snorted. Seems like a pretty shitty time to be testing me.
He could have wanted to see which way you would choose. Perhaps he had his doubts about whether you're the one, or if things have changed.
There is no doubt about who I am, Dax said. But I am curious who you are. Alex smiled.
I'm just a girl who shares a mutual friend and objective with you. That's all.
Have you only had visions in your dreams? Alex nodded.
That thing that happened to you yesterday? Has that happened a lot?
No, but I think it's going to happen more as we get closer to this angel.
What did you see yesterday?
Closing his eyes, Dax pictured the red-headed sorceress. A woman.
one of the masters. She was conspiring against the others. It seemed they had made some sort of deal with each other, but that she wasn't willing to keep her end of the bargain. A deal together? Alex stood abruptly with the question and turned her back to Dax.
What's the matter?
According to what I've read, the Masters have never worked together. They possess an ancient hatred for one another.
And it sounds like they still do.
Alex turned around to face him. But what if they are working together now? Dax considered the question.
Serafino had been difficult to defeat on his own, and he hadn't even been a master. Since then, Dax had wondered how he would stand a chance against a more powerful being. And if the four masters did form a union to hunt him down, Alex's concerns would be more than legitimate. "We need to get moving," Dax said.
I agree. And I think it's best if you ride with us. You know, just in case you're right about those visions.
Dax nodded. "Look, I need to tell you something else." He cleared his throat. "I owe you an apology."
Alex scrunched her face up, then asked, For what?
"I was planning on going out on my own today and leaving you all behind. Too many people have died while being around me, and I don't want that burden anymore. I thought it would be better if I were alone. But I realize now that we were supposed to meet. That I need you."
Alex raised an eyebrow. You done with all the emotional blubbering now?
Dax smiled. "Yeah."
Good. Then get your shit together and let's go.
30. Dax rode in the cab with Alex and Zoe. Alex stationed in the middle while Zoe drove. Saw rode in the bed of the truck, keeping a lookout for threats, human, vampire, or environmental. They'd decided to ditch the motorcycle and consolidate into one vehicle. It had been difficult for Dax to leave the bike behind, but he knew it was for the best. He couldn't risk having another vision while riding it and getting into a more serious accident. He'd lucked out the last time. They rode north, passing through small towns and miles of empty fields that stretched across Mississippi.
How are you?
Alex asked Dax. Dax waved, not giving her a verbal reply. She'd asked him how he was feeling about every 5 minutes, and he was already dealing with a headache. It wasn't normal because he didn't get headaches often, even when he was in stressful situations like prison. But he hadn't had any more of the visions, and that worried him. His theory had been that his visions would become more frequent the farther north they traveled. He should have been experiencing more of them already, but they hadn't come to him. The dull throbbing felt different. The pain originated in Dax's forehead, and he found it difficult to open his eyes in the daylight. The ache wasn't overwhelming or severe, but it was uncomfortable enough to keep Dax irritable. They forged on, not bothering to stop at any of the small towns they passed. They had packed gas cans and dry goods, making scrounging for supplies less of a priority. All that mattered now was getting north, and the fewer stops they made, the quicker they would get there. Zoe was accelerating as the truck approached a slight incline when Dax heard a buzzing in his head. He buried his face in his hands and leaned over. As the noise intensified, he found himself struggling to breathe.
Pull over,
he heard Alex say, the words sounding as if they'd come from underwater. The truck hadn't yet come to a complete stop when Dax opened the door and stumbled out. He fell onto his hands and knees, crawling to the middle of the road. He felt an intense heat in his core, like the worst fever he'd ever imagined, and his vision and the girls' voices swirled in a kaleidoscope of pain. Sweat fell from his brow, dripping down onto the asphalt. And when he lifted his head again, the girls and the old blue pickup truck
had disappeared. Dax stood on the dirt road and brushed off his pants. Looking both ways, he saw nothing but brown stretching to the horizon. And when he glanced up, he saw the single tree.
"Hello?"
Dax called out.
"Papa Midnight?"
Fire exploded in front of him, knocking Dax back to the ground. He crawled to the edge of the road. The tree had caught fire. The orange flames blended with the fiery clouds streaking across the sky, and the bare branches were turning as black as ash. It has to be Isaac. Dax looked around. His eye twitched, and he felt a burning in his throat. Someone, or something, was there with him, and his gut told him to be wary.
"Show yourself!"
Dax balled his hands into fists, waiting for Isaac or one of the masters to reveal themselves. Who else could it be? Jackson. The voice was familiar, but it sounded frail, almost broken.
"Papa Midnight?"
You must listen to me.
"Where are you?"
Dax looked around again, seeing nothing but miles of flat land and the burning tree.
Listen to me,
Papa Midnight said. His voice came into Dax's head directly instead of through his ears.
They will be coming for you very soon. The Masters. Did you receive my message from Alexandra?
"I did."
You must stay with her. As you have said many times, you cannot do this on your own. The Masters will scorch the land to find you. That is why you must ignite the fire.
Dax shook his head. "I don't know what you mean."
You must find the angel and set him on fire. That is what must be done to save us all.
"What?" Dax's face hardened. "You want me to kill an angel? How do I even do that?"
You must bury him in smoke, Jackson. It is the only way.
The fire exploded in front of him again, and Dax stepped back. Several branches fell from the tree, burning as they hit the ground. 4 figures rose, morphed out of the burning branches. They walked toward him, nothing but torches in the shape of humans. But through the flames, Dax could see their features. To his left, an Asian man with thin, cropped hair. Next to him, a darkly majestic Latino woman with hair pulled up on top of her head. And next came a portly man with thin hair and a beard. And a familiar face was the last in line. She wore a sly smile, and her hair bounced off of her shoulders. The master from the vision he'd had the previous day on the highway. The 4 masters. After he had gotten a good look at them, a heavy breeze blew through from the south. It extinguished the fire and turned the masters to dust, their remains spiraling like a twister and carrying beyond the still-burning tree.
It is the only way to save us all,
Papa Midnight said. But how will I know when I find the angel? What will he look like? Or is it a she? He didn't respond. "Papa!" The sky suddenly went dark, leaving Dax alone in the apparent night with only the burning tree. A hellish crack rang through the air, and the tree leaned forward, its flames licking the night sky. It was coming, leaning in toward Dax. He tried to jump out of the way, but he couldn't move. All he could do was watch the tree falling toward him. Lifting his hands to his face, Dax screamed. The scream pulled Dax from the dream. With his skin burning from the hot asphalt, he quickly sat up. Alex and Zoe kneeled beside him. "He's awake," Alex said.
"Glad to see he's not dead,"
Saw said. Her voice came from the back of the truck, where she still sat keeping a lookout. Alex put her hand on Dax's shoulder. "What did you see this time?" Dax shook her hand off and stood up. His head no longer hurt like it had before he'd succumbed to the vision. He paced back and forth in the road, trying to shake the fog from his mind. "We have to keep going," Dax said. "Was it Papa Midnight?" Alex asked. Dax nodded. "What did he say?" "We'll talk in the truck," Dax said. "The most important thing he said is to keep moving." Dax looked back down the highway the way they'd come. Then he looked at Alex. "Because they're coming after us." 31. Bronwyn lay on her bed, running her fingertips along the silk covers. She held a half glass of Merlot in one hand, and was wearing only a corset and black stockings when a knock came at the door. Using her telekinesis, she opened it. Haraka and Jing were both there, staring at her through the doorway. "Well, are you coming in, or aren't you?" Bronwyn asked. The two masters entered the room, and Bronwyn used her power again to shut the door behind them. She set her wineglass down and then climbed back onto the bed, stretching her arms over her head and moaning. "Aren't these beds glorious?"
Get to the point,
Haraka said.
"You're not going to seduce us so you can get your way."
Bronwyn rolled onto her side and bit her lip.
"Resistance only makes me try harder, you know. That's a real turn-on, especially in a woman."
"What do you want?"
Jing asked. Bronwyn exhaled and rolled her eyes.
"You two are no fun."
She sat on the edge of the bed then and slipped into a robe. Standing, she tied it around her waist, but was sure to keep the top open, revealing her perked breasts nearly exploding from the corset. The two masters were trying to ignore her sexual magnetism, but she knew better. She also knew that she needed to tame her game if she wanted them to take her seriously. Once in the robe, she reached for her Merlot and took another sip.
"Drink?"
Haraka stepped forward and ripped the glass out of Bronwyn's hand. She threw it against the wall. The glass shattered, falling to the floor in a crimson spray. The master then moved to within inches of Bronwyn's face.
"Quit wasting our time and tell us why we are here."
Bronwyn smiled. She used only the tip of her finger to wipe some Merlot from her lips, and then she licked them.
"Controlling,"
Bronwyn said.
"Another turn on."
She then went to a chair on the opposite side of the room and sat down. Crossing her legs, she offered the other two masters a seat in the cushioned chairs. They just stood before her, not responding.
"Very well, then,"
Bronwyn said.
"I guess I'll get straight to the point. How would you two each like to control a third of Ambrose's territory?"
Jing sneered.
"What are you talking about?"
"I thought the question was pretty simple,"
Bronwyn said.
"Are you talking about destroying him?"
Haraka asked. Bronwyn rolled her eyes.
"I guess I'm not the only one playing games here."
"No," Haraka said.
"I just want to understand what you are asking. Then let me lay it out as simply as possible for you, Queen of the Amazon. How would you like to help me kill Ambrose, and then split his territory with me?"
The two masters looked at each other. Then Jing spoke.
"Where is this coming from?"
"A master much wiser and stronger than Ambrose," Bronwyn said. "We all know what he was doing down there. He's trying to trick us, and he knows that he will be unable to destroy me without your help." "But his plan makes sense," Haraka said. "If we work together, we can capture the human before he is able to destroy us all."
Bronwyn sighed. We do not need all of us to do that. You two are not stupid. You know my power. You know that I can hunt down the puny human myself.
Then why haven't you?
Jing asked. Because what fun would that be? That's much more amusing listening to Ambrose's desperate pleas for help. This is madness, Haraka said. What you are saying makes no sense. And trusting him does.
Haraka raised an eyebrow.
Instead, we are supposed to trust you.
Grinning, Bronwyn stood.
The way I see it, you must trust me. You know that I can send you to your final death any time that I want.
Bronwyn ran the tip of her finger down Haraka's face and over her lips.
You can play tough, but I know that it is nothing but an act. A desperate attempt to give you an identity. You're mine, and you know it.
Turning to Jing, Bronwyn stepped in front of him.
And as for you, do you not want to kill him? I can give you that.
Jing pursed his lips.
What is to say you won't use us to destroy Ambrose, and then attack us anyway?
Bronwyn shrugged and ran her hands down Jing's chest.
Because I'm not sure I can take you both down on my own. And I know that you two have probably been talking privately as well.
Jing glanced to Haraka, who shook her head and then looked at the floor.
You say we each get a third of his territory?
Haraka asked.
Mm-hmm, Bronwyn said,
pulling away from Jing.
So is that a yes?
The two masters met eyes with one another, and then they nodded.
Good,
Bronwyn said.
I'm glad to see you made the right decision.
Okay, we're doing this, Jing said. So what's the next step?
You two kids go back to your rooms. I will summon you. I have a plan ready.
Bronwyn moved past the two other masters and returned to her bed. She pushed the robe off as she stretched, holding up her hair and arching her back. Then she lay back on the bed again and watched as the two masters walked to the door.
Bronwyn said, If it sets your minds at ease, know that I get bored easily. It would be a shame to have this entire world to myself, with no playmates.
She opened the door with her mind, allowing Jing and Haraka to leave. Bronwyn slammed the door behind them and looked to the ceiling once they were gone. A malevolent grin spread across her face. 32. When the night came, Ambrose summoned the others downstairs. It is time. Bronwyn allowed Ambrose to lead the charge. In his final moments, she would let him believe that he was in control. As they landed on the causeway, she turned back to look at the ravaged city of New Orleans. The masters had left nothing but destruction in their wake, setting fire to what was left of the city. Flames scorched the night sky, licking the horizon. And it was only the beginning of the destruction. With 4 combined armies, nothing could stop the masters. They had vowed to destroy civilization as they pursued the human. Towns would burn, and the weak would perish, while those who were worthy joined the Eternal Army in its march towards global domination, the final awakening. When they arrived at the first town on the other side of the causeway, Bronwyn stood in the middle of the road and looked around. Ambrose was there, standing beside her. "Would you care to do the honors?" he asked. Bronwyn grinned.
How sweet of you.
She then closed her eyes. She could feel the presence of life around her. The human survivors had been hiding from them, which made it that much more fun. She preferred it that way, as a challenge of sorts.
Time to come out and play.
She signaled her troops,
and the other 3 masters followed her lead. The soldiers spread through the town like a virus, overtaking the weak humans and flooding the streets with the glow. Bronwyn and her lieutenants looked on as the vampires tore through hotels, businesses, and gas stations, searching for sustenance. Howling soon filled the air as screamers pulled terrified humans out into the streets. Bronwyn smiled as men, women, and children had their fates decided. Several hit the pavement, and the blood flowed into the sewers. Others stood frozen, their eyes slowly turning. Bronwyn closed her own eyes and absorbed the mounting power from the newly turned. Eventually, the screams died down. Dozens of humans lay dead in the street, while dozens more had been absorbed into the armies of the undead.
"It's time to move on,"
Jing said. "Yes," Bronwyn said. "Let us go." As they headed down the highway, Bronwyn pointed a finger to her right, then her left, and then behind the marching armies. Every time she pointed, a different building caught fire. The few whimpering survivors screamed as loud as they could. Many choked to death on the toxic, suffocating smoke. Rolling her eyes, Bronwyn raised both hands. Flames shot up into the air, and what was left of the town burned to the ground. Every town they marched past, they left in ruins, leaving nothing behind except scorched earth. Bronwyn could almost smell the scent of the human they pursued. She could almost taste him. She allowed Ambrose to lead, though, letting him believe he was the one in charge of this new and unholy alliance. He barked commands and strutted down the middle of the highway with his nose in the air. She snickered and cast insincere smiles at him as they walked, realizing that the higher she let him rise, the harder he would fall. By the time they reached the next town, Bronwyn had become bored with letting their soldiers do all of their bidding. As the other 3 masters unleashed their vampires, Bronwyn ordered hers to stay in their formation on the highway. "What are you doing?" Haraka asked her. "Having some fun," Bronwyn replied without turning around. She approached a building where she sensed several human beings hiding. She sauntered up to the front door, swinging her hips as if listening to music nobody else could hear. When she reached the threshold, she opened the door without touching it. A group of humans sat in the corner, holding on to each other. They gasped and screamed as she stood in the doorway, the wind lifting the edges of her dress. Her glowing eyes illuminated the space.
"Please, don't hurt us," a man said.
"And what would be the fun in that?" Bronwyn asked. She reached out and clenched her fist. A crunch split the air as she snapped the man's neck. He crumbled onto the woman next to him, and everyone else screamed. 2 other men, 4 women, and 2 children. One of the men drew a gun and shot at her from 5 feet away. Bronwyn held up her hand, stopping the bullet in midair. She then tilted her head, staring at the bullet as it spun in place. She turned it back around so that the tip faced the man who had shot at her. And when she pushed her hand forward, the bullet sailed back toward the man at the same speed it had come out of the gun. It exploded through his right eye, spraying blood and gray matter onto the wall behind him. "Anyone else want to take a shot?" the master asked. "Please, let the children go at least," a woman said. "They're innocent." Bronwyn approached the woman and kneeled in front of her. She shivered, and her little boy shook uncontrollably. Piss ran down his leg. The woman trembled as Bronwyn reached out and touched her face. "Do not fear. They will be much happier with me. In fact, you can go with them." Her eyes glowed bright, and she absorbed the woman's every thought. With Bronwyn's ancient and advanced powers, it only took moments for her to turn a human. Bronwyn stood and told the newly turned woman to rise. She did, and Bronwyn whispered into her ear, "Take them." The other humans in the room cried out as the new screamer turned each one of them, expanding Bronwyn's army one by one. Bronwyn had already turned to rejoin the other masters when she stopped and sniffed the air. She stepped to her right and moved toward a truck. Inside, she could smell a human hiding. She ripped the door off the vehicle and yanked the man out of the vehicle. He groaned as he hit the ground, landing on all fours. Bronwyn forced him to stand without touching him and pulled the old man to within inches of her face. She studied his eyes. "You know him." His eyes went wide.
Who? Well, I don't know what you're talking about.
Bronwyn choked him, again without touching the man. He gasped and tried reaching for his throat, but she didn't let his hands get there. "You know exactly who I'm talking about, Calvin." She let up enough for him to breathe, but kept pressure on his windpipe.
How do you know my name?
Calvin asked. Bronwyn rolled her eyes back into her head, showing whites that had begun to glow with the intensity of a West Coast sunset. She stared into the old man's eyes and searched his thoughts. She didn't have to go back far to find what she was looking for. There he was, the special human they had been hunting. This man, Calvin, had found him. They had shared a meal together, and then the man had fled the following morning in a truck. The same truck Bronwyn had just pulled the man out of. She saw his face, Dax's face. As much as he tried to hide it, she could see his fear. She couldn't wait to find him and drain his mind. She could feel a tortured past behind his eyes, and she looked forward to making him relive those moments as her slave. Bronwyn withdrew from Calvin's mind, and his eyes flashed, wet and jittery. She pursed her lips and ran her hand through his hair. "Shh. There's nothing to be afraid of." She let go finally, and he seemed to smile. Then she gave a quick nod of her head, and his neck snapped. The old man tumbled to the ground, and Bronwyn looked down at him. She grinned and turned around. "I'm coming for you, Dax." 33. "Oh, I'm coming for you, Dax." Sweat dripped down his face, dark circles blossoming underneath his arms. He buried his head in his hands and fought to shake off the visions and the voices. The air smelled peculiar the further north they drove, a strange mix of smoke and lavender. Dax could feel the energy shifting, and he supposed it would intensify the closer he got to finding the angel. "Am I supposed to keep driving north?" Zoe asked Alex. "Yes. We only stop if he asks us to." Their voices sounded warbled to Dax, so he stopped trying to listen to them. If the girls had a question, they'd repeat it. The masters were coming for him. With every passing moment, he felt their pursuit. All four wielded an army of undead creatures, the things he had originally called screamers. Also, the masters had added to their armies as they chased him north through Mississippi. In the visions, Dax had seen fire, buildings in flames, people burning, running aimlessly as they tried to extinguish themselves. Dozens of glowing eyes and others turning as human survivors became vampire slaves. All of the information filtered into his head like real-time memories.
Dax didn't want to put too much pressure on the casket girls, however, so he only shared what they absolutely needed to know.
I'm coming for ya, Dax.
The female voice came to him drenched in reverb, like a shadow passing over his mind. The Masters were marching down the highway, the same road he'd taken out of New Orleans. They tracked him as if he were a wild animal, a trophy kill. As Papa Midnight had warned, they left a scorched earth in their wake. Every town burned, every human murdered or turned. Through the fire burning in his mind's eye, he saw the red-headed Master again. She had the same crooked smile on her face, and was now wearing a tightly fitted black dress. Her milky skin glowed as she passed through the flames, basking in the destruction like a sunbather on a California beach. Although he had been introduced to 4 Masters, it was clear to Dax that she wielded the most power. She was the one systematically and violently destroying the world, the others subordinate and fearful of her. And although Dax had a personal score to settle with Serafino's Master, defeating the redhead would be his toughest challenge.
I'm coming for ya, Dax.
Another vision flashed before him. Bronwyn was still standing tall amongst the flames, reveling in the chaos. She walked to a nearby truck and pulled out a man. A familiar man. Calvin, the lone traveler Dax had met along the highway. The glow from her eyes reflected off of his, and his face went blank. The Master ripped open his mind, and when she was done, he looked like a corpse on 2 feet.
I'm coming for ya, Dax.
The Master snapped the innocent old man's neck like a twig. No, Dax said, shaking.
We really should stop, Zoe said. I'm going to pull over.
Don't, Dax said. He pulled his head out of his hands and turned to the girl driving. Zoe opened her mouth but then bit down on her bottom lip as she stared at him. He hadn't meant to snap at her. The girls had no idea what he was going through. In truth, he didn't understand it either. But he did know that they needed to keep moving. Dax exhaled as he wiped the sweat from his brow.
Look out!
Alex yelled, pointing ahead. Before Dax could look up, Zoe cut the wheel to avoid hitting a possum. The truck skidded and slid off the road. In the dirt on the side of the road, the truck spun all the way around as Zoe two-handed the wheel and brought the vehicle to a complete stop just before it could slam into a tree. Dax continued to fight through his mental fog, but the adrenaline from the near miss had temporarily pushed the visions out of his mind. He saw his surroundings more clearly than he had in hours. "Is everyone all right?" Dax asked.
I'm all right, Alex said.
Her face fell, and she spun around to look at the bed of the truck through the middle window. Saw. Dax threw the door open and jumped outside. He ran to the back of the truck. Saw wasn't there. Alex followed him out of the cab and looked around.
Over here!
Zoe yelled. Dax and Alex ran around the side of the truck and saw Zoe kneeling at the other side of the highway. They rushed over to her. Saw lay on the ground, blood on her cheeks and trickling from above her ear, clearly visible on the side of her clean-shaven head. She had closed her eyes and was groaning, but she was alive.
Motherfucker,
she said, trying to sit up. No, Alex said. Don't move.
Oh my God, Zoe said. I'm so sorry. It's my fault. I'm alive.
In addition to the cut on her head, her tank top had been torn at her midsection. A splattering of blood covered some of her ribs.
We've got to get you to the truck and take you somewhere where you can rest, Zoe said.
No, Alex said. We have to keep moving.
She just got thrown out of a fucking truck, Alex! It was the first time Dax had heard Zoe curse. But, having been responsible for Saw's injury, she'd apparently decided to emphasize her concern with some rare profanity. I'm fine, Saw said. She pointed to something in the road. That car braced my fall. I got knocked around. A few bruises and abrasions, but nothing that requires stitches. There was a dent in the hood where the steel panel had broken Saw's fall. You probably have a concussion. Zoe looked over at Alex. We can't keep going. But we have to, Alex said. The masters will... She's right. Alex and Zoe looked at Dax. He shook his head. We can't keep going until we know she's not concussed or seriously hurt. Zoe's right. We need to stop for a little bit. Alex slightly shook her head at Dax. Her shoulders slumped. They are coming. I know, Alex. But we've got a lead on them. I've seen it. As Papa Midnight told me, they're burning down every town they pass through as they chase us. We will know when they're getting close. Alex's eyes watered up, but she nodded in agreement. You pussies, Saw said. I'm telling you, I'm... Oh! Oh! She groaned as she tried to get up, grabbing at her ribs. Yeah, right, Dax said. He kneeled next to the injured girl's head. Help me peel Ripley here off the pavement. Zoe narrowed her eyes. Who's Ripley? Dax laughed as he shook his head. Damn kids. Never mind, he said. Help me pick her up and get her in the truck. 34. After several miles of nothing but cotton fields and flying insects, they finally came across a catfish farm with a single house sitting on the land. Even from the highway, though, Dax noticed vehicles parked in front of the house. Should we try there? Alex asked. It looks like there might be people living in that house. Might as well. They might not take too kindly to us stopping by. We won't know until we try, Dax said. With this truck's shitty suspension, it can't be feeling too good on Saw's back. With her eyes on the road, Alex aimed her words at the middle window. We're stopping here. Zoe was in the bed of the truck tending to Saw, holding a towel on her ribs while Saw pressed one against the wound on her head. Thank God, Saw said. You drive like shit. See if you can hit more bumps. Alex smiled and shook her head. She mumbled, Bitch. They turned into the driveway, and Alex steered the truck onto the gravel path. She stopped next to the mailbox. I've got a bad feeling about this, Alex said. There are people here. I can feel it. The wood shake siding had been recently painted a glossy white, the red shutters an accent like the ruby lips of a supermodel. Sunflowers danced along the southern wall, and luscious vines crept up the latticework beneath a front porch that ran the length of the house. Even if there are, nothing says that they're bad, Dax said. That's not what I'm worried about. I'm worried that they're going to be scared. Fear can be more harmful than evil. Dax shrugged. Sure. But if we're going to live in fear of others, then why are we wasting our time trying to defeat the enemy? If the enemy is each other, then what's the point? We've got to try to save what humanity we have left. He could still see the concern on Alex's face, but she didn't say anything as she put the truck into gear and pulled forward. She pulled to the middle of the driveway, near the other vehicles, and stopped. The front door of the house burst open then, and two men stumbled down the steps off the front porch, each armed with a shotgun. They kneeled behind half sheets of plywood that had been nailed to the porch's banister and aimed the barrels at the truck.
Get on out of here right now. You hear?
One of the men said.
Shit, Dax said.
I told you, Alex said. This was a mistake.
You hear what he said?
The other man said.
Get the hell out of here.
No, Dax said to Alex. We gotta try to talk them down. We should leave. There'll be another house down the road. Dax looked at her and shook his head. We gotta save our humanity. Remember? We can't live like this. Listen to them, Alex, Zoe said. Get us the hell out of here. The leather steering wheel cover squealed as Alex wrapped her hand tightly around it. Y'all deaf in there? A man shouted from the porch. Dax reached over and put his hand over Alex's. It'll be all right. He opened the door slowly, then raised his hands. When he set his first foot on the dirt, the two men pumped the actions on their shotguns. I'm coming out, Dax yelled to the men. My hands are up, and I'm unarmed. I wouldn't do that if I were you, fella, one of the men shouted. One of us is badly injured, please.
Sorry, can't do it. We got our own people in here to protect. How are we supposed to know that you're not gonna rob and kill us?
Dax looked over at Alex. She was shaking her head and nearly crying. I guess you're just gonna have to trust me. Now look, I'm stepping all the way out where you can see me. Don't do it, the man said. Dax didn't stop. He got out of the truck and slowly walked to the front. He kept his hands raised and his eyes on the two men. He stopped at the front bumper. They hadn't shot him yet. Progress? If you've seen the screamers, then you know I'm not one of them. Look into my eyes. They're not glowing, are they? It was a gamble for Dax to bring that up. He'd had the encounter with the biker gang. They'd been able to fool him not only because they were in the daylight with little to cover their skin, but also because their eyes hadn't glowed. The two men looked at each other and mumbled so that Dax couldn't hear what they were saying. One of the men said, We don't know what no screamers are. Come closer, so we can make sure you're not armed. Keeping his hands in the air, Dax stepped forward. He'd made it almost to the stairs when one of the men ordered him to stop. The same man then stood up. What are you doing, Cliff? The other man asked. Sam, you just keep that gun aimed at him. You hear me? Yeah, I got you. Cliff set down his shotgun and walked down the porch steps. His eyes blazed as he looked at Dax. He stopped a few feet from Dax and looked him up and down. I'm going to check you for weapons, and I don't recommend that you try anything stupid. Sam up there can knock the sweat off a pig from the other side of the track. You feel me, fella? Yeah, Dax said. I feel you. Cliff patted Dax down, starting at his waist and checking his legs, back, and chest. Everywhere. He, of course, found nothing. Cliff then stood straight up and stared into Dax's eyes. You believe me now? Dax asked. I'm not sure I got your name. Dax. Never heard a name like that around these parts. Ain't from around these parts. I'm from Louisiana. Heading north because New Orleans is gone. Cliff turned to Sam, and the two men shared a look. He then refocused on Dax. Gone? Dax nodded. Well, that still doesn't explain what you're doing on my property. We have an injured woman. Dax thumbed toward the road. She was thrown out of the back of the truck. We think she might have a concussion, and she's bleeding. This is the first place we came across since it happened. We were hoping we could stay here for a little while and fix her up.
We don't need any medical supplies you might have. We aren't asking for any food or water. Just a safe place where we can patch her up and let her rest a little." Cliff exhaled. He looked at the ground, then back at Sam. When he glanced back to Dax, he still looked unsure. "Please," Dax said. "Give us an hour or two, and we'll be out of your hair." A woman walked out of the front door. She was in her 40s and wearing a white farm dress over a shapely figure. She had pulled her blonde hair into a ponytail to reveal high, sharp cheekbones. "Go back inside, Isabel."
"Listen to 'em, Cliff," Isabel said. "They need our help."
"I said to go back inside. I can handle this." Isabel walked across the porch and down the stairs. Sam stood up, but Isabel just held her hand up to him, signaling for him to leave her be. Dax's eyes darted from Isabel to Cliff, and then to the front porch and the guns.
"You're not the only one living here," Isabel said.
"But I'm in charge, and I say who we let in and who we tell to hit the road." "Let's go, Dax," Zoe said from the truck. "These people don't want us here."
"Yes, we do," Isabel said. "I'm welcoming you into our home."
"No, Isabel," Cliff said. "We can't trust—"
"Enough of that, Cliff," Isabel said. She turned her attention to Dax. "I'll get a bed set up for your hurt girl. Cliff and Sam here will help you get her inside."
Dax looked at Cliff, nodding. "I think we can handle it." He then stuck his hand out to Isabel. "Thank you." She made direct eye contact while shaking his hand, squeezing hard and holding it long enough to let Dax know she wasn't afraid of anyone or anything. Isabel headed up the stairs then, hitching up her long skirt as she went, and Cliff and Sam both gave each other confused looks accompanied by shrugs. Dax returned to the truck, shutting the passenger door. The window was open, and Alex was still in the driver's seat, still looking straight ahead. "Hey," Dax said. Alex turned to him. "Everything's okay. Let's go in now." Without a word, she shut off the truck and climbed out, walking to the back to help with Saw. 35. Isabel prepared a room on the first floor of the expansive farmhouse. Dax carried Saw into the house by himself. She weighed only around 120 pounds, and was therefore easy to carry even though Dax had been weak from lack of food. Several layers of blankets topped the bed. When Dax entered the room with Saw in his arms, he stopped at the foot of the bed. The first-floor room had been decorated with posters on the purple walls, smiling images of One Direction and ponies. The open window invited a gentle breeze inside. It didn't help much, but it was something.
"It's all right," Isabel said. "Go ahead and set her down. We have plenty of blankets, so it's okay if you get blood on 'em."
Dax set Saw down, and she let out a sigh as she landed on the cool comforter on top.
"God damn! This is like lying in a pool full of pillows,"
Saw said.
"I forgot what a real fucking bed feels like."
"Watch your mouth," Alex said.
"I'm bleeding out of the side of my head. Cut me some slack, would you?"
"I understand," Isabel said. "You're in pain. But if you wouldn't mind, please do watch your language, especially with taking the Lord's name in vain. We have children here, and this is a house of God." "Yeah," Saw said softly. "Sorry." "It's quite all right, dear." Isabel picked up a small bag off the table.
I've left some medical supplies in here. There should be some stuff to help with the cuts.
Dax waved his hands. You really don't have to give us your supplies if you don't want to.
It's fine. We have plenty. I'll also have someone bring the girl some water. We need to make sure she stays hydrated.
Thank you, Alex said. A girl entered the room. She appeared to be about 15 and had Isabel's eyes. Dark curls framed her face, resting on the child's high cheekbones.
This is my daughter, Mary. She can help tend to this girl's wounds. That cut on the side of her head needs stitches. Mary can help. Great, Saw said. I need stitches, and I'm getting them from a farm girl. Would you prefer to try stitching yourself up?
Isabel asked. Saw said nothing.
All right, then. My daughter is fully capable. She has helped doctor our pigs in the past, and the pig's anatomy and physiology are like ours.
Dax raised his eyebrows, fully expecting a snarky comment from Saw. But the casket girl held her tongue. Her shirt was off now, and she was left wearing only a sports bra. Despite her injuries, he couldn't help taking a glance at her toned stomach and muscled arms. She looked like no pig Dax had ever seen.
She's in good hands, Mary, Isabel said. Would you like to join me out here while she tends to your friend? I'd like to stay here with her,
Zoe said. We'll join you, Dax said. He looked at Alex, and she nodded. While she had appeared angry outside after the risk Dax had taken, she seemed to be coming around. Isabel had brought them into her home, given Saw a clean bed, and insisted on using their medical supplies on her. Even still, Dax couldn't blame her for keeping her guard up. They followed Isabel into the living room. Cliff and Sam had been waiting for them, both men pacing. Sam stopped in front of a brunette woman wearing a flannel shirt. 2 kids stood behind the woman, a boy and a girl, each appearing to be approximately 10 years old. Cliff blushed as he stepped into the middle of the room and extended his hand to Dax. I'm sorry about what happened out there. Dax shook his hand. Don't be. What you did was smart. You've got to be cautious.
There's a fine line between cautious and rude, Isabel said.
Dax smiled, and she shrugged.
Don't worry, she said. Cliff is my brother.
How many of you are living here? Alex asked. She took a seat in a recliner, and Dax sat down in a love seat. The others took places on a long couch.
This is everyone. A few travelers have come and gone, but we've kept our core group together here at this house.
How have you managed to do that? Alex asked. Isabel smiled and stuck her arms out, palms up.
Look around, dear. We're on a farm. We have goats for milk, chickens for eggs. We raise catfish out there. Even without power, we have the ability to self-sustain.
Dax could feel Alex staring at him, but he didn't look at her. He knew he was thinking the same thing she was. They don't know about the Screamers. Isabel must have noticed their faces, because she asked,
What's the matter?
Dax said, clearing his throat. Do you think we could talk for a minute? He glanced at the children. Alone? Isabel glanced at the couch and nodded to Sam. Come on, kids, Sam said. Let's run upstairs for a little while. They marched out of the room, and only Isabel and Cliff remained with Dax and Alex. Cliff took a seat on the sofa next to his sister.
Now,
What seems to be the matter? Isabel asked.
Dax studied both their faces. They really seemed to have no clue about the screamers. You haven't seen anything strange pass by your little farm? Or heard anything? Dax asked.
I don't know what you mean by strange. The grid has been down, and the power hasn't come back on yet. Stranger than that?
Alex looked at Dax again.
They don't know.
Don't know what? Cliff asked. Dax drew in a deep breath. The world is being overrun by screamers. These creatures that steal your life force. Leave you like a zombie or an intelligent vampire. They've completely overrun New Orleans, and we've seen them on the highways south of here, too. Their faces remained blank, until Cliff laughed.
That's funny, Isabel said, chuckling along with her brother. But it's true, Alex said. They aren't like Hollywood vampires. They have the ability to control your mind. They've been hiding on Earth for several hundred years.
Cliff hissed, his chuckle now caught in his throat. Their eyes glow a bright orange, Dax said. Isabel paused, but then she grabbed Cliff's shoulder, and he looked at her with wide eyes.
You remember when we were looking out of the bedroom window one night last week, and we saw those flashes of light?
Yeah, Cliff said, shrugging. They were flashlights. People finding their way in the dark. So what?
I told you they were too strange to be flashlights.
She turned her attention to Dax and Alex.
These flashes of light moved in the distance, but they didn't bounce up and down as they would have if someone had been walking with one in their hand. They moved in straight, horizontal lines.
Which way were they heading? Alex asked.
North,
Isabel said. Dax clenched his fists. Isaac, he thought.
This all sounds ridiculous,
Isabel said.
How do you know?
Dax explained everything he knew, with Alex interrupting to fill in the gaps. He told them how New Orleans had fallen, how most of the city had been flooded, burned to the ground, or both. He even told them about his fight with Serafino and his encounter with the biker gang. I was right to question you, Cliff said. Yes, you were. You all need to be very cautious. By the time Dax had told them everything, Isabel and Cliff had leaned back on the couch, their faces long. An hour had passed since they'd first sat down. During the lull in the conversation, the bedroom door opened and Mary walked out, followed by Saw. She had a bandage taped to the side of her head, and another wide one wrapped around her waist.
That was fast, Alex said.
Saw patted Mary on the shoulder.
This little girl sure can sew. Good to see you're feeling better,
Isabel said. Glancing at the others, she added,
I think you all should stay for a meal. I'm feeling pretty good,
Saw said.
I can hit the road whenever.
No, Dax said, looking at Isabel. I think we should stay for a little bit longer. 36. Dax was on his way to the bathroom when someone took hold of his arm. Alex.
What are you doing?
She asked. I'm not sure what you mean.
Why aren't we leaving?
We'll be fine staying here for a little bit longer. Aren't you starving? They're going to feed us.
It won't matter if that horde of vampires catches up to us.
We'll be fine, Alex. Her forehead creased.
I hope you're right.
She walked into another room. Dax sighed. He shook his head as he went into the bathroom and shut the door. He looked at the sink and then the shower. What he wouldn't give for a 5-minute shower. The plumbing drew water from a private well, but the pump had stopped working when the power went out. They had a generator, but Isabel had told him they'd run out of gas and hadn't had a chance to leave the farm to look for more. Dax had told her going to gas stations would be pointless, and that they'd be better off trying to siphon gas out of abandoned vehicles on the highway, though he'd found many of those to have been emptied as well. He spotted a container of wet wipes on the counter, and that was better than nothing. Leaning his hands on the counter, Dax looked into the mirror. He hardly recognized the face that looked back at him. Dust and dirt covered his cheeks, and several cuts on his face had scabbed over and would become scars. Dark bags hung beneath his eyes. An image of the convict flashed over the mirror, superimposed on his reflection. For a moment, Dax stared at the hardened, tough prisoner he had left behind when the world ended. The irony wasn't lost on him. He had been beaten and worn down since leaving prison, his body in worse shape than it had been when he was locked up. Dax took off his shirt. He grabbed a wet wipe and began with his chest, wiping off the dirt. With a fresh one, he rubbed under his arms and then used a third to wipe his stomach. As he started on his face, the disinfectant on the wipe burned his pores. He groaned, but pushed harder to scrub off the grime. He had cleaned off half his face when a pulse of energy shot into his head. It came hard and fast, and he slammed his hands down onto the counter to brace himself, hard enough to almost knock one of the candles onto the ground. He groaned, biting down on his bottom lip to keep from crying out. A knock came at the door.
"Everything all right in there?"
It was Sam.
"I'm fine,"
Dax said, gritting his teeth.
"You sure?"
"Yes," Dax said, spitting the word from between tight lips. He closed his eyes and drew in a deep breath.
"I'm okay, really. Just a little hungry and tired, that's all." "All right, then. Well, food's almost ready." "Great. I'll be out in a few minutes."
Dax listened to Sam's footsteps on the hardwood floor as he walked back toward the kitchen. Sweat ran down his face, and the noise in his head intensified. Keeping a grip on the sink, he threw his head up. He shut his eyes tight enough to strain the muscles in his cheeks, and the visions came to him. He stood in a darkened hallway. Lit torches sat in sconces, but the light from the flames struggled to penetrate blackness. The stone walls had been decorated with strange symbols. Dax had never seen anything like them. He took a torch off the wall and used it to illuminate a corner, and in the near distance, he saw a lit room. He walked to the threshold. 100 candles or more burned, and the ceiling stretched as high as 20 feet. Some of the same strange symbols had been carved into the stone walls. A single bed sat in the center of the room, the only furniture in it, and a woman lay on top of the bed with her eyes closed. Dax walked to her, his legs seeming to propel him along whether he wanted them to or not. He knew even before he stopped at the edge of the bed that this red-headed creature he'd seen before was one of the masters. She wore a long black dress, flared at the bottom, but tight around her waist and chest. It looked like a queen's garment from the 17th century. Her eyes remained closed as she lay there, her hands resting on her stomach, as if positioned inside of a coffin. Dax looked around the room again, holding the torch up. Where am I? A hand grabbed onto his wrist, and he looked down. The master had awoken. Her eyes were wide and flickering with unholy flames.
"I'm coming for ya, Dax."
Dax yanked his arm free.
and now he was sitting on the floor of the bathroom against the tub. The door flew open, hitting his legs. Alex kneeled down next to him. Others arrived behind her, peeking in from the hallway.
"You said it was all right a minute ago," Sam said.
"He is all right," Alex said.
"Don't look like it to me."
"Please, give us a minute." The others hesitated for a moment before heading back to the kitchen. Zoe and Saw remained in the hallway. Alex grabbed a wet wipe from the package and reached for Dax's face. He grabbed her wrist. "Let me," she said, pushing his hand down gently. "You're overheated, and this is the closest thing we're gonna get to a cold, wet towel." Dax let her. The wipe brought an instant of chilling relief before the alcohol stung the cuts and scrapes on his face. "You had another vision." Alex didn't present it as a question. She knew what had happened. "This time I was in some sort of dungeon. There were strange symbols everywhere, and it all led to this tall room. All that was in it were candles and a bed. A master was there." Alex looked back at the other two girls. Zoe said, "My God!" "You saw her lair," Alex said, shooting a quick glance at Zoe that Dax caught as well. "It's the only place where a master vampire can be destroyed by conventional weapons. Unless you're the angel. Are you the angel, Dax?" Despite the serious nature of the situation, Dax saw her smirk as she asked the last question, knowing that he was not the angel Papa Midnight had talked about. But he might be the only human able to find the angel. He shook his head and then winked at Alex. "Did you see where it was?" Zoe asked. "No. I started out in this narrow hallway and then walked to the room. It felt like the stone had been carved, not built. Almost like it was hewn from a cave. And I have no idea what the symbols meant." "My money says that the cave or dungeon or whatever is nowhere near bumfuck Mississippi," Saw said. "So it doesn't really do us a bit of damn good." Dax knew she was right, but it made him wonder why he'd been shown the master's lair at all. "Do you know if they have the food ready?" Dax asked. "I really need to eat. I think we all do." "It's ready," Zoe said. "They were trying to call you to the table while you were passed out. That's why we came to check on you." "How much longer are we staying here?" Saw asked. "Those masters are going to catch up to us." "We've got some time," Dax said. "You sure about that?" Saw asked, raising an eyebrow. "Yes. Let's enjoy our time here while we can, because those monsters are going to catch up to us eventually, regardless of how quickly we move." 37. After eating, Dax walked through the kitchen and out the back door to get some fresh air. The green crops stretched to the horizon, their tops waving in the unseen wind like an emerald ocean. The sun had headed for the horizon, turning the rays into a warm, golden heat. He closed his eyes and listened to the soothing silence in an empty world. Dax thought about how different things had turned out here compared to New Orleans. Without the screamers, people could live here, maybe even rebuild. "Beautiful, isn't it?" The door opened, and Dax looked back to see Isabel standing there. He turned back to the sun as she walked over and stood beside him. "It is. You're fortunate to live out here and get to see this every day." "Yeah. It's the small things like this we seem to take for granted." Dax shook his head. "Not anymore. I appreciate every moment I'm alive." "Try telling that to children when I ask them to do their chores," she said. The remark made Dax think about the kids he was trying to save, about how he had failed them, and how he hoped there was still a chance to find them alive. You have to keep them safe, Dax said.
That's all I think about. While Mary is my only child by blood, Derek and Laura, the little ones you saw, are Sam and Jean's. I treat those two like they're my own as well. We're all family now.
I get that.
You got kids?
Dax bit his lip, ignoring her question. You can't stay here. Isabel raised her eyebrows.
What do you mean?
It's not safe, Dax sighed. Look, those screamers, vampires that I've told you about, are going to make it here. And when they do, you're not going to want to be in this house.
And where would you suggest we go?
North. You can come with us. Isabel laughed.
Yeah, we'll pack everything and load the van and follow you like it's the Oregon Trail.
There's hardly anything you need to bring. It's the only way to keep your family and friends safe, Isabel.
You say this like you're certain.
Dax thought of the visions of burning towns and the ruins that had once been the city of New Orleans. Because I am. Isabel let out another chuckle as she stepped away from Dax. She looked at the blossoming sunset as the sun continued to slide beneath the horizon.
You know, my husband, Thomas, God bless his soul, and his father built this house. Right after we got married. I was only 19, and Thomas was 21. You ever known a 21-year-old who could build a house? Yeah, me neither.
She looked at Dax.
My soul lives in this house. My heart is here.
But it's just a house. You have your family. That's all that matters. She shook her head.
It's not.
Then what else does?
Humanity,
she said, looking across the jade waves.
If we choose to run, what are we really doing? We're letting them win. What good is life if you spend it constantly trying to outrun death?
Dax lowered his head, staring at the dirt. Isabel put her hand on his shoulder.
It might be your destiny to travel north, for whatever reason that might be, but it is not mine. I will stand here, with my family, and defend this place.
Dax looked up. And you'll die doing so. She smiled.
To run would be to perish. I don't fear death, Dax.
The door to the house opened again, and all three casket girls walked out onto the patio. It's time to go, Alex said. Dax looked up at her and nodded.
You're leaving?
Isabel asked.
It'll be dark out soon. You should stay here and rest for the evening. You can get up early and leave then.
Dax smiled. We really appreciate your hospitality. It was kind of you to tend to Saw's wounds and to feed us.
It's not a problem. Would you like some food for the road?
You've done enough, Dax said. He gave her a hug, squeezing her tight. You've helped me to keep the faith, he whispered in her ear. In us. All of us. They walked around to the front of the house then. The rest of Isabel's family had been waiting to say goodbye. Dax and the casket girls took turns shaking hands and thanking them for everything they'd done. Mary looked confused when Saw went to give her a fist bump, and it made Dax laugh. Saw then hugged the girl and smiled, and seeing Saw grin brought a tear to his eye. Maybe there's hope for us after all. The group traveled another hour north on Route 49 before stopping at a gas station for the night. Zoe was still shaken from the earlier accident, so Alex had been driving, sitting in the cab with Dax and Saw. Alex pulled into the empty parking lot of the abandoned gas station and turned to the others. "It's as good a place as any," she said.
"We'll only be here for a few hours to grab a quick nap," Dax said. "We need to keep moving. I don't think it makes sense to wait until daylight anymore. We've not seen any screamers, so we might as well try to stay ahead of the ones we know are on our tail."
"That sounds damn good to me," Saw said. "Girl, do you ever take a break?" Zoe asked Saw as she hopped out of the bed of the truck. "You go 24/7. "All night long," Saw said with a smirk. "I'm just glad we didn't come across any of those fuckers while I was riding up front. My dead grandmother could shoot better than you from her grave." Zoe smiled sarcastically and gave Saw the bird. Saw laughed.
"Knock it off, you two, or I'll make you sleep in the same sleeping bag," Alex said.
"Nah, she'd like that too much," Zoe said. Saw was walking behind Zoe and slapped her on the ass. "Damn right." She ran away laughing as Zoe chased her. Alex smiled.
"It's good to see those two goofing off. Things have been way too serious."
"Yeah, well, it's a serious situation," Dax said.
"What did you say to Isabel?"
Dax thought about it for a moment and then shook his head. "Doesn't matter. Let's check this place out." He grabbed his bag out of the truck and stepped away before Alex could ask him any further questions. The inside of the gas station had been raided, and someone had spray-painted the word "Repent" on the walls, but they saw no signs of humans or vampires. Zoe grabbed a Mississippi State Bulldogs t-shirt off the floor and put it on. She tied the oversized shirt into a knot on her hip. With only candlelight, Zoe and Saw played poker. They'd offered to deal in Dax and Alex, but both had refused. Dax and Alex chatted in the corner instead, mostly about Papa Midnight, before Dax decided to turn in for the evening. "You all need to get some rest too," Dax said. "We'll be heading out in a few hours."
"Yeah," Saw said. "I'm about tired of whipping this girl's black ass anyway." "Screw you, honky," Zoe shot back. Dax and Alex laughed.
"Hey," Alex said to Dax. "Tell Papa Midnight hi for me, all right?"
"Who's to say you're not going to be able to tell him yourself?"
"I think he's going to be more interested in talking to you tonight."
Dax didn't reply. He just rolled over and closed his eyes. He soon fell asleep too, only to discover that Alex's hunch had been right. 38. Dax had seen the tree burn the last time he'd been there, but now it stood in the exact place it had been before. Gone was the ash and the death, although the red clouds above pushed down on the land, suffocating it. He felt a presence and spun around. Papa Midnight stood in the center of the dirt road. His white suit had been replaced with garments fit for a funeral. He wore a black suit and hat. Even the cane he held was black. "What's been happening to me?" Dax asked him. "I keep getting these visions when I'm awake." "It's because they know about you. They are not far behind. In fact, I would question whether or not you should even be here with me right now." "But why am I getting these visions?" "You're getting closer to the angel. He's making your powers stronger." "I keep seeing one master in particular. It's the red-headed woman." "Yes, Bronwyn. She is the most powerful of the four.
She looks the youngest, but it is only because the others were older when they were turned. Do not let her appearance fool you. They're doing exactly as you said they would, leaving every town in flames on their way to find me. Papa Midnight furrowed his brow. What do you mean, they? The master vampires. I've seen their combined armies in my visions, burning towns, killing and turning people. Oh, God, Papa Midnight said. He dropped to one knee, the cane in his hand shaking as he struggled to hold himself up. Dax rushed over. What's wrong? Looking at the ground, the voodoo priest shook his head. When he looked up at Dax again, tears filled his eyes. It's too late, Jackson. Dax narrowed his eyes. What are you talking about? The Masters have formed an alliance. This isn't something I expected to happen. Their hatred for each other is ancient. None of the texts ever foretold them coming together. What does that mean? It means you can't win. They will not stop until they find you and destroy you. Everyone you love will be killed. There is no hope now. Not even the angel can save us. Dax stared into Papa Midnight's face. The man who'd had so much faith in him. The man who had encouraged Dax to forge on and find the angel before the vampires destroyed everything had disappeared entirely. What are you saying? Dax asked. Are you saying that I should give up? Yes. Hide and distance yourself from the ones you love. You will only bring them suffering and death. Maybe you can find the angel, but the Masters are relentless. And now that they've formed an alliance, it all feels... But I don't understand. This doesn't make sense. The wind blew and nearly knocked Dax over. He looked back to see the top of the tree reaching for the ground. At first, Dax thought a light snow had begun to fall from the sky. But when he put his hand out, he saw that gray ash was being dropped by the wind. Dax said, Papa Midnight, I don't... But when he turned around, the voodoo priest was gone. Thunder cracked, and lightning bolted through the red sky. Flames engulfed the horizon, raging down the road like a tidal wave. Dax looked up as the wall of flame approached. He spread his arms, and the fire engulfed him. Dax opened his eyes. He did not gasp. He did not startle. There was no cold sweat. He simply opened his eyes and awoke from a nap. It was still dark, and he didn't know how much time had passed, but it appeared to be the middle of the night. There you are. He looked over to see Alex staring at him. She sat in an old lawn chair while Zoe and Saw lay on the other side of the room, fast asleep, the playing cards left scattered on a nearby table. Why are you up? He asked. I couldn't sleep. I didn't want to dream about Papa Midnight. Like I knew he was visiting you, and I didn't want to interrupt your conversation. I spoke to him. You didn't spring awake like every other time. Dax shrugged. I must be finally getting used to the ride. What did he say? Dax hesitated. Papa Midnight had given up so easily. The man had been his mentor, teaching him how to fight the bastards. How could he not have foreseen the possibility of the four masters forming an alliance? It didn't make sense. He said it would be impossible to defeat them now that they're working together, and that I should run. The masters will torture and kill everyone I care about, and they'll find me before I can get to the angel. Alex frowned. What?
Why?
Because the Masters have formed an alliance, combined armies. Papa Midnight said that wasn't foretold in the texts, and that it will be impossible for us to defeat all 4 of them.
But we can't give up.
You can't give up.
Alex's voice cracked. The other girls stirred but did not wake. I know, but I don't think I can do this without his help. He's gotten us this far. Alex sighed.
What are we going to do?
Dax shook his head. I don't know. Everything Papa has said so far has been correct, so why would he be wrong now?
We can't stop fighting, Dax.
I know, but what if I don't hear from Papa again? Then what?
Doesn't sound like we will. Sounds like we're on our own. So, what are we going to do?
Dax stared out of the window at the moon. The Masters rode beneath the same moon, pursuing them with a massive army of screamers. They were destroying every city, town, and village they moved through on their way to capture him. The guiding force in his quest had just given up, though, and told Dax that all hope was lost. His only chance was taking his band of misfit women to find a hidden angel now, one that may or may not even exist. And if they found this angel, then what? Without Papa Midnight's guidance, Dax felt as blind as the voodoo priest. He drew in a deep breath. I don't know. 39. Ambrose stood tall as he watched the vampire armies level the town. They had begun by killing or turning the survivors and then set the place on fire. Humans ran from the buildings that were engulfed in flames. Others stood face to face with soldiers who'd been turned and then recruited into the 4 undead armies. Screams pierced the air. Fire and black smoke filled the sky, and it made him smile. The plan was coming together. His alliance with the other Masters had brought destruction to everything in their path. He'd waited so long for this moment, as he knew the others had. This was only the beginning. It wasn't that he trusted Bronwyn as far as he could throw her, and the other 2 Masters were undoubtedly up to their own secrecies. But would he expect anything less from the 4 most powerful beings on the planet? What they didn't know was that he had a contingency plan for the capture of the human, an ace up his sleeve that would guarantee ultimate victory. Not too far to the north, hidden in the Mississippi Delta, his lieutenant Isaac held captive Dax's only remaining loved ones. And, according to Ambrose's scouts, the human was falling right into his trap. The man would rush to save the children, practically jumping into Ambrose's arms while the other Masters would lose the opportunity to capture him. Ambrose knew there could only be one true Master. They all did. Despite Bronwyn's sexual charms and cunning ways, he would end up with the ultimate weapon and turn it on the rest of them. Ambrose would not only use Dax, but he would break him before using the man against the other Masters. One by one, Ambrose would torture and murder the children before his eyes, and he would savor the act, taking weeks or perhaps even months to kill them. Papa Midnight's girls had found Dax, but they didn't worry the Master. The Casket girls had demonstrated the ability to fight off some of the more immature creatures, but they would be no match for a Master like him. Like the old voodoo priest, the girls would die and serve as a warning to others who were trying to resist the inevitable. One of Ambrose's lieutenants approached, bowing long and low.
"Speak,"
Ambrose said.
"We have destroyed everything here, Master, and we have driven every human out of their holes."
Good.
Shall we gather everyone and continue?
Ambrose could almost taste the man's psychic energy. He smiled. Yes. On to the next town, continuing north. 40. Zoe and Saw woke up to see Dax and Alex sitting in silence on the other side of the room. "How long have you guys been up?" Zoe asked, her voice raspy. "Not long," Alex mumbled. Zoe sat up. "Is everything all right?" Alex shook her head. "I'm not sure. Dax had another dream. Papa Midnight told him that we need to—" She couldn't finish the sentence. "Need to what?" Saw asked. Dax stood up. He said it's hopeless. "Why?" Saw asked. "Because the Masters have joined forces. They're coming to kill me and anyone with me," Dax said. Alex looked up at him. "How are we supposed to fight off all 4 Masters?" "4?" Zoe asked. Alex filled in the gaps for the 2 girls who'd been sleeping, telling them about what Papa Midnight had said. "We're not abandoning you, Dax," Zoe said. "But how are we supposed to defeat them all?" Dax shook his head. "I don't know. But I know we're close to the Angel, and we can't give up now, even if Papa thinks we don't have a chance. I respect the old man's opinion, but we've come too far. We have to find the Angel." "Hell yeah," Saw said, standing up. "I'm not about to roll over some bitch." Alex and Zoe looked at each other. "You in?" Dax asked the 2 girls. "I can't do this alone. I need all of the casket girls." They smiled at Dax. "We're in," Alex said. They'd finished packing the truck and headed back onto the highway in the dark of night. Dax found himself looking back often. He could feel the Masters getting closer. He kept imagining fire torching the sky in their wake, the undead armies marching in pursuit. Dax's head continued to ache, but he hadn't had any more visions. The constant throb in his head intensified as they drove north, though, getting ever closer to finding the being who they'd been told would help defeat the Masters, the mysterious Angel. He thought of the children, too. They might be dead already. He could quite possibly be leading the casket girls to their own graves. But whether the kids were alive or dead, Dax was going to find them. Maybe the Angel could help. Maybe... "When we get there, wherever there is, how do you think we're going to find this Angel dude?" Zoe asked, breaking the silence. "Assuming he's a dude and not a dudette." "I have a feeling we aren't going to have to look," Dax said. "And do you know what you're supposed to do when you find him?" Alex asked. Dax shrugged. "I really don't know. I'm pretty sure Papa hinted to me that the Angel is male, is going to partner with us or help us. But I honestly have no idea. I do know that we need to find him." "Papa Midnight didn't tell you how?" Alex asked. "Not specifically, no. He winced, a siren blaring in his head." "You all right?" Zoe asked from the driver's seat. "I got him," Alex said. "Just pay attention to the road." Leaning over, Alex put her arm around Dax. He didn't even feel her embrace. The siren grew louder, and his head felt as if a construction worker was inside, trying to jackhammer his way out. When he looked up, his eyes fell on a dirt road up ahead. "There," a voice inside of his head said, cutting through the high-pitched buzz. Dax shrugged Alex off and leaned forward, both hands on the dashboard. There, he said, pointing at the dirt road. What? Alex said. Turn there! Turn, damn it! Zoe hit the brakes too hard to slow down, tossing Saw around in the truck bed. She jerked the wheel, sending the back end into a tailspin as the tires hit the dirt. Dust kicked up behind them. Sorry, Zoe said, looking in the mirror. Fuck you, Saw said. Pull over, and you get your ass back here and let me drive. No, Dax said. Don't stop. He sat back in his seat. The alarm in his head had subsided, becoming more of an annoyance now than painful. What happened? Alex asked. We're close. Very close. Keep driving. They continued down the dirt road, and the signal in Dax's head would flare up when it wanted him to turn. He saw nothing but a dirt road lined with fallow fields, but Dax trusted the beacon, feeling as though the angel was guiding him to the place where they needed to be. He looked down at the floorboard, clutching the sides of his head when the noise in his head disappeared. Look, Alex said. Dax, look! Slowly raising his head, Dax faced forward. Miles of farmland stretched out to the horizon, offering nothing but dusty, barren fields, except for one thing: a tree. 41. A single patch of overgrown wheatgrass brushed against Dax's skin as he approached the tree. He stepped around the grass and looked down at the dirt road beneath his feet. Kneeling down, he ran his hand through it. He picked up some dirt and rocks, closing his hand before letting it run through his fingers and back to the ground. He then raised his head and looked at the tree. It felt like a dream, but this was real. He'd made it. The tree stood exactly as it had in his dream. Autumn had yet to knock the leaves off the trees, and yet this one stood with bare branches as frail as an old man's arms. Looking both ways down the dirt road, he saw that the rest of the landscape also resembled the one in his dream. Nothing but flat, empty land for miles. He could tell, even in the dark. Alex approached, standing beside him. It's just like in my dream, she said. Mine too, Dax said. Do you think we'll see Papa Midnight? Dax shook his head. Only if we're dreaming, and I don't think that's the case. What do we do now? The buzz flared up again, intensifying in Dax's head. The angel is nearby. I believe the kids are as well. I can feel it. Then we have to find them. We have to... Screams ripped through the night. Not the cries of men, but of beasts. Dax hadn't heard them in days, but the sound was unmistakable. Screamers. They're here, Dax said. Come, quick, Alex said. Back to the truck to arm yourself. Dax followed Alex. Zoe and Saw stood at the tailgate. Zoe rifled through a bag while Saw stood in the bed and loaded the crossbow. I guess I'll finally see how good you are with that thing, Dax said to Saw. The bolt clicked into place, and Saw held the weapon up, ready. Fuck yeah, you will. Zoe found a sheathed dagger in the bag and handed it to Alex. She pulled out a second one, which whistled as she drew it from its sheath. Here, Alex said, offering the weapon to Dax. Take mine. Dax held up his right hand. Keep it. I'll be fine. Zoe grabbed another bag and tossed it over the side of the truck to where it landed on the ground at Dax's feet. What's this? Dax asked. Let's see how you fight, motherfucker, Saw said. Dax kneeled next to the bag and opened it. He pulled out a stake chiseled from a dense piece of oak. The tip had been whittled to a sharpened point, and a Celtic cross had been engraved near the handle, the lines of it rounded and worn. Where did you get these? "I told you," Alex said. "We've been waiting for this for a long time. We came prepared."
"Catch,"
Zoe said. She tossed a harness down to Dax. Fashioned from black leather, the harness had several compartments built to hold stakes. He put it over his shoulders and tightened the straps. Once he'd secured the harness, he kneeled next to the bag again and loaded up with more oak stakes like the one he'd first pulled from the bag. When he finished, he closed his eyes and brought a hand to his forehead. He thought of the children, seeing their faces in his mind. "We're going to save you." The screamers bellowed, pulling him from his thoughts. He grabbed 2 more stakes out of the bag, one in each hand, and then stood up. As his eyes adjusted, he saw a barn on the horizon, several hundred yards behind an old farmhouse. Their eyes' glows danced like sparks of flame as the screamers emerged from behind it, the same barn from his dream. Although Dax couldn't explain it to the casket girls, he knew the kids were inside of that barn, along with the angel. But between him and the structure stood a dozen screamers. "Stay tight and hold your ground," Dax said to the casket girls. "Let them come to us." Zoe hopped out of the back of the truck and positioned herself next to Dax, sandwiching him between her and Alex. "And don't get cocky back there," Dax said to Saw. "Only fire if you're sure you have a shot."
"Don't you fucking worry about me. I was born for this. I don't plan on missing."
"I hope you're right." The screamers fanned out in front of the tree, now only 20 yards away. "Why did they stop?" Alex asked. "I don't know," Dax said. From the middle of the pack, a female screamer stepped forward. She had dark brown hair, and had been in her mid-40s before being turned.
"This is your last opportunity to surrender,"
the screamer said to the casket girls.
"We only want the man. Give him to us, and the 3 of you can walk away."
Dax glanced at Zoe and then Alex. They both winked at him. Before either could say a word, though, a raspy, cocky voice came from the bed of the truck.
"Go fuck yourself, you stupid bitch!"
Dax heard a click as a bolt flew from Saw's crossbow. It split the air over his head, heading for the screamer who'd delivered the ultimatum. The bolt was headed straight for her heart when the screamer stepped out of the way at the last moment. It missed her chest by inches, striking another screamer standing behind her. The creature shrieked as it hit the ground, landing on its back with the wooden bolt jutting out of its chest. The vampire's orange eyes faded.
"That's one down,"
Saw said, reloading her crossbow. The screamer sneered.
"You will regret your decision."
She arched her back and raised her arms, flexing her biceps as she let out a guttural yell. In response, the other screamers raced forward at Dax and the casket girls. 42. Everything seemed to move in slow motion, and Dax felt his head clear as the creatures came at him. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Alex rear back her sword. She spun once and brought the blade across one screamer's neck, severing its head. Another fell to his right, one of Saw's bolts sticking out of its chest. 2 screamers ran at Dax, their arms out as if trying to tackle him. He kicked one of the creatures in the gut and then drove a stake into the heart of the other. He pulled the beast in close as he watched the glow in its eyes fade, and then dropped the body to the ground. A snarl sounded from behind him, and when Dax turned around, the creature he'd kicked lunged at him. He couldn't move fast enough, and the screamer grabbed him by the neck, slamming him into the side of the pickup truck and knocking the stake from his hand. The vampire squeezed harder, and Dax couldn't inhale. He used his upper body strength to grab the creature's wrist before flipping him around and pinning his assailant against the door. Dax pushed the screamer's head through the passenger side window, shattering the glass. The beast screamed, but didn't give up. Dax felt his hold slipping. Raising his leg, he kneed the vampire in the groin. The creature dropped one hand from Dax's throat, allowing him to grab a stake from his harness. Using his left hand, he kept the vampire's head inside the cab, arching its back over the top of the door. He brought the stake down into the screamer's chest then, stabbing it in the heart. The beast screamed, its body going limp as the fire in its eyes died.
Not bad.
Dax turned and saw the leader of the screamer horde facing him. He turned to her and drew 2 stakes from his harness.
My master is going to be quite pleased when I deliver you to him.
Dax gritted his teeth. Come on, then. The screamer sprang forward. She moved faster than the others, but Dax managed to sidestep her. He spun around, holding the stakes out and pointing them at her chest. She faced him and smiled, and the 2 combatants began moving in a circle, squaring up.
You know you cannot win, the screamer said. Why do you always insist on taking others down with you?
Hoping to catch her by surprise, Dax lunged forward and swung the stake. The vampire moved as Dax followed through with the jab, driving the tip of the stake into the hood of the truck. The screamer grabbed him by his shirt collar and threw him 10 feet into the air. He landed on his back in the dirt and grimaced. He tried to stand up, but she stepped on his chest, pinning him down.
Surrender.
No, Dax said. She slid her boot from his chest to his throat, and Dax gasped.
This is your last chance, the screamer said. Surrender, or...
Someone whistled. She turned, and Dax heard a hissing sound. Blood splattered onto Dax's face as one of the bolts from Saw's crossbow impaled the woman's forehead, blowing out the opposite side of her skull. Alex ran over and swung her sword then, severing the screamer's head. It dropped to the ground, rolling to a stop at Dax's shoulder. He stared into the creature's eyes as the light faded and her body fully collapsed into the dirt next to the truck. When he looked up, he saw that all of the vampires had been destroyed. Alex stood above him, blood dripping from her blade. Zoe was nearby, her sword also stained, blood spatter on both of their faces. Saw marched over to the lead screamer's head.
Fucking cunt!
She placed her boot on the vampire's cheek, bent down, and pulled the bolt out. It made a wet, sloshing sound as the shaft slid out of her brain. Dax looked up at her. Nice.
Told you I wouldn't miss.
She offered Dax her hand and pulled him to his feet. Thanks, Dax said.
For helping you up, or for saving your ass?
Dax smiled. For saving my ass. She grinned and loaded the bloody bolt back into her crossbow.
What now?
Zoe asked. We have to get to the barn, Dax said. We have to see if the... A slow clap came from the direction of the tree, interrupting Dax. A figure stood in the shadows. Dax couldn't see the screamer, but its glowing eyes were unmistakable. Hello, Dax. Dax gritted his teeth as he heard the familiar voice. You son of a bitch! Show your face! The screamer stepped out of the shadows and into the moonlight. Isaac. You've come a long way, my friend, Isaac said. Your skills have matured. I'm not your fucking friend, Dax said. He's Isaac, isn't he? Alex asked. Dax looked at her and nodded. Yes, and he killed the strongest woman I ever met. Not that strong, Isaac said, grinning. He moved closer, examining the bodies on the ground. You put down a number of my soldiers. I'm gonna hold you accountable for that. Hold this, Saw said. She'd moved up beside Dax, aiming the crossbow at Isaac's chest. Isaac shook his head.
Believe me, darling, you don't want to waste that bolt.
No one fucking calls me! Isaac waved his hand in the air, and the crossbow flew from Saw's grasp. He then held his hand out and closed his fist. Saw grabbed her throat. Isaac raised his arm, and when he did, Saw's feet lifted off the ground.
Stop this,
Dax said, barking at Isaac.
It's me you want. Let her go.
Right, Isaac said. That is true. He waved his hand again, and Saw screamed. She flew backward, slamming into the side of the truck. Her body went limp as she crumpled to the ground.
Morgan,
Zoe said, her friend's real name slipping out as she ran to help. Alex remained at Dax's side, both hands on the hilt of her dagger. Dax grabbed 2 more stakes from his harness.
Don't worry, she's still alive, Isaac said. For now.
Is she breathing? Alex asked. Zoe placed her hand on Saw's chest.
Yes, but barely.
Isaac wiggled his pointer finger at Zoe, scolding her like a disobedient schoolgirl. I've waited a long time for this, Dax said. You and me.
Oh, believe me, I wish we could finish this right now. Unfortunately, that is not what Master Ambrose wants.
I don't give a shit what he wants, Dax said, approaching Isaac. I'm going to kill you. Right now. Once and for all.
I don't think you will.
Isaac made several hand gestures toward the barn. Screamers walked down the dirt road toward the truck. As they came closer, Dax realized they weren't alone. Jesus, he mumbled. Each screamer led a different child. Monica, Darius, and Gabby's kids, Anthony, Kim, Ganesha. Another familiar face appeared at the rear of the pack, escorting Darius. The shorter screamer's eyes flared as they met Dax's. Kevin. Dax spat, disgusted by his own memory of his allowing Serafino to turn the boy in the Riverwalk Mall. He fought back the tears as he saw him now, thoughtless and holding Darius captive.
You failed him, Dax,
Isaac spoke from inside of his mind. What do you want? Dax asked.
For you to kneel before me and surrender.
Dax bit his lip. He stood tall still, his chest out and his chin up.
I suggest you do not refuse.
Isaac was inside of Dax's head again.
I'd hate to have to do this in front of you, and the other children.
Isaac raised a finger, and the screamer holding Ganesha came forward. The other kids began to cry as the screamer dragged the preteen girl to the dirt road where she stood before Isaac and Dax. Don't do this, Dax said.
Then kneel and surrender.
Uncle Dax, don't let them hurt me,
Ganesha said. It had been so long since Dax had seen his niece, and yet he still thought of her as the sweet little girl his sister had raised. They're not going to hurt you, sweetie, he said.
Do it, or she's the first I turn.
Dax looked to Zoe and saw, and then to Alex. He mouthed the words, I'm sorry. Facing Isaac again, Dax looked to the ground. He took a deep breath, then kneeled on one knee.
Good,
Isaac said. He kicked Dax in the face, splitting his lip and knocking him back onto the dirt road. Dax wiped the blood from his mouth. Isaac laughed.
Get him on his feet and bring them all, Isaac said.
Master Ambrose will be glad to know this fool took the bait. 43. Dax fell face first into the stall, landing in a pile of moldy hay. The screamer shoved him in last after all of the children and the casket girls had been tossed inside. The door then slammed shut and the door locked. "Dax!" said Anthony, Gabby's son. Rolling over and sitting up, Dax opened his arms. Anthony, Kanesha, and Kim hugged him, knocking him back down into the hay. He cried as he held the 3 children, his arms wrapped around them. They looked thin and tired compared to what he could remember from when he'd last seen them, but the blackout had taken its toll on everyone, including children. When Gabby's kids finally stepped back, he saw Monica and Darius in the stall. Like the other children, they were also crying. Dax stood up and walked toward them, opening his arms wide again for another round of tearful hugs.
"I'm so sorry, Dax," Darius said. "I should have done what you said."
"No, don't say that," Dax said. "It's my fault. I shouldn't have left Monica on the boat, and I shouldn't have left you alone."
"All that matters is that we're together again, and alive," Monica said.
Dax heard the last word Monica said and immediately looked across the stall to where Alex and Zoe were kneeling next to Saw, who lay unconscious on the floor. "How is she?" Dax asked.
"She's fine," Zoe said. "But she's still out, and there isn't anything we can do for her."
Alex and Zoe stood, and Dax introduced the children to 2 of the 3 casket girls. "How long have you been here?" Alex asked the kids.
"They brought us to the barn after the docks," Monica said.
"We arrived around the same time," Kanesha said.
"Uncle Dax," Kim said, "we have to tell you about—"
The girl started crying before she could finish the sentence. "About what?" Dax said. Anthony joined her in crying. He was the youngest of Gabby's 3 kids. Kanesha was the oldest. She had tears in her eyes as well, but could speak.
"Our dad,"
she said.
They took him from us."
Did they turn him into a screamer? The tears intensified as she shook her head. "Oh, God," Dax said. He brought the kids in for another hug, and their tears wet his shirt.
"They did it in front of us,"
Kanesha said. "I'm so sorry, you guys," Dax said. Dax shook his head and fought down the tears. He felt responsible for everyone, and yet he'd never wanted any of it. He'd never asked to be the one to defeat the vampire masters. Dax was supposed to be in prison, doing time for the pain he'd inflicted on an innocent family. But the world had come and gone, and now he was repaying his debt to society in a different way. Anthony raised his wet face to look up at Dax. He sniffed a couple of times, then wiped his eyes.
"Did you try and find Mommy? Is she okay?"
Dax's heart sank. Through all that had happened that night, he'd forgotten the kids didn't know about their mother. He couldn't tell them about Gabby, though. Not now. He shared a glance with Kanesha. She knew. Somehow she could tell her mother had left this world. "Mommy's fine," he said, trying to swallow the bitter lie that he knew was in the best interest of Gabby's youngest kids at this moment. The truth would have to wait until some of their mental wounds had healed. Uncle Dax wasn't able to get to her, but I'm sure she's fine.
"How did you find us?"
Monica asked. Relieved at the change of subject, Dax told them about what had happened, how Papa Midnight had been killed, and how he'd been taken by Serafino. He explained how Chuck the street thug had redeemed himself, partnering with Dax to take down Serafino. He told them about the trip north out of New Orleans and through Mississippi, including the dreams and visions along the way. Zoe and Alex filled in the gaps, also including an explanation of what a casket girl was.
You have to find an angel who will help you defeat these things. Is that what you're telling us?
Kanesha asked Dax. That's what the prophecy says, Alex responded. Papa Midnight believes your uncle is the man that can do that, and so do we.
But they've caught you,
Anthony said, his eyes welling up again.
Does that mean we're going to...
No, Dax said. We'll find a way out of here. The doors to the barn opened. Isaac appeared with his hands behind his back. He stood in the doorway of the barn. Master is coming. Bring the man out, and the 3 young women as well. At least the 2 who can stand. I am sure Master would like to have a word with these casket girls, Isaac said, putting a heavy emphasis on the last 2 words. The stall gate opened, and several screamers appeared. 2 grabbed Dax, while several others took Alex and Zoe by their arms. Another 6 or so followed, offering a show of force to prevent Dax or the casket girls from trying something. But Dax wasn't that stupid. And of the 3 casket girls, the most unpredictable one was lying in the stall, unconscious. Isaac waited at the doors, raising his hand for the escorts to stop for a moment. Are you ready to serve the master? Dax sneered at Isaac. I'll say the same thing I said to you the last time I saw you. Not today. Don't be so sure that today is not the day, Isaac said. The master can be persuasive. 44. Isaac brought Dax and the casket girls out of the barn and lined them up in front of it. He made them face the wall until the master, known as Ambrose, arrived. Ambrose wore a tailored black suit. His gray beard matched his silver hair, making him look like a Civil War reenactor playing a Confederate general. But the master's presence wasn't what concerned Dax the most. Beyond Ambrose, and behind the tree, stood a sea of screamers. Their glowing eyes pulsed like a massive, hovering cloud of fireflies. Dax thought that there had to be hundreds, or possibly thousands, of vampire warriors amassed by the Master's alliance. Jesus, Alex mumbled. Ambrose looked to the armies, then faced Dax and the others with a smile. No, darling. He has nothing to do with this. The Master sauntered over and stood before Dax. He looked him up and down, his hands behind his back and his chin held high. So, you're Jackson Harper, Ambrose said through a wide grin. Dax. Ambrose laughed. Very well, Dax. My name is Ambrose. I believe you already know Isaac. You can't be too smart if you're keeping him at your side. Isaac grunted. Yes, well, you killed my former lieutenant. Dax shrugged. Maybe you don't have a keen eye for strength. Ambrose glanced over to the barn and nodded. The doors opened again. And how about this one? Does he meet your standards of strength? Dax turned and saw Kevin approaching. The young boy wore the same clothes he'd been wearing when Serafino had turned him. But now, his shirt and pants had been torn and he wasn't wearing shoes. His eyes glowed brighter than the last time Dax had seen him. Biting his lip, Dax turned away. "What's the matter?" Ambrose asked, leaning into Dax's face. "You can't look at him?" Dax glanced at the master out of the corner of his eye. Ambrose stood up straight and patted Kevin on the head. He now stood at his side. "He's strong. Of that I can assure you. And I suggest you listen to me and agree to my proposal. That is, unless you want me to turn the other kids. Young Kevin here could use some friends closer to his—" "Cut the shit," Dax said, turning back to face Ambrose. "Tell me what you want." The fist rocked Dax's jaw and dropped him to the ground. He stumbled back to his feet and then flicked his tongue over his teeth, checking for missing ones. Isaac was before him, both hands clenched into fists. "Don't you ever talk to the master like that again! I swear I'll—" Isaac arched his back, and his eyes pulsed with the glow. Ambrose had his hand up and gestured toward Isaac so that the younger vampire was forced to spread his arms like an angel. The master pulled his apprentice through the air until Isaac's face met his. "Do not touch him without my command," Ambrose said, his words sharp and perfectly enunciated. "If you do that again, I will turn you back into a human, bathe you in blood, and feed you to those pigs we found at the back of the property. Do you understand?" Isaac must have given a mental nod to Ambrose, because the master released him from his invisible grip, dropping him to the ground. "I apologize, master." "Of course you do. Now, on your feet." Isaac rose and stood tall, his chin out but his hands shaking as he avoided Dax's eyes. "What was I saying?" Ambrose asked, turning back to Dax. "You said something about a proposal," Alex said, speaking for the first time since Ambrose had arrived. "Ah," Ambrose said, keeping his eyes locked on Dax. "More than just a pretty face. But you probably know that already. Right, Dax?" Alex didn't speak again, but she didn't avert her gaze from the master either. "You are strong," Ambrose said. "I can see it in your eyes." He looked at Zoe and ran the back of his hand down her arm. "And you're so much more beautiful than Serafino described." Alex grabbed Ambrose's arm. "Don't touch her." "Shit," Dax thought. "Don't be stupid, Alex." Ambrose looked down at her hand wrapped around his arm. He then looked into her face. Alex didn't look away. The master grinned. "Strong, but stupid," Ambrose said. His eyes brightened. Her body stiffened, her back arching as the color washed from her face. "No!" Zoe said. "There is much pain inside of you," Ambrose said. "Stop this!" Dax said. Alex's feet floated off the ground, and Ambrose's eyes burned with an unholy fire. Sweat gathered on Dax's brow as he watched helplessly while the master began to turn yet another one of his friends, the leader of the casket girls. "It's me you need," Dax said. "Let her go!" Ambrose looked at Dax, and then at Alex again. His eyes dimmed, and Alex fell to the ground, collapsing on her back. When she opened her eyes, they were her natural green color. Dax sighed. Alex shivered and moaned as Dax and Zoe helped her back up to her feet. "Walk with me," Ambrose said to Dax. Dax followed. As they walked away, Isaac caught up, moving to Ambrose's right side. You will not be needed here, Isaac, Ambrose said. But, Master, I am not asking you. Yes, Master. Good. Now, keep an eye on the perimeter of the property. Keep the children in the barn, and make sure you keep the other masters away for now. Dax and I have an important conversation ahead of us, and I do not want to be interrupted. Dax saw a hint of jealousy in Isaac's eyes as the young lieutenant glared at Dax, then turned back to his master and bowed. The other masters are here? Dax asked. Can you not feel them? Dax could. He had not wanted to tip his hand to Ambrose, to let the master know how refined and intense his powers had become as he'd come north in search of the angel. But it seemed as though Ambrose had known the extent of Dax's power already anyway. Now he had to hope he could keep the location of the angel hidden from Ambrose, provided Dax could find him. How are you able to talk with me without them being here? Dax asked. I can be quite persuasive, and they did not know I was going to make a confidential offer to you. Go on. Have you ever thought about living forever, Jackson? Dax felt the lump in his throat tighten. I can make that happen, Ambrose continued. What makes you think I want to be one of those things? Dax asked, using his chin to nod at the army of screamers standing in the dusty fields. I can do far more than turn people into things. There's nothing human left in them. Isaac doesn't remember anything from before. You are right. He does not. Dax didn't respond. He shook his head, waiting for Ambrose to reveal his proposition. You killed Serafino before you could really get to know him. Makes sense, considering that he was hunting you. But had you known him, you would have seen a different kind of screamer. He was very much human. He still had all of his memories from his real life. Dax still said nothing. What I'm offering you is immortality. Not only that, but I want you at my side. The Prince Eternal. What? Dax asked, narrowing his eyes. You are the most powerful human I have ever seen. I know even better than you what you can accomplish. I can refine your powers, and together we can defeat the other masters and rule the entire world. Ambrose paused to give Dax a moment to think, but started again before he could ask a question. You would be in charge of the entire southern United States. Everything below the old Mason-Dixon line could be yours, my friend. Not only that, but you'd be my second in command for the entire continent of North America. What about Isaac? Ambrose shrugged. You can decide his fate. I have little faith in his ability to control his erratic impulses. And if I say no? Ambrose stopped walking. He turned to face Dax. If you refuse, then you choose indescribable pain for the rest of your natural life. And not only physical pain. No, I believe you're far too strong for that. But those casket girls you brought along, the children... Dax clenched his hands into fists until his knuckles turned white. You're not going to hurt them. Not if you accept my offer. But if you refuse, then I will make you watch them die, one by one. And not all at once. It could take weeks, maybe months. When I'm not pulling your loved ones apart, one piece of flesh at a time, I will be inside your mind. You will spend entire days reliving Chloe's death, experiencing the pain and grief over and over again. On other days, I'll force you to experience other tragedies. Maybe Gabby hanging herself in the closet, or perhaps the death and destruction of the family you murdered. Do you remember that little boy's face? Dax would never forget the child, whether he lived another 5 minutes or for all of eternity. But he struggled to hide it from Ambrose. The master had entered his mind in a way that felt overwhelming and inevitable. Not like the visits from Papa Midnight, where Dax had still felt at least a bit of control. But he felt a flicker of strength suddenly, a kernel of power that Ambrose had either overlooked or disregarded as insignificant. Dax drew a new power from this place, and he wondered how close he was to the angel, and if he was somehow helping him. I believe I'm quite gracious in extending you such an extraordinary offer. This is your best option if you want to live, and if you want your loved ones to as well. You and your crew of women and children cannot defeat 4 masters and their armies. You know this. Ambrose extended his hand. Dax stared at it, sweat gathering on his forehead. So, tell me, do you accept my offer? 45. What's he doing? Jing asked.
Good question,
Haraka said.
Oh, don't worry about it, Bronwyn said. We've captured the human. It's not like he can get away. Let Ambrose do as he pleases.
But as she did her best to ease the other master's uncertainties from the side of the road, Bronwyn harbored her own suspicions about Ambrose's intentions. She'd watched as he'd spoken softly to Dax, and as he'd used his powers to threaten his own lieutenant. It was Dax, the human bent on destroying them all, who he should be threatening. Ambrose was up to something, and Bronwyn didn't like it. Not one bit. We have an entire army at our disposal, Jing said. Why is he taking the human for a walk? We should destroy him now, and be done with it.
Exactly, Bronwyn said. We have an entire army. There's nothing one man and a few puny girls can do to save themselves. Stop worrying.
Bronwyn stepped away from the others.
Where are you going?
Haraka asked.
To get some coffee and a cigarette, Bronwyn replied with a smile.
Humorous, Jing said.
I'm going to catch up with Ambrose, and I'll be back to let you know our next move. Wait here.
Ambrose and Dax walked farther down the road, chatting almost like father and son. Bronwyn had played coy when Ambrose had requested he get the first words with the man. Ambrose believed that he had first rights because his lieutenant had found them all. Bronwyn had only acquiesced because she knew that, in the end, Ambrose would be no match for her. And even if the human, for whatever reason, chose to listen to him, she would be victorious in the end. It was her destiny. But a woman had a limit to her patience, and Ambrose was reaching it. Bronwyn went to the rear of the barn. 3 of Ambrose's minor lieutenants stood guard. Before they could react, Bronwyn waved her hand. All 3 fell into a trance that only she could end. Killing them would have alerted Ambrose to her movements, and she didn't want to tip her hand to him yet. The back door had been padlocked. Waving her hand again, Bronwyn snapped the lock. She then snapped her fingers, and the door opened. She strutted into the barn where 4 more of Ambrose's vampires stood guard. Again, Bronwyn simply waved her hand, and they fell. The humans tried to hide their gasps and cries, but she could feel their energy, their fear. It sent a rush of heat through her body, and she closed her eyes so she could focus on their despair, the emotions, the pain, the emptiness. She opened the stall with a nod of her head and then strolled over to it. 5 kids huddled in the far corner of the stall. Bronwyn masked the glow in her eyes.
"Have you come to let us out?"
The oldest in the group, a teenage girl, asked. "That depends," Bronwyn said. "Are you on the good or the bad side?" "We're on the good side," a young boy said. "And how do you know which is the good side?"
"We're with Dax," the oldest girl said. "He's gonna kill all these things."
Bronwyn raised an eyebrow. "Is that so?" The girl nodded. "So how does killing people put him on the good side?" "Those aren't people," another one of the children, a boy, said. "They're screamers." "They were people once, and now they're better than people. Like superheroes." Bronwyn smiled as she watched their eyes. Despite being children, they had an intuition. They did not believe her. So she decided to give up the ruse and ignite the glow in her own eyes.
"Stay away from us," the girl said. "Don't hurt us."
"Hurt you?" Bronwyn laughed. "I would do no such thing."
"Then what do you want?"
The glow in Bronwyn's eyes flashed like a light on top of a police car, bathing the entire barn in a blood-red hue. "This," she said. The kids screamed, but Bronwyn muted their cries. Not even the other masters would hear them. 46. Isaac turned his back to his master and to Dax. He didn't look back. He was a lieutenant now, a leader. Isaac had found their most sought-after asset, an acquisition that would secure him a permanent spot at Ambrose's side as he destroyed the other masters and then ruled the world. Dax didn't matter anymore. Isaac looked at the armies in the field. Only Ambrose could achieve such a feat of cunning manipulation and double crossings. Nothing would stop him now, not with the human weapon in his possession. 2 of the masters stood at the front of the army. They didn't look at Isaac as he passed by. He walked the perimeter of the property as Ambrose had commanded, though. It had only been a task to get him away, he knew that. But he would do as his master asked, regardless. Isaac walked around to the rear of the barn. The 3 guards he'd stationed there lay on the ground, motionless. The door stood ajar. He didn't understand how that could be. Dax was with Ambrose, and only the children had been inside the barn. Isaac walked inside, ready to fight. In the center of the barn lay more screamers, all 4 that he'd left to guard the kids. He turned the corner and stood before the open stall. A woman sat there with all 5 kids cuddling in her lap. She was rocking back and forth, humming to them. The children's eyes glowed.
"What's going on?"
Isaac asked. The woman raised her head and smiled. Her bright eyes matched the intensity of her auburn hair. Isaac paused, his words muted by her penetrating gaze. "You must be Isaac, the lieutenant Ambrose sent to look for the human." She spoke with a European accent. Isaac thought back to the masters outside. Only 2 of them had been there.
"You're Bronwyn."
"The one and only."
"What have you done?"
She stroked Monica's hair. "I'm not sure what you mean."
Do you know who those children are? They're Dax's nieces, nephew, and kids he was trying to find. To save. And? Ambrose, come to the barn right now, Isaac said telepathically to his master. Bronwyn has...
What? Bronwyn entered Isaac's mind. I've done what? Please, continue.
She has turned the children.
Tattletale. He cannot hear you. I've blocked all communication to and from this barn.
Isaac's glowing eyes grew wide. He had to get Ambrose. Now. He'd bolted toward the back door when the thick silver chains dropped from the rafters and swung in the threshold. Isaac reached out before he realized what was happening, and the silver links burned his flesh. He tried to dodge them, but the chains animated, coming to life like tentacles and wrapping around his body. He screamed as the silver chains tightened around him, burning through his clothes, tattooing his skin. Bronwyn strutted across the barn. She clicked her tongue as she stood before him.
You should not have gotten in me way.
You can't destroy Master's right hand, Isaac said. It's forbidden. Bronwyn laughed.
Forbidden? By whom? I should invite Jing in here to kill you. Do you not remember what Ambrose's farmer right hand did to Jing's? No honor among thieves, and all those clichés. Besides, I'm not planning on destroying a vampire.
Her eyes illuminated the entire barn. As the silver bit deeper into Isaac's flesh, a sharp mental dagger entered his head. It throbbed as he remembered thoughts from his former life. At first, he thought of his mother and how she had died during Hurricane Katrina. But then other memories resurfaced. The power going out. The daycare center. All the kids. The old people who had joined them. Chloe. Her beautiful curls and big brown eyes. Dax. He'd known Dax before. His entrapment by Serafino. Being turned. Killing. Chloe?
Ah, you remember now, don't you?
I killed her? He asked.
You were once friends with Dax, but you betrayed him and killed the one you loved.
Isaac began to cry, and only then did he notice that the silver no longer burned his skin. The chains loosened, and Isaac dropped to his knees. Pain shot through his legs. That wasn't normal for a vampire. And when he looked up at Bronwyn, he saw his own reflection in her glowing eyes. The glow in his was gone.
That's better. Now we can get on with this, Bronwyn said.
With what?
I told you I wasn't going to kill a vampire. I never said anything about a human.
She raised her hand, and Isaac flew back against the wall. He couldn't breathe. Bronwyn then raised her other hand, and an object came off the wall and flew toward him, aimed at his throat. A pitchfork.
In case you think you'll be seeing Chloe or your mother again, know that there is no afterlife. Only darkness.
Bronwyn flicked her hand, burying the pitchfork in Isaac's throat. He coughed as blood ran from his mouth. Isaac closed his eyes, but he spoke 2 words as he drew his final breath. I'm sorry. 47. Ambrose smiled as he walked back to the barn with Dax. He had done it. He had cloaked his movement, but had he fooled them outright? Probably not. But he'd bought himself enough time and space to capture the human and turn him into a weapon that would bring the final death to Bronwyn, Jing, and Haraka. Dax had agreed to serve him if the children and the casket girls would not be harmed,
and as long as Dax would have a chance to say goodbye before Ambrose turned him. That wasn't a problem for Ambrose. There was time. He had to first use Dax to eliminate the other masters. Then, once he had turned Dax, he could simply wipe his mind of any memories of the children and the women, and then enjoy watching Dax kill them. Jing and Haraka had made their way up to the barn, where they were standing next to the 2 casket girls and the soldiers Ambrose had left there to guard them. The 3rd casket girl had yet to regain consciousness. As he looked around, though, he noticed that one of the masters was mysteriously absent.
"Where is Bronwyn?"
"Around," Jing said.
"What does that mean?"
"She went to get a cigarette."
Ambrose smirked. He ordered one of his guards to go find her. "And where is Isaac?" Using his telepathic power, Ambrose signaled his lieutenant. "Isaac, I need you back in front of the barn."
No response.
"Isaac!"
He tried to locate Isaac, but he couldn't find him. Their bond had been broken. A shiver crept up Ambrose's neck. The barn's double doors opened then, and out walked Bronwyn with a swagger in her walk. A smile spread across her face as she winked at Ambrose.
"I see you 2 are done talking."
Ambrose was about to reply when he noticed a body pinned against the barn wall with a pitchfork. Isaac's body.
"You bitch! I just got him trained."
Bronwyn waved at him and smirked.
"Oh, please. Don't pretend you're a rule-following diplomat, especially after what happened to Sayana. Right, Xing?"
The master of the Asian faction nodded.
"You got what you deserved,"
he said to Ambrose.
"We had a deal,"
Ambrose said to Bronwyn, trying to keep his words low. Jing and Haraka stepped forward, the South American master folding her arms across her chest.
"What?"
Haraka asked Bronwyn.
"You promised us." "Yes, but it seems I played you all. Am I right?"
Ambrose gritted his teeth.
"I don't really care, my dear. You're too late. The human has chosen to serve me instead of facing death if I kept his little children alive. He is mine now. All mine."
Bronwyn raised an eyebrow. She whistled and then spun around. 5 sets of glowing eyes lit the shadows of the stall, and the children that had been held captive by Ambrose walked out of the barn and stood next to Bronwyn.
"I went ahead and turned him,"
Bronwyn said to Ambrose, whose mouth hung open in a silent O.
"Seeing as you had Dax in your service."
"No!"
Dax screamed. He started toward them, but 3 of Bronwyn's screamers restrained him. Another 2 grabbed the 2 casket girls by the arms.
"Put them all back in the barn, including the half-dead girl. I might want to play with her later." "Well, Ambrose, now what?"
Jing and Haraka stood next to each other, turning and twisting their heads around as the armies began to move. As if sensing the inevitable, the vampire soldiers in the fields had started to clump together by faction. Dax kicked and screamed as they dragged him into the barn, right past the kids who didn't even look at him. They threw Dax into the barn while Alex and Zoe carried Saw inside. The soldiers then slammed the door shut behind them.
"Did you really think you could use the human to destroy our lairs? Was that your grand plan?"
Bronwyn asked. The deceitful bitch had outsmarted him yet again. He had underestimated her guile, and now he would have to resort to the only option he thought he had left. Ambrose never considered turning the kids back and realigning with Dax, and that was why Bronwyn would ultimately triumph.
We have our own factions for a reason, Ambrose said. I think we all knew it would come to this.
What? Haraka asked.
War, Ambrose said. It's the only way.
The last master standing gets the human, and rules the world,
Jing said.
Bronwyn grinned as if she had already defeated the armies of the other three masters. So be it, said Ambrose. 48. The vampire shoved Dax into the stall like he was cattle, and Dax dropped to his knees. His shoulders fell, and his chin touched his chest. He openly wept now, no longer feeling the need to project strength. When he closed his eyes, he couldn't help but see their faces lit by the glow of the evil in their eyes. Anthony, Kim, Kanesha, Darius, Monica, Kevin. He'd failed them all. It didn't matter what happened to him now. Everything was lost. He was lost.
Dax?
He ignored her.
Dax, I'm so sorry,
Alex said, placing a hand on his shoulder. When he didn't respond, she added,
We can make sure they didn't die in vain. We can still
What? Dax said. We can what? Fight? He snorted. I don't think so.
Dax.
He ignored Alex and went to the corner, where he sat alone. 10 minutes passed, and things outside got eerily quiet. Dax was staring at his hands when Zoe spoke. Saw! The fallen casket girl moaned, and she put an arm over her face as if she was trying to fend off the sun after a wild night of drinking. Zoe and Alex rushed to her side. Dax sat up and was about to check on Saw when a force blew through his mind like a massive sandstorm. He rocked back, clutched his head, and passed out. Dax awoke with his body aching, muscles and joints stiff as if he hadn't moved in years. He sat up and looked around, the room feeling as though it was bobbing up and down. One window opened to a view of the ocean, and the one on the other side of the bed gave him a view of a dock, and beyond that, New Orleans as it had been before the blackout. I'm on a boat. He swung his legs over the side of the bed. Not only was he on a boat, but he was on the boat that he'd shared with Papa Midnight, Kevin, and Monica before the two children had been abducted by Serafino's, and ultimately Ambrose's, screamers. Dax stepped out of the room and found himself standing on the top deck. Well, hello there. Papa Midnight stood near the railing of the main deck, dressed in a white suit and with his arms crossed over his cane. Dax stepped down the ladder, and the old man smiled as he approached. Why did you bring me here? That's how you greet me now? The children are dead, Papa. How do you expect me to act? I know, son, the voodoo priest said, bowing his head. I needed to bring you here to remind you of what happened on this boat. Dax glanced to the building on the other side of the dock. The restaurant stood undamaged, as was the rest of the city in this vision. You need to remind me about Monica and Kevin being taken from here? I need you to remember what happened after, Papa Midnight said. How you felt. The anger that was inside of you. All the training we did. What does any of that matter now? The children are gone. Do you not remember your true purpose, Jackson? Was it only to save the children? You have been burdened with much more than that.
Dax sighed and stared off at the ocean, allowing the silence between them to blossom.
You can still end this,
Papa said.
How? Dax said, throwing up his arms and raising his voice. The last time I saw you, you were telling me that I couldn't defeat them. What the fuck?
The alliance the Masters formed has fallen apart. They betrayed each other because they seek power only for themselves. It is in their nature to be selfish and destructive. And the power that they seek, that power is you.
What am I supposed to do? Just because they aren't working together doesn't mean there aren't 4 of them.
Remember the desperation you felt when the children were taken from this boat? The determination that was in you to fight. Remember all that I taught you. Harness the anger. The thing that separates you from them is your beating heart, your emotions. Use that to your advantage. You can defeat them.
But what about the angel you spoke of? I still haven't seen it, or him, or her, or whatever.
The angel is already with you. You have seen it.
What does that mean?
Embrace your anger and turn it into light. You will win this fight.
Hold on, I need to know...
Papa Midnight's body wavered and then transformed into ash. The wind swept his remains into the air and dropped them upon Dax like light snow. When Dax opened his eyes again, he was still in the corner of the stall. A cold sweat had drenched his shirt and forced a shiver.
"He's awake,"
one of the girls said. Alex approached him.
"How long was I out?"
"About 10 minutes. Here, I found a half-empty bottle of water. Have some."
Dax waved his hands. "No, you guys go ahead and..." Alex pressed the bottle against Dax's lips.
"Drink."
This time he didn't refuse. Although he wanted the girls to have it for themselves, his tongue felt like sandpaper, so he took a sip. He grimaced and swallowed, almost spitting the water out. Dax tasted a distinct bitterness.
"Good?"
Alex asked.
"There's something in the water. You sure they didn't do something to it first?"
Alex whispered into his ear.
"They didn't do anything. Enjoy the ride."
She pulled away and smiled at him. Then she stood and walked back over to Zoe and saw.
Enjoy the ride?
What does she mean? Dax tried to get up, but he felt a sudden head rush, a different feeling than what would happen when a vision started. This was more like a high, like he'd been drugged. Zoe was the first to topple over. She landed on her side and didn't move. Saw closed her eyes with her arms folded across her chest, as if positioned by the Undertaker. Alex dropped to one knee. She groaned and clutched her chest, and this caught the attention of the vampire guards, who rushed over. Dax felt lightheaded and dizzy, still fully aware of what was going on, but his heartbeat slowed. He collapsed on the floor of the barn and clutched his chest. He rolled onto his stomach, and his eyes met Alex's. She winked at him and stared at a small object lying near his hand. A small tea bag sat near the cup of water Alex had spilled when she fell. Drugged. By Alex. He remembered Saw's prank in the kitchen of the old house. He'd thought she was dead, but she'd been testing that concoction Papa Midnight had taught her how to make, the one that would mask their vitals and make them appear dead to other humans and vampires. Dax could see and hear everything that was happening around him, and yet he could not move. His fingers and toes tingled, but Dax didn't dare move. The screamers poked and prodded him, while several ran to tell Ambrose. The casket girls stood to the side with their arms around each other, pretending to be distraught at the sight of Dax's dead body. And then he felt a jolt in his leg and his thigh spasmed. Alex saw the drug wearing off and knew it would only be a few more seconds before Dax would be able to get up and fight. The potion took hold of the body quickly, but in small doses, it wore off just as fast. Alex was the first to attack, tripping the screamer closest to her. It fell on its face, and she pounced on its back and twisted its head, snapping the creature's neck. Zoe jumped up at the same time, landing a spin kick to the face of another screamer, throwing it off balance. Like Alex, she grabbed the vampire by the chin and snapped its neck. "Now what?" Zoe asked. "How are you feeling?" Dax asked Saw.
Spiffy!
"No, really." She sighed.
"I'm not 100%, but I'll be able to hold my own. How are you feeling?"
Other than a slight fog in the back of his head, the concoction had completely worn off. "Ready to roll." "What are we going to do?" Alex asked. "We can't beat 4 masters and their armies."
"But we have to try,"
Saw said.
"Did you see how many of those things are out there?"
Zoe asked. Dax nodded. Alex and Zoe are right. But maybe we don't have to defeat them all. "You talked to Papa, didn't you?" Alex asked, a grin lighting up her face. "Yes," Dax said. "And if I can get to the angel, I think I can end this." "But that's been the problem all along. Where is the angel?" Alex asked. Dax shook his head. Papa Midnight has been pretty vague about it.
"Fucking A,"
Saw said.
"Let's kill some bitches!"
"Should we focus on the armies, or go after the masters?" Alex asked. "Let me worry about the masters," Dax said. "I think I might be starting to understand what Papa has been trying to show me. And one more thing. Don't touch the kids." The girls fell silent. "I mean it." "Dax," Alex said, "you have to understand that they aren't—" "Do not touch them." Alex sighed and shrugged. "All right, we won't. But they've been turned. You know that." The girls prepared to exit the barn. They agreed to get to the truck first and gather weapons before heading to battle on the dusty fields. While they talked, Dax walked over to where Isaac's body had been pinned to the wall by Bronwyn's pitchfork. Much of the blood had dried. His tongue hung from his mouth, but his eyes had thankfully closed. Seeing the boy's human corpse brought a wave of guilt to Dax. Isaac had just been a kid. He'd made some stupid choices, but he'd been hardly old enough to buy a pack of cigarettes. Dax hated him because he had killed Chloe, but he accepted the truth while staring at the body. Isaac hadn't killed Chloe. Serafino had. Therefore, Ambrose was responsible too. "I'm sorry," Dax said. "I hope you've found peace now." The girls helped Dax pull Isaac's body off the wall. They had to remove the pitchfork before unwrapping the chains. They laid him in the stall and covered his body with hay. "You want to use this?" Alex asked Dax, holding the bloody pitchfork in her hands. After deciding it was too risky to run for the truck, the girls had stripped the barn walls of tools that would become weapons. Alex and Zoe both held machetes, while Saw wielded an axe. The other items still hanging on the wall included handsaws, screwdrivers, and tools that would be useless against the undead army. Dax took the pitchfork. He stood at the back door with the girls at his back.
Ready?
Let's fuck 'em up,
Saw said.
Good enough for me.
Dax opened the door. 49. The dark sky had begun to give way to the sun's first rays. Clouds gathered in the west and crawled eastward, swallowing the moon in the process. The wind had picked up as well, throwing cyclones of dust into the air over the once lush fields.
Feels like a storm is coming,
Dax said. That's exactly what we need, Alex said. What's the plan? Zoe asked. Dax peeked around the corner of the barn. He saw the tree. Across the street from it, their truck sat where they had left it, and the master's armies fanned out as far as he could see. 40 yards away from the barn stood the old farmhouse. On the other side of the street, he saw another house. An idea came to him. Are all the weapons still in the back of our truck?
If they didn't take them,
Saw said.
I dropped my crossbow next to it when that fucker attacked me. But otherwise, yeah. And the other bag should still be in the back.
We need to get to it.
Alex pushed Saw aside to look for herself. Yeah? And what about all those things waiting to kill us? We'll have to draw them away from the truck, said Dax.
Are you insane?
Zoe asked.
Anyone have a better idea?
The three girls looked at each other. Saw's eyes danced as she smiled.
He's right. We need those stakes. I need my crossbow.
What are you thinking? Alex asked Dax.
He pointed at the house closest to the barn. We have to get Saw on the second floor of that house. She can set up as a sniper. There's probably plenty of windows that'll give her a shot from all 4 directions. But to do that, we need to draw the screamers toward that other house. If we can get their attention, that should allow Saw to reach the truck, grab the weapons, and make it back to the house and get upstairs. He turned to Saw. Once you're in position, break a window so that we know you're there. Then, we'll draw them in.
And if we don't?
Zoe asked. Dax shrugged. We'll die.
That's reassuring.
There are hundreds, probably thousands of screamers out there. We can't possibly kill them all, and we can't count on sunlight to help us. I just need you to buy enough time for me to get to the angel. He's close. I can feel it. And for some reason, he's not on the move. I have a feeling that the masters have him locked up close by.
How are you going to find him if you don't know exactly where he is? Alex asked.
I don't know. I'm going on feel.
Feel? This is insane, Zoe said.
This is our only choice, Dax said to the girls, particularly to Zoe. There's too many of them. They aren't going to kill me, and so I won't let them kill you. The masters need me.
Speaking of which, won't the masters see us? Alex asked. Couldn't they take us out whenever they want?
I don't think they will. They're too tied up in their own power struggle. I think they'll assume we're crazy, which we are, and that their armies can handle us. Alex said to Zoe,
This is the best option for us.
Zoe sighed and nodded. You're feeling up to this? Dax asked Saw, looking at the cuts on her body and remembering that she had been out cold for hours. Can you make it over there?
I'll be fine. I've just got a couple of scratches.
All right, he said, knowing Saw was too tough to admit she was in pain. Let's move. Crouching, they crept from the back of the barn to the house. The wind had picked up, and the storm clouds filled the western sky.
The armies had not been watching the barn, and were possibly not yet alerted to the dead vampire soldiers inside.
"I guess this is where we part,"
Saw said after they made it to the farmhouse without being seen. Dax and the casket girls hid behind an old tractor as they wished each other luck. Alex and Zoe hugged Saw. Saw wiped a tear from Zoe's face and kissed the girl on the lips.
"I'll be fine. We're gonna kick some ass. The three of us have made it this far together. The fun ain't over yet. Fuck the masters."
"That's right," Alex said. Zoe sniffled and nodded.
"I love you, girls,"
Saw said. She extended a hand to Dax.
"You take care of yourself, too. And take care of them, all right?"
Dax grinned. "I think these girls can handle themselves. Wait until we have enough of those bastards cleared out, all right? Don't get cocky and jump the gun."
"Me? Cocky?"
Saw snorted.
"Go kick some ass. I'll be upstairs and dropping those fuckers before you know it."
Dax shook her hand and pulled her in for a hug.
"Now go,"
Saw said to them.
"I'm getting fucking antsy."
Staying low again, Dax, Alex, and Zoe left their hiding spot behind the tractor and headed for the other house. Dax tried to resist looking at the army of vampires who heavily outnumbered them, which became more and more apparent as he got a better view of the horde. At the same time, he felt more confident than he had ever before. He felt a warm pulse in his chest, and once he separated from the casket girls, he knew exactly what he would have to do. It wasn't as if he knew where to find the angel, but rather, he felt as though he knew how, like some type of supernatural GPS. They made it to the other house without being spotted. Dax drew in several deep breaths. "We're going to do this," Alex said to him. She stuck her hand out, making a fist. Dax bumped it. "No reason to wait around, I suppose." He stepped around the corner and out into view of the undead horde. 50. Waving the pitchfork in the air, Dax screamed at the top of his lungs at the horde. "Hey, you sons of bitches! Come and get some!" A mass of glowing eyes turned to face him. They let out a collective roar. Dax fell to a knee, dropping the pitchfork to cover his ears. The screamers started toward them. Dax's ears rang, but he stood. "Here they come!" Alex picked up her machete, and Zoe did the same. "Stay close," Dax said. "If we stay in a tight formation, we can protect each other." The girls nodded. The machete shook in their hands, their eyes darting back and forth. Dax felt his mouth go dry, and he had butterflies in his stomach. The pulse in his chest intensified, and a warm energy spread through his body. He didn't know why he felt this way, but Dax knew he wasn't going to die. Not here, not like this, and not by the hands of these monsters. And these strong women were not going to die either. The angel. He's already fighting for us. The first wave of the horde ran at them. Dax's heart raced. He looked at Alex and Zoe. Both women had their weapons up, ready to fight. "We're going to get through this," he said to them. "Stay focused. They're demons, and we're going to slay them." Out of the corner of his eye, Dax saw movement from the other house. Saw fled from the rear of the structure. Keeping her eyes on the screamers, she stayed low while running at full speed. "Get there, Saw." He returned his focus to the advancing horde. They were so close now that Dax could smell the rotten, bitter stench oozing off of them. Dax raised the pitchfork and gritted his teeth. "Get ready! And remember,
Stay together! The first line of screamers charged. Now! A vampire leaped through the air. Dax held the pitchfork up and timed his strike perfectly. He shoved it into the creature's throat, slamming it to the ground. Another one of the monsters came at him, and he kicked it in the chest as he pulled the pitchfork out. He spun around in time to shove the tines through the neck of another screamer and pull his weapon out immediately. Dax felt faster, stronger than he'd ever felt in his entire life. The pulsing power inside of him surged, and he smiled. The onslaught continued. He tore through the horde, driving the pitchfork through one screamer after another, landing kicks and snapping necks. Alex and Zoe held their own too. They mowed through the creatures, decapitating heads with their machetes and fighting like 10th-degree black belts. The army seemed massive, but Dax and the girls continued to plow through the creatures, piling up bodies. The masters had not interfered, but Dax could feel their presence. They were watching, most likely enjoying the fight and waiting until Dax was trapped before calling off the horde and claiming their prize. Like a prize fighter exhausting a more powerful opponent, Dax had waited until it felt right to make the next move. Now! Dax yelled. The girls took down one or two more screamers before retreating to the house. Come on! Alex shouted to Dax. Go on! I'll hold them off. She grimaced, but Zoe grabbed her hand and they ran toward the house. Dax took out 3 more screamers before he ran. The horde followed, turning en masse to chase him. Without looking back, Dax ran for the house. As he approached it, he sensed one of the screamers gaining on him. When he turned, the vampire was in mid-air, leaping at him. He heard a low whistle as something soared through the air and over his head. The bolt punctured the screamer's left eye, and the vampire cried out as it fell to the ground. Dax stepped on its throat and drove the pitchfork into its chest. He turned to the house and looked up. Saw gave him the middle finger and smiled. She reloaded her crossbow and fired again into the horde. She'd left the bag of stakes on the ground, and Dax put as many as he could in his harness before the rest of the horde caught up to him. Some members of the undead army had held back. The masters must have been commanding them from a distance, moving them around like chess pieces. Dax continued to fight, and within a few minutes, he noticed that the horde had paused. The massive screamers held their positions. He turned to see Alex and Zoe covered in blood, but otherwise alive and fighting their way through screamers. Why did they stop? Alex asked. Dax walked through the front yard, stepping over bodies and through puddles of blood. He looked toward the barn, feeling the presence of the masters but not seeing them. Is that all you've got? He yelled, his arms spread wide. He spat and walked back to the rear of the house. Let's go inside and regroup. I think the masters are trying to decide what to do next. 51. They moved into the house and up the stairs to where Saw waited. She embraced them one at a time as they gazed out of the window on the western side of the house. And that's when the sky opened. Rain poured forth, bringing with it a wind so intense that Dax could barely hear anything but the sound of water slamming against the roof of the house. Alex and Zoe sat on a bed to catch their breath while Saw kept an eye on the horde below. Why do they stop? She asked Dax, nearly screaming over the thunderstorm. The masters are commanding them. They're toying with us. They want us defeated but not dead. Well, at least they want me alive. Not sure about y'all. Dax winked at Saw. She smiled, but it quickly faded as she looked back out the window. Fuck. What? Dax asked, walking to the window.
The two other girls joined them, looking down at the horde.
"Oh my God,"
Zoe said.
Son of a bitch.
Glowing eyes marched over the hill and down the middle of the highway. Hundreds more screamers. An entire other army. "Reinforcements," Alex said. "The first attack was only a distraction. They're totally playing with us."
"How are we supposed to beat all of them?"
Zoe asked.
"What are we going to do?"
Dax felt the pulse inside of him grow stronger. Despite what he saw with his own eyes, he had hope. He knew they would prevail and that the girls would not die at the hands of this undead army. Everything he saw and felt was to the contrary, but Dax knew they'd survive. He felt victory. All three girls looked to him for answers, and he was opening his mouth to reassure them when he felt lightheaded and dizzy. Dax stumbled and collapsed onto the bed. As soon as he hit the mattress, the room disappeared. It was as if he had been magically transported. There he was, in front of the lone tree again. Rain hammered the dirt road, creating rivulets of mud that ran over the tips of his boots. The wind blew, and the tree groaned as it leaned over him. Dax could see the barn, the houses, and the truck, but the undead army had vanished. A vision? Yes. Papa Midnight stepped out from behind the tree. He wore a white suit, but he was dry, as if he had the ability to dodge raindrops.
"Terrible timing, old man. What am I doing here?" Dax asked. "We're about to be attacked by an army of screamers. I have to get back."
The voodoo priest shook his head. "You had to believe in yourself, Jackson. I had to remove myself. You were using me as a crutch." Dax made a tight fist and drew a deep breath. He felt a flush of anger followed by a growing sense of enlightenment. Something was happening, and he couldn't quite tell what the voodoo priest was talking about. "You found him. The angel. He's been waiting for you. Redemption has been waiting for you." Papa Midnight glanced at the tree behind him.
"That's a fucking tree."
Dax felt a flutter in his stomach like he was about to leap off of a cliff into deep water. "Why, yes, it is. In fact, it is an oak tree. The folks in these parts like to call it the angel oak, since it has been looking after them for hundreds of years."
"Huh? You mean the angel is a tree?"
"Not just any tree. The angel oak. And it is the weapon you need to destroy the masters."
Dax shook his head. "A tree? I don't get it. What am I supposed to do with a tree?"
"The storm is raging, Jackson. You must go back and do what you know must be done." He felt a warmth spreading through his chest like a shot of expensive whiskey. Dax looked at Papa Midnight as the old man looked up at the angel oak. "Goodbye, Dax."
"Goodbye, Papa Midnight."
"Vondale," the voodoo priest said, tipping his white hat at Dax. "The name's Vondale." Dax smiled as he noticed a spark shoot from the tip of Papa's cane. It turned into a flame, and within seconds, the old man wore a suit of fire, and yet his flesh remained untouched. He walked toward the tree. Into it. Dax watched as Papa Midnight disappeared while fire raced up the trunk of the angel oak, engulfing the entire tree within seconds. The wind whipped the flames into a cyclonic cloud, and ash fell like snow from the blackened sky. When Dax opened his eyes again, he was still on the bed. The 3 casket girls moved towards him. "Are you all right?" Zoe asked. "Another vision." "Vision?" "Yeah. I think I said goodbye to Papa Midnight." "You only had your eyes closed for a few seconds," Alex said. "Was this talk with him different than the others?" "Yes," he said. "But there isn't time to explain now. Do you all trust me?" Alex, Zoe, and Saw nodded in unison, without hesitation. "Good. Then I need you to follow my lead and do what I say, and we'll defeat the Masters." "Okay, Dax," said Alex. "Tell us what to do." "I need matches and gasoline." "Why?" Zoe asked. "I told you, there isn't time to explain. I need matches and gasoline, and I need you 3 to distract the Horde long enough for me to get out of here. Can you do that?" Saw nodded, and then her face lit up. "There's a can of gasoline in the truck. If I got there, then you can get there." "But there are way more screamers now," said Alex. "How do we run interference for Dax?" Zoe raised her finger and raced to the back of the house. She practically jumped up and down, pointing out the window. "Maybe we can use that." 52. "You sure you know how to drive that thing?" Dax asked. Saw laughed. "My uncle worked on every type of engine you could imagine, and I was always at his side. I could probably fly a plane if you put me in the cockpit." "No way in hell I'm getting on that plane," Zoe said. Alex and Zoe stood on each side of the tractor while Saw climbed into the driver's seat. Although Dax thought Zoe had come up with a crazy plan, it just might work. The tractor would distract the screamers, and it would give the girls leverage as they battled the oncoming horde. "Can you shoot your crossbow and drive at the same time?" Dax asked Saw. "This thing moves like 2 miles per hour. Will you quit being such a misogynist cock and stop worrying about me?" Dax laughed. "Okay." "We'll be fine, Dax," Alex said. Smiling, Dax reached his hand up. "I couldn't have done this without you guys." Alex shook his hand. "Go. End this." Across the highway, the vampire army grew as new soldiers joined their counterparts. Saw started the tractor, hollering as the engine turned over. She took a few seconds to get used to the controls, turned on the headlights, and drove forward. "Woo! We're coming for you, bastards!" The screamers roared. Dax nodded once more at Alex before she turned around and readied for battle. He picked up the bag of steaks and hurried around to the front of the house. The truck sat on the side of the road, a 5 or 10-second sprint from where he stood. Refocusing his mind, he visualized both the matches and the gas can he'd need to get out of the truck. But an image interrupted his thoughts. Chloe. Dax thought of their time together in high school. He'd gone to every one of her track meets. She'd been so good, so fast, so beautiful. "This is for you." Dax ran. He pumped his arms and splashed through the puddles that had begun to widen from the downpour. The invisible hands of heavy winds pushed against his chest. His calves screamed, his quads and hamstrings aching. Dax gritted his teeth and kept running. When he reached the truck, he leaned against the side and fought to catch his breath. The rain did little to cool him, and the humid air made it feel like he was breathing cotton. He glanced back to check on the casket girls. The screamers leaped at the tractor, but all 3 women stood, taking down the vampires and drawing more attention, keeping it off him. Dax pulled the passenger door open. He ripped the glove box open and grabbed a pack of matches. He flipped it open and saw about 10 matches, then shoved them into his pocket and ran to the bed of the truck. Saw had been right. The gas can was there. He picked it up, finding it to be about half full.
"Look at you, all by yourself and lonely."
Bronwyn's voice sent a shiver through Dax as he turned around with the gas can in his hand. She stood in the road with Ambrose.
"He'll be a great asset to me, especially once I destroy him,"
Bronwyn said, gesturing at Ambrose.
"There's still time to take my deal, Dax," Ambrose said. "Help me destroy her, and everything I promised can still be yours." "Where are the other masters?" Dax asked. He found the juxtaposition of the two warring masters, standing right next to each other, odd.
"They've already decided,"
Bronwyn said.
"They will swear allegiance to whoever is victorious. They know they can't defeat us. And neither can you."
Rain beat down on Dax as he gripped the handle of the gas can tighter. "You're both going to die." Bronwyn tilted her head and grinned.
"You're so sexy when you're angry."
Her eyes glowed. She flew forward then, her arms reaching out. Dax ducked and rolled out of the way. He dropped the gas can, spilling some of its contents onto the road through the relief valve. He picked the can up and shook it. Still plenty left inside to do what needed to be done. He heard a snarl and rolled again. This time, Ambrose flew by him and slammed into Bronwyn, sending her tumbling into a nearby field. By the time Dax stood up, Ambrose was charging. The rain had slicked back his hair, and his glowing eyes pulsed brighter than the lightning flashing in the storm clouds. The master grabbed Dax with both arms, taking him to the ground.
"You're responsible for their deaths! All of them!"
He wrapped his hands around Dax's throat. Dax gasped, his hands slapping at Ambrose's. Ambrose flew off of Dax, yanked into the sky as if attached to a bungee cord. Bronwyn threw Ambrose against the tree with enough force to shake the branches. She floated over to him and punched him in the stomach 3 times, and then connected several more shots to his face before tossing him onto the highway. She then stepped away from the tree and stood over the fallen master. Dax jumped to his feet and reached for the gas can. Bronwyn thrust her hand toward him, an invisible force knocking Dax backward, sending him flying into the side of the truck. His head slammed against the door. Double vision accompanied a painful throb in his skull. A voice spoke up in his mind. "Do not quit, Jackson."
"I don't know if I can do this, Papa." "You can."
"You must." Dax heard the casket girls scream, the horde surrounding the tractor and now rocking it back and forth, threatening to knock them off.
"On your feet. Hurry."
Dax shook the cobwebs from his head. Orange eyes approached. Bronwyn lifted him off the ground and slammed him against the truck again. She grabbed him by the neck, her nails digging into his throat. He felt the burning sting and the blood seeping down his neck. Ambrose was nowhere to be seen.
"I win,"
Bronwyn said.
"You are mine."
Although Dax struggled to breathe, he managed to mutter 2 words.
"Fuck you."
Bronwyn's eyes brightened. She ripped open Dax's mind. He closed his eyes, trying to push her out, but she was too powerful. When he opened them again, he saw what she wanted him to see. Gabby swung from one of the branches of the tree. She wore the same outfit she'd been wearing when Dax had found her hanging in her closet. In front of the tree, her head twisted completely around, sat Chloe, Blood leaked from her eyes, her body limp. Lightning struck, illuminating the grotesque mental imagery.
No!
Bronwyn laughed.
This is your future. Every day I will show this to you. Your brain will go numb. And when I am finally bored with you, perhaps years or decades from now, I might put you out of your misery.
She bent over, laughing even harder.
This will be...
A hand appeared on the master's shoulder, yanking her back and away from Dax. Her body fell next to Ambrose's, who had begun to stir again. The two other master vampires, Haraka and Jing, both grabbed one of Dax's arms. They dragged him forward, then dropped him to the ground. Dax was struggling to catch his breath now. He coughed, spitting blood and rain.
He is ours,
Haraka said.
The war ends now,
Jing said. Each master drew a weapon. Jing held a katana, while Haraka pulled out a dagger with a thick, curved blade. Bronwyn made it to her feet before Ambrose. She rose and drew a sharpened rapier from a hidden sheath strapped to her back.
I don't need the human, she said. I will kill the three of you right here, right now.
Ambrose drew a longsword and raised it as he stared down Haraka and Jing. He screamed, and the shrill cry nearly split Dax's eardrums. The sounds of metal on metal filled the air as the four masters fought. They leaped about, slashing and striking at each other with their conventional weapons while also using their ancient mental powers. Ambrose intensified the oral attack by raising the volume of his war cry. Haraka cast a spell at the feet of Jing, which turned the dirt into molten lava. The leader of the Asian faction materialized a wave of throwing stars, which he then sent flying at Bronwyn. She continued to maneuver through the air faster than the other three masters, landing to strike and then leaping up again to avoid a strike. Dax's ears continued to ring as Ambrose refused to relent. As the four masters fought, Dax looked around and saw that the horde had toppled the tractor. The casket girls continued to fight them off, but screamers were swarming them from all sides. He caught his breath and looked down at the gas can. It sat upright in the road where he'd left it. In the sky, the clouds had turned black, roiling and sending bolts of lightning to the ground in bursts of lethal voltage. Dax could barely lift his legs. He stumbled toward the gas can, but the closer he got to the can, to the tree, the harder the wind blew. He walked into it, his eyes closed and his head down as he fought the gale. The can was almost within his reach. 5 feet from the gas can, Dax's legs gave out. He crawled to the base of the tree and pulled himself up. More screams came from behind Dax as the masters battled. Dax grimaced and reached for the gas can. The wind intensified, throwing him off balance. He looked up into the tree, almost certain the elements had conspired with it to keep him from doing what had to be done. Now, Dax, you must do it now. Dax unscrewed the cap and dumped gasoline at the base of the angel oak. He swung the can around, splashing fuel onto as many branches as he could reach. A gust knocked him over and he dropped the can, some of the gas spilling into the dirt. Dax grabbed it and stood up. Pouring gas at the foot of the tree, he then walked backward, creating a trail of gasoline going from the tree to the edge of the highway 15 feet away. He knelt down, taking the matches from his pocket. The rain paused for a moment, but the thunder cracked the sky as a battle raged above the earth as well as below. He'd torn a match from the book and lit it when a gust of wind blew it from his hand. Dax ripped another match out, but this one wouldn't light.
Hurry.
Dax grabbed a third match and struck the surface. This one stayed lit. He cupped his hand around the flame to keep it from blowing out. Ambrose was the first to notice what Dax had done. He dropped his sword and took a step away from the fight. Bronwyn followed, and a few seconds later, Jing and Haraka came as well. The four masters looked at Dax holding a match, the gas can, and the tree.
Darlin'?
Asked Bronwyn with a smile that twitched at the corners of her mouth. Her voice cracked as she addressed Dax.
You know what happens when you play with fire?
Fire can't hurt us,
Jing said. Shut up, fool, Ambrose said. You probably never thought to even look at this old dead tree, did you? Dax glanced down at the flame on the burning match, which was almost to his finger. It's an oak tree. And when it burns, it'll spew ash of oak.
Honey, wait.
Bronwyn wiped a real tear from one eye. Dax felt the match beginning to burn his finger. Go back to hell. He dropped the match, igniting the gasoline trail that went from Dax's feet to the angel oak. Ambrose's eyes went wide as he contemplated his impending mortality. He pushed the other masters out of the way and ran into the fields, screaming. Bronwyn stood next to Haraka and Jing. She cried silently while the other two masters looked from Dax to the tree, not yet realizing what was about to happen. The flames crawled up the trunk of the angel oak and ran across the branches, creating an instant red fireball which knocked Dax onto his back. He blinked and rolled over. Flames engulfed the tree, and ash began to float to the ground. Wind tore across the fields and created a secondary invisible explosion at the tree. The storm grabbed the ash and tossed it around like dust inside of a tornado, the angel oak burning inside of it. The ash hit Jing and Haraka first, coating their bodies. Jing had time to look at his hand before his body crumpled into a pile of dust. Haraka's did the same a split second later. Ambrose had made it 30 yards into the field, but the ash surrounded him, seeming to stick to him like a swarm of hornets. He stumbled and fell while the ash buried his body. The master cried out one last time before he dissipated into a trail of oily smoke. Bronwyn stared at Dax. She was the last master standing. She grinned and held up the palm of her right hand as if to wave goodbye. A force of heat and smoke blew past him and struck Bronwyn. Dax covered his face, and when he looked again, Bronwyn was gone. Nothing but a rapier and a black dress left where she had stood only moments before. He collapsed into the dirt and laid on his back, letting the cold rain wash the sweat and dirt from his face. Dax listened to the distant thunder as he drifted away. 53. The sun burned his face. Dax struggled to open his eyes, covering his face with his forearm to block out the light. He tried rolling onto his side, but a sharp pain in his ribs slowed him down. He remained on his back for a few moments before fighting through the pain and sitting up, then pushing himself up onto his knees. Dax coughed. When he looked up into the sky, he was surprised to see a blue sky and blazing sun rising over the eastern horizon. A hazy fog hung over the fields while flakes swirled in the air. He reached up and caught a few in his palm. Ash. He stood up and almost toppled right over. He had rubber for knees. The pickup truck lay on its side several yards away. Hunks of wood, tire, and remnants of clothing littered the fields. Dax!
He turned around too fast, feeling a head rush that threatened to knock him off balance. At first he grimaced, but then he laughed. Alex, Zoe, and Saw were hobbling toward him. Alex looked as if she had been dipped in a vat of blood. Zoe had a makeshift bandage wrapped around her right thigh, and Saw still held her crossbow. She winked at Dax with her right eye, her left eye swollen shut. "Looking good, ladies."
Go fuck yourself, Saw said.
Dax brushed ash from his arms, his pants, the front of his shirt. He even had ash stuck in his ears. He closed his eyes to concentrate, but couldn't feel the pulse in his chest as he had before the tree exploded. And although he couldn't be certain, he doubted he'd ever hear Papa Midnight's voice again. "The tree," he said as the girls embraced him, one at a time. "The tree was the angel."
"Then why did you set it on fire?" Zoe asked.
Papa Midnight had never explicitly told him to burn the tree, so Dax wasn't quite sure how to respond. Luckily, Alex did first.
"That was an angel oak. Many true believers think those trees are guardians. They protect us from vampiric forces. You see, you have to destroy the angel oak for protection."
"I don't understand," Saw said. "You have to set an angel on fire to save yourself?"
"That's the beauty of it," Alex continued, now staring into Dax's eyes. "Ash of oak kills the masters. It's like worse for them than silver. Dax knew it. He saved us all."
"I had a little help figuring that out," he said, smiling as he thought of his last encounter with Papa Midnight. Zoe looked around. "So the masters are all dead?"
"Yeah," Alex said. "They are. And there's something else you need to see, Dax."
Dax followed the casket girls, led by Alex. If it hadn't been for the old farmhouse, he wouldn't have known exactly where he was. He'd somehow ended up several hundred feet from the crater that had once been the Angel Oak. Nobody had escaped the battle uninjured, though, not even the house. The storm had ripped a section of the roof off, and most of the windows had been blown out. Much of the furniture and other things from inside now lay scattered across the ground. Alex walked them around to the other side of the house, where they could gaze in all directions at the fields. Dax froze. Hundreds of bodies lay motionless on the ground before him. He hadn't seen them before because his view had been obstructed by the house. "I don't understand," Dax said. "I watched the masters die. Why are the screamers still here?"
"They're no longer screamers," Zoe said.
Dax took a step back as he took a deep breath. He turned his head sideways. "You mean they're—" On the field, amongst the bodies, a hand raised. Then another, and another, and another. They began to moan. A man stood, his back to Dax. He slowly turned around, and Dax looked at his face. No glow. Human eyes. Words replaced moans, and within moments, what had formerly been an army of screamers was now a crowd of confused, tired people, alive and human. The pile of bodies near the tractor remained motionless, the screamers killed by Dax and the casket girls during the battle. But so many more had been released from the psychic hold of the master vampire who had turned them, and they were now stumbling through the fields, trying to figure out exactly what had happened. "We need to get these people food and water," Dax said. "As much as we—"
"Dax?"
He swallowed hard when he heard his name. He recognized that voice.
Dax turned around and saw Monica standing before him, holding the hands of Darius and Anthony. Kim and Kanesha joined them. Their eyes glistened with tears of joy, but they didn't glow. The children ran into his arms, and Dax squatted to hug them all at once. He kissed them on the head, but his smile faded as he spoke to Monica. "Kevin?" Monica stepped to the side, and the little boy rushed into Dax's arms. Dax whispered, "I'm sorry," into Kevin's ear.
"It's okay,"
Kevin said. Dax stood up as the kids ran around him, all trying to tell their stories at the same time. He saw the casket girls standing off to the side, all three with wide smiles. Saw appeared to be crying, something Dax thought he'd never see. Alex gave Dax a thumbs up. Gabby's son, Anthony, said, "Are we safe now, Uncle Dax?" Dax glanced toward the crossroads where the angel oak had once stood. He could have sworn he saw an African-American man standing there in a white suit and holding a cane. Dax waved, and the man waved back.
"Who are you waving at?"
Anthony asked. Dax looked down at the boy, then looked up, and the man was gone. "No one, buddy. And yeah, I think we're safe now." He ruffled Anthony's head. "I think everything's going to be fine now." Epilogue. Almost a week without rain had allowed them to hunt for food and clean up the farm, but the scorching Mississippi sun had worn folks down. Dehydration and sunstroke had become real threats to young and old alike. But they were alive. Dax drove another nail into the shingle, then wiped his brow. He looked out over the field below. People had erected dozens of makeshift tents, and everyone did their fair share of the work as they tried to bring a sense of normalcy and routine back to their lives.
"This might work,"
the man to Dax's left said as he spread tar over another hole in the roof. "What?" Dax asked, lost in his thoughts. The man laughed.
"Patching the roof up so we can use the house. What did you think I was talking about?"
"Sorry, I zoned out for a minute."
"It's all good, man. Hey, why don't you take a break?"
"It's all right. I can keep going."
"No, seriously. Jump off here. We're almost done. I can finish up."
"You sure?"
"I was an independent contractor before all this."
He had the weathered skin and calloused hands to prove it.
"I can handle it. You've got a lot of other stuff to take care of."
"Thanks," Dax said, and he crawled to the ladder. When he reached the ground, Dax removed his gloves and put them in his back pocket. Smiling faces greeted him as they walked by. He had earned their respect, and he could feel it in every casual interaction and conversation he had. Dax wondered how many people knew his story, where he had been when the world had fallen apart. It didn't matter now. He had earned the right to lead, and people were counting on him to help rebuild a community in this new and different time. Dax went into the house. He picked up a towel from the table and used it to wipe his face. Several people sitting in the living room greeted Dax as he walked by. He waved, then headed into the kitchen. The sweet smell of Texas-style brisket made him stop and smile. Monica stood at the island, wearing an apron as she sliced the beef. Kim and Kanesha moved about the kitchen, arranging utensils and grabbing plates. "That smells amazing," Dax said.
"Cliff cooked it for 8 hours, and he pulled it off the coals a few minutes ago. It's hard to keep everyone away, especially these two."
We can't help that we're so hungry, Kim said.
You two listen to Monica, all right? Both girls nodded.
Alex was looking for you, Monica said. I think she's working in the barn.
Thanks. I'll go find her. Monica went back to cutting up the beef, and Dax stood there for another moment, watching her.
What?
Dax smiled. I'm proud of you. And I know your mom would be proud of you, too. She clicked her tongue and looked around, hoping Dax wasn't embarrassing her with an earshot of any of the cute boys. He headed for the back door. Outside, Darius and Kevin threw a football with a couple of the other kids who had arrived with Cliff and Isabel. Anthony sat in the grass, playing with toy construction vehicles. Dax rubbed the young boy's head.
Catch!
Dax looked up to see the football coming right at his face. He raised his hands just in time to catch the ball. Kevin laughed.
I almost got you!
Yeah, well, lucky for me, I've got great hands. Now, go long. Kevin launched into a sprint, and Darius chased him, hoping to intercept the pass. Dax took 2 steps forward and threw a perfect pass over the boy's shoulder, dropping the ball right into Kevin's hands. But at the last second, Darius jumped in front of Kevin and caught the ball. Kevin then ran after Darius and tackled him. The boys laughed, and it all brought a grin to Dax's face. He shook his head and headed for the barn as they wrestled for the football. A rust-red pickup truck sat inside of the barn. Saw propped the hood and had her upper body buried deep in the engine. It looked like the truck was trying to eat her. She had found it a mile or so north on 49, and several people had helped her push it back to the farm. Alex and Zoe sat on bales of hay talking to a few other people who were milling around the barn. A teenage boy stood next to the truck with a handful of wrenches, glancing from the tools to Saw's low-cut jeans as she bent over underneath the hood. She had her T-shirt knotted to the side, and sweat glistened on her lower back.
Hand me the fucking half-inch socket,
Saw said, reaching her hand out.
Jesus Christ, will you pay attention, Garrett?
Dax laughed as the boy's face became as red as the truck. He fumbled through the tools, trying to get Saw the socket she needed. Alex and Zoe looked up when they heard Dax. Saw stood up and stepped out from beneath the hood, her face streaked with black grime. I heard you were looking for me, Dax said to Alex.
Can we have a few minutes alone?
Alex asked the other people sitting with them. They got up and left the barn. The teenager didn't.
You too, dumbass,
Saw said to him. Oh, Garrett said. Sorry. He ran out. Dax grinned and shook his head. He could be a little nicer. He's got a major crush.
Yeah, and if he touches me, I'll break his fucking arm. Jump in the driver's seat and see if this bitch will start.
Dax laughed. Yes, Captain. He climbed into the truck. Tell me when.
Go ahead.
Dax turned the key. The engine coughed and backfired. On the 4th crank, the motor roared to life. He gave it some gas, then stepped out. Damn, you're a real gearhead. It's sure nice having someone else around who can fix shit. When Saw slammed the hood down, she looked at Alex. It was that look again. Dax had gotten to know the casket girls almost as well as they knew each other. You're leaving. The redhead moved the hair out of her eyes and nodded. We're just getting started here, Dax said. We can make this home.
Nothing we do here will make this feel like home, Zoe said.
Dax pursed his lips and nodded. New Orleans. Alex nodded. It's where we belong. You should come with us, she said. Dax put his hands on his hips and walked out of the barn. He looked at the people working on the house and in the fields, 2 frames going up for 2 new houses. The kids laughed as they played football. Through the kitchen window, he could see Monica grinning as she tried keeping the kids from swiping cuts of the brisket. This is my home now, he said. Then you understand why we've got to go, Alex said. Dax nodded. One at a time, he hugged the casket girls and gave them each a friendly kiss. Alex climbed behind the driver's seat of the truck, and Zoe sat in the passenger seat. Saw hopped in the back. Dax put his forearms on the frame of the driver's side window. You girls gonna be all right? Yeah, Alex said. We can take care of ourselves, Zoe said. Did it long before your punk ass showed up. Yep, that's true, Dax said. He looked at Alex. I couldn't have done it without you. We know, Saw said. They all laughed. Look us up if you ever make it back to the Big Easy, Alex said. Exactly how am I supposed to do that? I'm sure you'll figure out a way to find us. Dax grinned. As much as he had thought about returning to New Orleans, there was nothing left for him in the city. He had started a new life, a fresh beginning. Dax had a feeling that this might be the last time he would talk to the casket girls. He stepped back from the truck, allowing Alex to slowly pull forward. Dax followed them out of the barn as both Alex and Zoe waved. He waved back, then looked at Saw. She raised an eyebrow, and Dax flipped her the bird. The girl laughed and returned the gesture. Standing outside the barn, Dax watched them drive through the field and turn south on the highway, disappearing in a cloud of dust and exhaust. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw the kids approaching. They ran to the barn, all 6 of them. He looked to his right to see a flash of black fur. Then he heard a bark. A black lab came around the corner. It panted, its tongue hanging out the side of its mouth. Hey, buddy, Dax said, petting the dog on the head. You thirsty? Monica was the first to reach Dax and asked, Where did the girls go? Home. A dog, Kanesha said. The kids surrounded the lab, petting the dog while it licked their faces. Can we keep him, Dax? Only if you promise to take care of him. The same condition uttered by parents about pets since the dawn of time. Feed him, walk him. We will, they cried. After everything, he believed they had a chance. The night was over, and this was a new dawn. We've got to give the puppy a name, Kim said. I want to name him, Anthony said. No, I get to, Kevin said. Dax looked down at the male lab. It stared back with big brown eyes, black fur matted and a cut on its paw, otherwise healthy and happy. They all had wounds to heal, even the pets. He's already got a name, Dax said. What is it? Monica asked. Dax grinned as he patted the dog on the head. His name is Midnight.